After the revolution here in Egypt, no one was buying anything, and it really hurt retail. I saw a great opportunity in terms of all of the products that were just sitting on the shelves in these stores and exporting them, giving.
The perfect salad is made using fresh ingredients and leaves you feeling energized and healthy. However you prefer your salad, perfect is exactly how you like it. Sally, the salad robot, offers a new and fun way.
Rolling with the night of the creeps. We rolling with the stairs, ain't saying gas, bite my style. I fight some over.
Cry out loud, my style is wild, so book me. Not long is how long that this rhyme took me. Ejecting styles from my lethal weapon. My pen that rocks from here to Oregon. Here's more again. Catch it like a psycho flashback. I love gats. Rap was a gun. You wouldn't bust back. I go with all types of shapes and sounds. And where I lounge is my stomping grounds. I give an order to my peeps across the water to go and snatch up props all around the border and get far like a shooting star. Cause who I are is living the life Apollo Escobar. Point blank as I kick the square biz. There it is, your fucking pros and there it goes.
Yo, chill with the feedback block, we don't need that. It's 10 o'clock, ho, where the f to see that? Feeling mad hostile, ran out pasto. Throwing like Christ when I speaks the gospel. Stroll with the holy roll, then attack the globe with the buckets. Style, the ruckus, 10 times 10 men committing mad sin. Turn the other cheek and I'll break your chin. Slaying boom bangs like African drums. Coming around the mountain when I come. Crazy flamboyant for the rap enjoyment. My clan increased like black unemployment. Yeah, another one dare. Took a genius, take us the out of here.
The woo is too slamming for these coke killing labels. So ain't had hits since I seen Aunt Mabel. Be doing all the sin like Cain did Abel. Now they money's getting stuck to the gum under the table. That's what you get when you misuse what I invent. Your empire falls and you lose every cent. But trying to blow up a scrub, now that thought is just as bright as a 20-watt light bulb. Should've pumped it when I rocked it. So stingy, they got short arms and deep pockets. This goes on in some companies with majors that scared to death to pump these. First of all, who's your A&R? A mountain climber who plays an electric guitar, but he don't know the meaning of dope when he's looking for a suit and tie rap that's cleaner than a bar soap. And I'm the dirtiest thing in sight. Matter of fact, bring out the girls and let's have a mud fight.
The best protect your neck, the best protect your neck, the best protect your neck, the best protect your neck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind.
Can I get an encore?
Do you want more? Cook it with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roar. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Who you know fresher than whole? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lurking at. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Yeah, hear me rap, it's like hand G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the respect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Damn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in hand with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations from these generations? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook him, the Brooklyn Balls. So for one last time, I need y'all to roar.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I pay my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wave to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, wearing the 4-5, it ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you, probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Sucker, take one for your team, and I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. You want this encore? I need you to scream till your lungs get sore.
Ow! It's start time. This man is mean. He's killing all y'all jive turkeys. Y'all want more than Jigga Man. Well, if y'all want more than Jigga Man, then I need y'all to help me bring him back to the stage. Stay hold. Come on, say it. Hold up, hold up. Are y'all out there? Are y'all out there? Come on, loud. Yeah, now see, that's what I'm talking about. They love you, Jigga. They love you, Jigga.
I like the way this one feels. It's so soulful, man. Yeah. get me back. After a year, them 16s is 1.2. That's 2.4, and I'm only doing 2. You want in the game attention, new dudes, I can get you BET and TRL too. You want be in the public, in your budget. I ain't budging. Young did it to death, you gotta love it. Record companies told me I couldn't cut it. Now look at me, all star studded. God for above par like I putted. All cause I uttered was utterly ridiculous. How sick is this? You want the bang, send Kanye chains, send Justin Dust, send Hypocrite. Then you got spit. Feel something like this. Woo, woo.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Now tuned into the greatest. Turn the music up in the headphones. Tim, you can go and brush your shoulders off, man. I got you. Yeah, if you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go and brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go and brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulders. I probably owe it to y'all, probably be locked by the force. Trying to hustle some things, that go with the Porsche. Feeling no remorse, feeling like my hand was forced. Middle finger to the Lord, nigga, gripping my balls. Said the ladies, they love me. From the bleachers, they screaming. All the ballers is bouncing, they like the way I be leaning. All the rappers be hating, hope the trap that I'm making. But all the hustlers, they love it just to see one of us making. Came from the bottom of the bottom to the top of the pops. London, Japan, and I'm straight off the block. Like a running back, get it, man, I'm straight off the block. I can run it back, cause I'm straight with the rock. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. This is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder. Your homie holding position in the kitchen with soda. I just whipped up a watch, trying to get me a rover. Trying to stretch up the booker like a wrestler, yes sir. Keep the heckler close, you know the smokers attention. But like 52 cards went out, I'm through dealing now. 52 bars come out, now you feel them now. 52 cars roll out, remove ceiling in case 52 bras come out. Now you chillin' with a boss, spit cards SC on the sleeve. At the 40-40 club, ESPN on the screen. I play the grip for the jeans, cause the slippers is clean. No chrome on the wheels, I'm a grown up for real. Gee, feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulders. Boy, back in the building, Brooklyn, we back on the map. Me and my beautiful beat in the back of the back. I'm the realest to run it, I just happen to rap. I ain't gotta clap at them, get it that black. I dropped that black album, then I back out it as the best rapper alive. Nigga acts about me from bricks to billboards, from the Grammys, the O's, the opposite. Off an Annie, you got a pardon, Jay, for selling out the garden in the day. I'm like a young Marvin in his hay. I'm a hustler, homie. You a customer crony. Got some dirt on my shoulder. Could you brush it off for me? If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too. Go on, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulders. Now tuned into the greatest.
Best rapper alive. Best rapper alive.
to my mother man, 50 grand. The alcoholic man, inject a tall can in his bloodstream if he can. Biggie Smalls, the stroker, MC provoker, chocolate smoker. Huh? I like to max and Maximas and Acuras. Your girl cheeks, I'm smacking, huh? The raw rapper, spine slapper with the little on my lapper. You know the flavor matter. A shot, but I ain't your comforter. And if I ever fall in love, I better her. Ask her if I didn't choke her. If she try to front, then I drop the Chucky Booker on her.
Why you wanna play games on me?
You're crazy, commitments, I'm Swayze. No time for the ill shit. Rest with the on that real blood still. My rapping tactics are drastic. Stretching mother like Mr. Fantastic. So if you wanna see my pedigree, you better be filled with energy. Never getting me.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life.
Woo.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, man.
I'm high
It's
off
clear to see that
living
I'm a
life.
mother man. I done learned from the best of them. Took the first slot, still second guessing them. I'm undressing them. Foes, I'm not stressing them. Outlasted a bunch of them, outflowed the rest of them. Cause every day I stay preaching on this pulpit. So tell these haters they can miss me with that bull. But I won't miss this load of the heat holder. I'm rich. I've done more shows than Oprah. And I'm a soldier, ready for whatever. Roll with a bunch of that don't know no better. King like Colretta, counting more cheddar. Just hired two to be my getters. When it comes to these women, dog, ain't nobody with me. They running back, you think I had TJ Duckett with me. That's cause I throw it like Vic from the yard line. It's safe to say I'm having hard times.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life.
Woo.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high off living
To my
life.
chopper die with the whoop-de-wop on the block. Got that cause I know them suckers on the block. Hennessy and Belvedere brings a lot of jealousy. Stop snitching, nephew, why you telling me? They say the game ain't what he used to be no more. He used to be a G, but now he just a running around, pointing fingers, telling names. You f***ed up the rules to this dirty game, it's a dirty shame. I ain't flipping out, that's probably why I'm dipping out. Y'all fools tripping out, that's why I'm on a different route. Making money, having clouds, that what it's all about. 27 cars in a 12-bedroom house. Now they call me Snoopy Trump. I keep my close cause I let them. I sustain on the, I on the, kick rocks and watch how I do my thing, young. I'm living the life.
Big cities and
Bright lights, lights.
Short days and long
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
Yeah,
I'm high off
I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright
Big
lights.
cities with bright lights.
Short days and long
Short
nights.
days with long nights.
No stress and no strife.
Yeah.
I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living life.
Yeah. Thank you. Far too kind.
Yeah.
Ready?
Uh. Can I get an encore?
Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
Get him, Jay.
Who you know fresher than whole? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Yeah, hear me rap, it's like hand G rapping his prime. I'm young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the fuck you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in him with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Hardcore, do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn Balls. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wait to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, we're in the 4-5. It ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you, probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Cocksucker, take one for your team, and I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. So motherfucker, if you want this encore, I need you to scream till your lungs are sore. Come on.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. Life becomes so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Become so numb.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more?
I've become so numb.
So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. One last time, I need y'all to roll. Clap for a nigga with his rapping nerves. Blow a stack for your niggas with your trapping nerve. Clap for a nigga with his rapping nerve. Blow a stack for your niggas with your trapping nerve. Time for. Time for. Time for. Coming up, coming down. Ride clean, fix your hair in my crown. Bad bitch, H-Town. Keep it trill, y'all know y'all can fuck around. Paris where we been, part my Parisian. It's whole time and no time. It's float all y'all season. Piss Bordeaux and Burgundies. Flush out a Riesling. When hoes out, them hoes out. Y'all put y'all weaves in and clap for a nigga with his rapping nerves. Blow a stack for your niggas with your trapping nerve. Spent all my euros on tuxes and weird clothes. I party with weirdos. Yeah, ho, yeah, ho. I don't pop Molly, I rock time for. International, bring back the Concord. Numbers don't lie, check the scoreboard. Time for. Time for. Time for. Time for. Yeah, time. Hands down, got the best flow. Sound, I'm so special. Sound boy Burial, this my Wayne Perry flow. Y'all know nothing about Wayne Perry though. District of Columbia, guns on your tumblers. Of hashtags and retweets. 140 characters in these streets. Pardon my laughing, y'all only flagging on beats. Pardon my laughing, I happen to think you sweet. I don't pop Molly, I rock time for. International, bring back the Concord. Time for it. Time for it. Time for it. Time for it. Time for it.
Homie.
So though, coming up, coming down, ride clean, fix your hair in my crown, bad bitch, H-time, keep it trill, y'all know y'all can fuck around, coming up, let me rock it.
Let me catch. You ready?
Let me bone.
Solomon ancestor. Yo,
what's up, son?
What's up, kid? What's going on, kid?
Yo, man, I'm just doing my thing, man. Hold up, man. I'm chilling out this shit. Yo, 245 over here, man. Chill up, man. You know how we be working, man.
Cash moves everything around me. Queen get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old man. So then we moved to Shaolin Land, a young youth. You're rocking the go-to, low goose. Only way I begin to G-York was drug loot. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gats for fun. But it was just a dream for the teen who was a fiend. Started smoking wools at 16 and running up in gates and doing hits for high stakes. Making my way on fire skates. No question I was speed for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question I would flow off and try to get the dough off. Sticking up right boys on board court. My life got no better. Same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured out I went the wrong route. So I got with a sick tight click and went all out. Catching keys from cross seas. Rolling in MPVs every week. We made 40 G. Yo, brothers respect mine. I ain't gonna tech now. Bow. Move from the gate now.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
It's been 22 long, hard years, I'm still struggling. Survival got me bugging, but I'm alive on arrival. I keep back the shape of the streets to stay awake to the ways of the world. Deep, a man with a dream, with plans to make cream was fail. I went to jail at the age of 15, a young buck selling drugs and such, who never had much, trying to get a clutch of what I could not touch. The court played me certain I face incarceration, pacing, no one upstates my destination. Handcuffed and back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough. But as the world turned, I learned life was hell. Living in the world no different from a cell. Every day I escape from Jake's giving chase, selling bass, smoking bones in the staircase. Though I don't know why I chose to smoke cess. I guess that's the time when I'm not depressed, but I'm still depressed. And I ask, what's your work? Ready to give up, so I seek the old earth. Who explain working hard may help you maintain. To learn to overcome the heartaches and pain. We got stick up kids, corrupt cops and crack rocks and stray shots. All on the block that stays hot. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. To kick the truth to the young black youth. The shorties running wild, smoking cess, drinking beer. And ain't trying to hear what I'm kicking in his ear. Neglected for now, but yo, they got to be accepted. That what? The life is hectic.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Yeah.
like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser. Raising hell with the flavor. Terrorize the jam like troops in Pakistan. Swinging through your town like your neighborhood Spider-Man. So tick-tock and keep ticking. When I get you flipping off the shit I'm kicking. The Lone Ranger, cold red, danger. Deep in the dark with the art to rip the charts apart. The vandal, too hot to handle your battle. You're saying goodbye like Tevin Campbell. Roughneck, Inspector Dex on the set. The rebel, I make more noise than heavy metal. The way I make the crowd go wild. Sit back, relax, won't smile. Ray got it going on, pal. Call me the rap assassinator. Rhymes rugged and built like Schwarzenegger. And I'ma get mad deep like a threat. Blow up your project, then take all your assets. Cause I came to shake the frame in half with the thoughts that bomb like math. So if you wanna try to flip, yo, flip on the next man. Cause I'll grab the clip and hit you with 16 shots and more. I got going to war with the melting pot.
It's the Method Man for short, Mr. Map. Move it on your left, and set it off, get it off, let it off like a gat. I wanna break food, cop me back. Small change, they putting shame in the game. I take game and blow the out the frame, and like bang, my style live forever. Crossing over like they don't know no better, but I do. True, can I get a sue? Enough respect due to the 1-6. Ooh, I mean, oh, yo, check out the flow like the Hudson or PCP when I'm dusting. So, because I'm hot like sauce, the smoke from the lyrical blood make me.
What grab my nut, get screwed. Ow. Here comes my Shaolin style. True, B-A-B-Y-U. To my crew with the.
Yeah. Come on, baby, come on. Baby, come on, baby, come on.
Yo, you best to check your neck.
First things first, man, you with the worst. I'll be sticking pins in your head like a nurse. I'll attack any who's slacking this map. Come fully packed with the fat rugged stack. Shame on you when you step through. Two, the old dirty bastard, straight from the Brooklyn Zoo. And I'll be damned if I let any man come to my center. You enter the winter, straight up and down that shit. Cam, you can't slam. Don't let me get fooled on the man. The old dirty bastard is dirty and stinking. They saw unique rolling with the night of the creeps. We rolling with a stairs, ain't saying gas. Bite my style, I bite your motherfucker.
Cry out loud, my style is wild, so book me. Not long is how long that this rhyme took me. Ejecting styles from my lethal weapon. My pen that rocks from here to Oregon. Here's more again. Catch it like a psycho flashback. I love gats. Rap was a gun. You wouldn't bust back. I come with all types of shapes and sounds. And wherever I lounge is my stomping grounds. I give an order to my peeps across the water to go and snatch up props all around the border and get far like a shooting star. Cause who I are is living the life of Pablo Escobar. Point blank as I kick the square biz. There it is, your fucking pros and there it goes.
Yo, chill with the feedback block, we don't need that. It's 10 o'clock, ho, where the f to see that? Feeling mad hostile, ran out postal. Throwing like Christ when I speaks the gospel. Stroll with the holy roll, then attack the globe with the buckets. Style, the ruckus, 10 times 10 men committing mad sin. Turn the other cheek and I'll break your chin. Slaying boom bangs like African drums. Coming around the mountain when I come. Crazy flamboyant for the rap enjoyment. My clan increased like black unemployment. Yeah, another one dare. Took a genius, take us the out of here.
The woo is too slamming for these coke killing labels. So ain't had hits since I seen Aunt Mabel. Be doing all the sinning like Cain did Abel. Now they money's getting stuck to the gum under the table. That's what you get when you misuse what I invent. Your empire falls and you lose every cent. But trying to blow up a scrub, now that thought is just as bright as a 20-watt light bulb. Should've pumped it when I rocked it. So stingy, they got short arms and deep pockets. This goes on in some companies with majors that scared to death to pump these. First of all, who's your A&R? A mountain climber who plays an electric guitar, but he don't know the meaning of dope when he's looking for a suit and tie rap that's cleaner than a bar soap. And I'm the dirtiest thing in sight. Matter of fact, bring out the girls and let's have a mud fight.
The best to check your neck. 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 Thank you. Far too kind.
Can I get an encore?
Do you want more? Cooking with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Who you know fresher than whole? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lurking, yeah. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Yeah, hear me rap, it's like hand G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Damn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in him with no pen? Just draw off inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations from these generations? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook him the Brooklyn ball. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wave to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, wearing the 4-5, it ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you, probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Sucker, take one for your team, and I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. You want this encore? I need you to scream till your lungs get sore.
Ow! It's star time. This man is mean. He's killing all y'all jive turkeys. Y'all want more than Jigga Man. Well, if y'all want more than Jigga Man, then I need y'all to help me bring him back to the stage. Say ho. Come on, say it. Hold up, hold up. Are y'all out there? Are y'all out there? Come on, loud. Yeah. Now see, that's what I'm talking about. They love you, Jigga. They love you, Jigga.
I like the way this one feels. It's so soulful, man. Yeah. Okay. So this here is the victory lap, and I'm leaving. That's how you get me back. After a year, them 16s is 1.2. So that's 2.4, and I'm only doing 2. You want in the game attention, new dudes, I can get you BET and TRL too. You want to be in the public, send your budget. I ain't budging. Young did it to death, you gotta love it. Record companies told me I couldn't cut it. Now look at me, all star-studded. God for above par like I putted. All cause I uttered was utterly ridiculous. How sick is this? You want the bang, send Kanye chains, send Justin Dust, send Hypocrite. Then you got spit. Feel something like this. Woo, woo.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Now tuned into the greatest. Turn the music up in the headphones. Tim, you can go and brush your shoulder off. And I got you. Yeah. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go and brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go and brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulders. I probably owe it to y'all. Probably be locked by the force. Trying to hustle some things that go with the Porsche. Feeling no remorse, feeling like my hand was forced. Middle finger to the Lord, nigga, gripping my balls. Said the ladies, they love me. From the bleachers, they screaming. All the ballers is bouncing, they like the way I be leaning. All the rappers be hating off the track that I'm making. But all the hustlers, they love it just to see one of us making. Came from the bottom to the top of the pops. London, Japan, and I'm straight off the block. Like a running back, get it, man, I'm straight off the block. I can run it back, cause I'm straight with the rock. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. This is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. position in the kitchen with soda. I just whipped up a watch, trying to get me a Rover, trying to stretch up the booker like a wrestler. Yes sir, keep the heckler close. You know the smokers will test you, but like 52 cards went out. I'm through dealing now. 52 bars come out. Now you feel them now. 52 cars roll out. Remove ceiling in case 52 bras come out. Now you chillin' with a boss, spit cards SC on the sleeve. After 40-40 club ESPN on the screen. I play the grip for the jeans, plus the slippers is clean. No chrome on the wheels. I'm a grown-up for real. She feeling like a pimp, nigga. Gone, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too. Gone, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you gotta get. 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 That, turn up your shoulders. Boy, back in the building. Brooklyn, we back on the map. Me and my beautiful beat in the back of the back. I'm the realest to run it. I just happen to rap. I ain't gotta clap at them. Get it that black. I dropped that black album, then I back out it as the best rapper alive. Nigga acts about me from bricks to billboards, the Grammys, the O's, the opposite. Off an Annie, you got a pardon, Jay, for selling out the garden in the day. I'm like a young Marvin in his hay. I'm a hustler, homie. You a customer crony. Got some dirt on my shoulder. Could you brush it off for me? If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, gone brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too. Gone brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you gotta get. 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 That, turn up your shoulders. Now tuned into the greatest. Best rapper alive. Best rapper alive.
To my mother man, 50 grand, the alcoholic man, inject a tall can in his bloodstream if you can. Biggie Smalls, the stroker, MC provoker, chocolate smoker, huh? I like to max and Maximas and Acuras. Your girl cheeks I'm smacking, huh? The raw rapper, spine snapper with the little on my lapper. You know the flavor matter. A shot, but I ain't your comforter. And if I ever fall in love, I bet I'm her. Ask her if I didn't jerk her. If she try to front, then I drop the Chucky Booker on her.
Why you wanna play games on me?
You're crazy, commitments, I'm Swayze. No time for the ill shit. Rest with the on that real blood still. My rapping tactics are drastic. Stretching mother like Mr. Fantastic. So if you wanna see my pedigree, you better be filled with energy. Never getting me.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high.
It's clear to see that I'm the mother man. I done learned from the best of them. Took the first slot, still second guessing them. I'm undressing them. Foes, I'm not stressing them. Outlasted a bunch of them, outflowed the rest of them. Cause every day I stay preaching on this pulpit. So tell these haters they can miss me with that bull. But I won't miss this load of the heat holder. I'm rich.
I've done more shows than Oprah. And I'm a soldier, ready for whatever. Roll with a bunch of that don't know no better. King like Coretta, counting more cheddar. Just hire two to be my getters. When it comes to these women, dog, ain't nobody with me. They running back, you think I had TJ Duckett with me. That's cause I throw it like Vic from the yard line. It's safe to say I'm having hard times.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high off living
To
life.
my chop it out with the whoop-de-wop on the block. Got that cause I know them suckers on the block. Hennessy and Belvedere brings a lot of jealousy. Stop snitching, nephew, why you telling me? They say the game ain't what it used to be no more. He used to be a G, but now he just a running around, pointing fingers, telling names. You up the rules to this dirty game, it's a dirty shame. I ain't flipping out, that's probably why I'm dipping out. Y'all fools tripping out, that's why I'm on a different route. Making money, having clout, is that what it's all about? 27 cars in a 12-bedroom house. Now they call me Snoopy Trump. I keep my close, cause I let them. I sustain on the kick rocks and watch how I do my thing, young. I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright
lights.
Short days and long
nights.
No stress and no strife.
Yeah.
I'm high off
I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright lights.
Big cities with bright lights.
Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life.
Yeah. Thank you. Far too kind. Woo. Yeah. Ready? Let's go. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise. Get him, Jay. Who you know fresher than Ho? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can none of y'all mirror me back? Yeah, hear me rap, it's like Han G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the fuck you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open a hand with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Hardcore, do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wait to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, we're in the 4-5. It ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you. Probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Cocksucker, take one for your team. And I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. So motherfucker, if you want this encore, I need you to scream till your lungs are sore. Come on.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. The undertow, just calling the undertow. Every
rock.
Let me catch. You ready?
Let me bone.
Solomon man, sister. Yo,
what's up, son?
What's up, kid? What's going on, kid?
Yo, man, I'm just doing my thing, man. Hold up, man. I'm chilling out this one. Yo, 245 over here, man. Chill up, man. You know how we be working, man.
Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar.
Lights down in the room. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to day 2. Did everyone have a great time yesterday? Let me hear it if you had a good time. So thanks for coming. We are super, super lucky to have our next panel. We always talk here at the Launch Festival about how lucky we are as investors to be able to go on journeys with entrepreneurs and, try to put a dent in the universe. And the next 3 investors I've known for a long time. We have a number of co-investments, I think, in almost all cases. And they take the work seriously. And as I've gone on my journey, I've spent a lot of time on the other side of the table as an entrepreneur and constantly seeing bad behavior and nonsense from investors who break the number 1 rule, which is never get high on your own supply. Just because you write the check doesn't mean you're the important person in the equation. In fact, the check is not the important part of the equation. It's the people who get up every day and do the hard work to make these companies successful. And that kind of humility and work ethic and dedication, I think, is what Hunter, Megan, and Jalek are all about. So please welcome my first 3 guests today at the Launch Festival. Hunter.
Hard work. I thought
This is what we do?
This is what we do. It's a little fist bump. I'm trying, I'm getting over a cold. And when you're at an event like this and you're the MC, everybody comes up and says, I just want to shake your hand. And I say, actually, you don't. It's a Petri dish.
Hard work. I thought, where's the barista and pastry baskets? This isn't like a normal venture morning.
It isn't. It isn't. Well, you heard my little prelude, Hunter, about the work. You spent a lot of time building companies, famously at YouTube. What have you learned about being on the other side of the table? And have you felt yourself ever, tip over into that sort of, hey, I'm the important person in the equation? And how do you look at yourself in the equation as being an investor now versus a builder?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think the way that I think about it is there's only really one thing under our control, and that's if we're fortunate enough to have the opportunity to invest, whether we decide or not to do that. Once we've made an investment, we're certainly not the most important person in the room. We invest at seed stage, which means there's really no way for us to create value unless the founders are building a company they're going to be proud of. And I think the operating experience, which I know Megan has as well, for me, it's more about sort of the evergreen empathy for the journey of building rather than it is feeling like that I have some playbook that they should be running. I'm not the quarterback coming back 10 years after graduation, telling them about the pass I threw in 2007, and this is how we did it at YouTube. But I think what does get retained is sort of the empathy and understanding for how difficult it is to build something and how to take that energy and use it over many, many years, not just when things are exciting or new or fresh.
Megan, talk about that issue of sort of changing sides of the tables and what you've learned as a venture capitalist and investor.
Sure. I mean, it can definitely be tempting, especially if you miss operating, which I do every day. I think if you've been a part of great teams, when you cross over to the investing side, you still always really have a lot of empathy and miss that at times. But yes, it can be tempting to want to get more involved than you should as an investor. And my rule of thumb is what I can do is give you templates for things that I have seen, decision points that other companies have had to go through, whether I was there or not, and the end result of those, and set that up as an opportunity for you to learn from other experiences as an entrepreneur, but never on a dictating basis. And whether that can be things like how do you structure a recruiting process to scale from 20 engineers to 50 engineers over the course of 6 months to very tactical things like what does a good product roadmap look like?
Jalek, how do you think about it? What's the optimal role of an investor, especially one who's maybe done operating before?
Well, I think it's, I always say it's a combination of psychologist and coach and funder, and there are many roles we play at different times. But what I never lose sight of is it's the entrepreneur that's building the company day to day, and that's why I do a lot of diligence up front to make sure that we have, some understanding of where we see the business going, right? Because what I've seen in the past is sometimes investors coming in and then, putting their viewpoint of where this company should go, where, the entrepreneur doesn't want to do that or never did want to do that, and that's where you have problems later on. So I view it very much as an enabler. I'm always available. I have 25 companies in each portfolio. I don't have, 400 or 500. It's very much about choosing the entrepreneurs that I feel like I can partner with and making myself available and making my network available for them.
We've seen a massive proliferation of starting of companies. We all know why. The cost has dramatically gone down. The tool sets are out there to get a product to market and get some early feedback quickly. How do you all manage your deal flow? Because it is getting to the point of almost absurdity, the number of companies, and in fact, the number of people pursuing the same opportunity, or people pursuing a subset, and I see it in my own portfolio now. I'll invest in 6 companies that have nothing to do with each other. Mm-hmm. They all pivot, and now I've got 3 direct competitors in the same portfolio, and have to have a sit down with everybody and say, I am not sending your monthly updates to each other, and I know that it's a little bit bitter now, but you guys decided to pivot, not me. So how do you deal with that, Megan?
Well, I would leave it to the seed folks to start first, because I benefit as being a growth stage investor. Yeah. While we do look at a very broad landscape of companies, we look at everything from pre-revenue Series B to pre-IPO. And we look across enterprise and consumer, and frankly, even a little bit of life sciences. So that's a lot of companies. But we have the benefit, frankly, of investors like you and my 2 colleagues here who have helped companies get off the ground through different funding rounds. What we really look for in our conversations around deal flow and what meetings do we take and where do we spend time is something that we call inflection points. So we talk about being inflection investors. We want to be able to point to a metric. It could be number of users, it could be engagement of users, it could be revenue, it can be a lot of different things, but we want to be able to point to a metric without squinting too hard and be able to see that the trajectory of the company has changed. And so we will actually ask often entrepreneurs up front before even meeting, can you help us understand what the inflection point has been for the company in the last 6 months, 12 months, so that we can see if it's a good fit for where we invest at this point.
If they don't have an inflection point, does that mean don't need to take a meeting right now? Or, hey, we'll take a meeting, but understand that we're probably not investing right now.
That's what we do. We set expectations, and we think it's actually a good thing to continue to have that conversation, take a meeting. The last thing we want to do as growth stage investors, especially when there's so much capital in the market, is to come to a process that's underway, and there's a lot of people looking and a lot of money being thrown around. So we will still take the meeting and have the conversation because we want to develop a relationship. Frankly, we want to earn the right to be a part of a later funding round and show that we can add value in advance. But we do also want the entrepreneur to have expectations that, hey, this might be a little bit early for us vis-a-vis our mandate as investors.
How do you respond when they say, if you give us the money, we'll give you an inflection point?
I turn them over to my venture partners on the venture fund.
Okay, Hunter, how do you deal with the deluge that we're both experiencing, we're all experiencing, which is fantastic that so many people want to start, but it has created a bit of a manic environment out there, hasn't it?
Well, we have a perfect algorithm.
Oh.
That just scores everything.
Oh. Can you email that over?
Is actually a bot.
You have the crystal ball.
No, it's actually, I would say it's the complete opposite of that, which is we're no FOMO investors, right? So we're not worried about chasing everything and missing one thing. We have a fund size and fund strategy that allows us to ultimately be judged by the deals we did, not the deals we didn't do. And so what we try to make use of is an understanding of if we're making 8 or so investments a year and we're playing a lead role in a seed round, what are the types of founders, the types of situations that are going to be good fits for us? Can we use a founder's time very quickly to understand and assess? Like most of my first meetings or phone calls are sort of half an hour. People will say, is half an hour enough time to know whether you want to invest? I said, no, but it's enough time to know that we're not a good fit for each other. And if there is mutual interest, we almost certainly then figure out how to accelerate the process. And we also look at categories that maybe for a period of time aren't right for us, even if the venture community has enthusiasm for it. So for example, the past few years, we've decided that we aren't going to be investing in VR, especially consumer VR.
Why is that?
Look, we have to be early or contrarian with a concentrated strategy. And we felt like that the conditions over sort of 2015, 2016, 2017 in that space didn't allow us to be early or contrarian in a meaningful way. There was a lot of enthusiasm that was leading to quick fundings, overfundings. There were a lot of startups that whose ability to go to market was going to be subject to technology that they didn't own or control, and the deployment.
In other words, the number of headsets out there.
Headsets, things like that, adoption. And it was unclear where the value of the adoption of that first wave was going to accrue to the OS owners, the hardware manufacturers. Was it going to look more like a content model where studios are benefiting, but there's not necessarily scalable
So you have the early
startups.
part of your concept. You could be early, I guess, but contrarian, no. Everybody knows this is going to be something.
Right.
It's kind of muddy.
So we rather go look at something else and spend the time where we say, hey, if we're not going to do VR for a little while, that's fine, because there's areas in agriculture and autonomous robotics that we're really interested in. And if I was the consumer or internet guy at a $1 billion fund, saying no to VR would be a lot gutsier call than being at a sub-$100 million seed fund where 20, 25 investments per fund, we're going to get a few right, and those are going to be very meaningful.
Last follow-up to that VR, which I think is everybody's kind of noodling. When do you think we'll have 10 million people in the United States put a VR headset on in the same day? Not the number of units sold, but 10 million headsets go on for a day and people use them for something. I'm going to let you guys answer too, but I want you to give me your year and quarter.
Let's see. What's the day after the 2020 election? I might need to escape into VR.
So if we get 4 more years, you're saying everybody jumps in and that's it, we're done?
Yeah.
We're going to live in an alternate reality.
There's a non-market.
I think we are living in the alternate reality right now. I'm definitely subscribing to multiple universe theory, given what's happening this year.
So my pre-Google experience was I cut my teeth on Second Life, right? Sort of online streaming virtual environment. And I saw the challenges of building some of these immersive experiences, the uptake rate on technology that was required to use them, and also the sort of challenges with creating these virtual spaces where everybody has a different notion of what's the perfect use case for that space. So I think for a number of reasons, probably a little bit
give us a quarter, give us a year.
Okay, so I have a 5-year-old. She will absolutely have VR as part of her late middle school, high school curriculum. So, 10 million concurrent users.
So
let's say
in kindergarten.
5 to 8 years.
5 to 8 years. Okay. So I'll give you 6 plus 2017, 23. So say Q4.
As long as we're not talking about a static, stereoscopic, look, I can turn. I'm real immersive.
Yeah, putting on a headset, AR, VR. When do you think that's going to happen, Megan? If you had to pick a quarter in a year. We got 2023, Christmas 2023. When do you think 10 million?
I'm going to take the long side of that. I'll say...
Take the over? Okay.
Take the over. Sorry, you're
Thank goodness, that means we're going to be around.
Give us a year. Okay.
I'm going to say 2025.
Okay.
And for the sort of sake of discussion, I actually think it'll not be sort of traditional consumer or gaming experience. I think it'll be some combination of enterprise, whether that's white collar, blue collar, manifestations of VR. But I think that's where you go to work and your employer is the one who's buying it for you, and they're the ones that mandate that you wear it, and you're doing checklisting or you're doing meetings or whatnot.
So
but
a
I think
pilot is going through the checklist manifesto.
Sure, or oil rigs. This is already starting to happen a little bit.
The enterprise AR stuff is really good.
Or even just meetings. I mean, frankly, I was talking about this last week. It took me 2 hours to go from San Francisco to Palo Alto last week for one meeting. Forget it. I'm never doing that again. I'll put on a VR headset all day and take that meeting.
Jalek, when do you think?
I'm going to go a little bit longer. Yeah, I think 2020. So I'm going to do the 10-year time frame there. And I agree with Megan. I think it's going to be enterprise. I mean, if you look at just even in education and medical schools and, places where, maybe if they don't want cadavers, have to have all these bodies to cut up, and you can use VR in those situations. So I think like to put on a headset and interact with it, and maybe I'm just being like a New Yorker and not an early adopter Valley person, but like I think it's going to take a lot for the average consumer to want to do that.
All right, she lives in a city that's interesting past 10 o'clock at night, so her adoption rate might be a little bit different than us here in San Francisco.
In fairness to San Francisco, when people put Google Glass on and harassed people in bars, San Francisco rightfully started fights over it. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to walk into a bar with Google Glass at 1 a.m. and start telling people you're videotaping them. I'm going to take 2020. I think Apple and Snap are going to put out glasses before like little AR glasses, and they might be light, but I think it's going to qualify for the bet. And
but now you switched the parameters. You just said AR. The question was
okay.
VR.
Well, I was including AR in it.
See, I like AR. I'll invest in AR.
Let's talk a little bit about the impact that syndicates have had on the early stage, the proliferation of angels, and now equity crowdfunding. You might not be aware, but for, I think, the first time in history at this event, for sure, we did a simulation 4 years ago where we let the audience pretend to invest. This year, with Seed Invest, we have 17 of the companies on stage. You can actually invest in them as a non-accredited investor. So they're doing 17 different funding rounds. So you can put a very small amount of money in. How do you think that's going to impact the world, if at all? This equity crowdfunding where your consumers, if you were Twitter, Spark's big investment was Twitter, the early users of Twitter, early advertisers of Twitter could have been allowed to invest. Or in YouTube or Second Life, the first 10,000 YouTubers could have, instead of taking their $1,000 monthly check, had 10 shares a month of YouTube.
I'm personally very supportive of it. I think it's a great, interesting trend, mostly because I think that we've created this myth that venture capital is the right funding vehicle for all sorts of companies that want to get going. And I think that that's totally incorrect. And I think if you can do small amounts of capital through distributed equity vehicles like crowdfunding and what sounds like you're doing here today, you can do small business loans, you can do all these things, but traditional venture capital with traditional ownership requirements and traditional exit requirements is not actually the right funding structure for the majority of companies. And so this opens up another avenue of capital for people to get started that don't necessarily fit into the model that venture capital requires.
If you see a party round, coming out of a 500 startups or YC and an AngelList syndicate on a late-stage deal or a venture deal coming in, does it make you cringe and go, oh, we have cleanup work to do on the cap table, or is it just sort of de rigueur now?
No, I wouldn't. It doesn't make me cringe. I do want to know beyond who has invested dollars, who's invested their time. When I talk to the entrepreneur, who out of that syndicate, who out of that group really has spent time, has been meaningful, has been impactful, is an advisor. And if they can't point to anybody, that's a little concerning, because then it means they've basically skipped a round of development, I think, as a company, not necessarily as a business, where they haven't necessarily had that kind of advice or mentorship that I think can be really instrumental, particularly in the early stages of company formation. So
they've bifurcated the advice and money, sort of tradition that we have here in the Valley. How do you look at it, Jalek? Are you supportive of these things? Or are you concerned?
Well, I mean, it's both. I think that not every company needs to go for venture funding, and then the idea of getting users on board, and I'm studying this as part of like blockchain and the ICOs, the crowd
ICO.
sales. So it's crowd sales of tokens, like we've heard of Ethereum and Bitcoin, and there are like now hundreds hundreds of tokens out there, and basically create tokens for different purposes and open it up to the general market to be able to buy those tokens to then have ownership in these companies and use cases. And we're in the very early stages there, but I think that's like a next generation of what we're seeing on these crowdfunding sites. So I think there is a place for them. I think there is a danger if there is a company that wants to grow to $1 billion+ or whatever it is, and they're not having the right guidance to do that. And that's to Megan's point of who's getting engaged, who's mentoring, who's helping these companies, because I do think there's a role that venture VCs play, good VCs play, in helping the company's evolution and kind of turbocharging what they would be able to do.
Hunter, how do you feel about the sort of early stage, group financings, party rounds, whatever?
I think globally, early stage entrepreneurism is probably underfunded by at least one order of magnitude, maybe two. When you think about technology being a driver of innovation, company creation, job growth, and globally moving from industrial capitalism to technology-driven capitalism. What I, sort of echoing, I think, what Megan was saying, I'm interested in some of these alternatives not as chasing the, maybe I could have gotten, $1,000 into the seed round of Facebook, but more, there's a lot of businesses, more businesses that are going to be created and create value that probably shouldn't take venture money, or take venture money and at some point should get off that curve. And it's really hard to look for, it's really hard to find all the right vehicles that have both sort of willing to take the risk, willing to take the early bets, but fall in between a bank loan and venture. So I love new opportunities there. I think we're going to see some interesting experimentation with how to get companies off of the venture curve that maybe have a chance to be sustainable, ongoing businesses, throw off dividends, so on and so forth, but won't necessarily graduate to, for example, like the growth capital stage that Megan serves. And I think that there's a lot of different types of capital, including crowd-funded equity, that could play a role there, because you're going to get better yield than potentially off of other places you could put your money.
So, and being able to provide liquidity, I think that's been the big gating factor, and we're now seeing different models that will allow liquidity.
Like, I'm somewhat fascinated by
markets.
You have some, like, let's take a Techstars, which has been around for a number of years. I don't know, hundreds of companies.
Yeah,
right. So there's probably there's obviously ones that have done very well, and there's ones that sort of weren't able to sort of clear the hurdle that they wanted. But there's probably like a really thick middle, right?
Yep.
And a lot of those are sort of going to be like profitable, ongoing businesses. Like, could you take that middle and securitize that middle? And do something interesting with
a basket.
Yeah.
A roll-up.
Yeah. I mean, and could that go public? Could that, find an exit strategy for some of the employees, some of the founders, to take some risk off the table, some liquidity for their options, and not have to just think, hey, it's either I'm going to have that inflection point, or I'm a zombie, I'm Walking Dead.
It is kind of an issue, because if you get to $1 to $5 million in revenue and you grow 50% a year, it's an absolute disaster for a venture capitalist to put money into that business. Although any of us with a business with $3 or $4 million a year in revenue that was growing 50% a year would be like, oh my God, in X number of years, this is going to be like $10 million.
Yeah.
But that would be death for a venture capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of wonderful businesses that are going to be worth $20 to $50 million of enterprise value and owned, 50% or more by the founders and team. That shouldn't be considered failures.
And then we could offer that up to the customers who are helping create the value and then can participate.
Well, that was my question. Let me give you a real-world situation here. I love your company, The Skim. Millions of emails now. And if they came to you and said, hey, we want to offer, on Seed Invest for our, 10,000 of our 5 million emailers to put in $1,000 each, and that's how we're going to do our next round of funding. And there'll be no board seat, and it's just, this non-voting class. How would you react to that?
I mean, I guess the question is always like use of capital and why. Like financing is a strategy; it's not a milestone. Right?
Okay, so let's say
so if you're saying
you
hey,
were planning on raising $10 million anyway, they say we want to raise the $10 million this way, not with the venture firm. It's going to be the same dilution. Everything's apples to apples. The only difference is no board member comes on. The non-voting, so the governance
I
stays
think
the
stuff
same.
like that could be really interesting. They did their B round with strategics because they thought that they were already looking for a different type of value than just capital and didn't need another venture investor around the table at a B. They needed Fox and the New York Times to provide, sort of some ecosystem advice, support, and resources as they expand from the newsletter, the app, into video and other types of content.
This is a different manifestation of what you're talking about, but you'll recall with the Square IPO, Square actually set up a vehicle so that Square sellers could buy into the IPO. Obviously, much, much later, but there have been some
eBay did it one time, I think. They gave some sellers, who knows, a car company with drivers could do, or a hotel without hotels, like Airbnb could do that, right? Give all the hosts that.
I guess I'm most interested in those types of things as business strategies rather than financing strategies, right? So in Square's case, about the relationship they have with the sellers, about goodwill, about being consistent with the brand, about getting your best customers to even be more committed to the company because they feel like equity owners. Those types of things to me as a venture investor feel more interesting and strategic than just like, hey, is there a lower cost of capital that we can get from a new type of investor coming to the table? Like for me, that's a financial engineering question, and I'm most interested in what's going to help this business be stronger and more durable based upon involving its customers.
Megan, what do you think of the content business now? We've seen BuzzFeed, Vox, a couple of companies start to become worth serious valuations, $1 billion, $500 million, et cetera, getting valued at 3 to 7 times their top line revenue. Are these good businesses? Are these venture businesses? Or is this a mistake for venture capitalists to get into the content business?
I get very nervous around content businesses,
Why?
Particularly at the growth stage. So I think you can make money as an investor in content businesses, but I think, and this is universally true, but maybe even more specifically around content, the price you get in at really matters because there is, in my view, kind of an inherent ceiling.
What is that ceiling?
I knew you were going to ask because that's a good follow-up question. I thought Business Insider looked pretty good.
HuffPo, same number.
I just think it's really, 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 really difficult to build huge businesses in the category, and that's sort of proven to be the case. That being said, again, I think that you can make money on the content side. You just have to be an earlier stage investor, and you have to focus on that price. Where I think the next sort of generation of new media content that's interesting is around podcasting. I'm sort of outspoken that I'm a very frequent podcast listener. I probably listen to 3 or 4 hours a day. And
give us your top 3 podcasts right now after Finding Richard Simmons, which doesn't exist anymore. I know that's number 1.
And any that you're on?
Thank you. I'm the nuclear option. If your podcast is going down in the ratings, just get Calacanis on here. Press the button. We don't like to do it.
Is that what you're saying about Kafka?
What's that?
Kafka was going down in the ratings?
Well, no. I just think if you want to get that ratings boost, you want to go up. It's just like we don't want to have him on, but we kind of need the ratings. Okay, push the button. It's a reluctant button push.
Anyway, the category's early, but I think it's interesting. It's one that I track. So,
who are your top 3?
Oh man, you came back. I thought you were off.
No.
I mean,
I'm the master of the follow-up.
If you listen to 3 or 4 hours of podcasting a day, as I do.
Bill Simmons?
No. That's my husband. That's my husband. No, I actually try not to listen to tech-related podcasts. Oh. So I really like How I Built This, which is a great podcast around people building interesting businesses in different ways that are not typically venture capital.
Spanx was the best episode.
I like almost all the Gimlet stuff. I actually personally don't like Startup because it's a little too
precious
on the nose, perhaps.
It's very precious.
And there's a lot of great content being made out there. I love the Pod Save America guys.
What podcast you listen to? Is that like the new looking at somebody's bookshelf and to judge
Oh my
them
God,
by
yeah,
what
totally.
they
I
read?
take out my Audible and then my podcasting app, and I just go, dueling banjos back and forth.
I judge you by your recently used emoji and your podcasts. That's how I figure out if we're going to be friends or not.
What's your number one recently used emoji? Because mine's crying, laughing.
Same.
Is it the
two
same?
sides of the same coin? Is that two sides of the same coin for you?
Well, it's anybody who's a troll is going to be using that pretty. Like Gabe Rivera doesn't put it on, but I just put it on just to sort of put it on every time.
I think my wife is currently in Dublin, so I think it's my most recently used one was probably sort of the Irish flag or something.
Oh, very nice.
Isn't that nice?
Nobody's really made this podcasting into a huge business.
Yep.
I wrote a little blog post about it last week. I wonder.
Inspired by my tweet.
What's that?
Inspired by my tweet.
I couldn't hear because you put it on.
Inspired by my tweet.
Oh, what's your tweet?
Remember, you responded to me about we were talking roll-ups, and then you had the nice thing.
Yeah, it might have been actually. Maybe subconsciously.
Yeah.
I remember the tweet now.
Maybe.
Well, I did a podcast network myself
Timestamp.
7 years ago. So
Put it on the blockchain.
I had it on my mind, but
Hey,
we
I
talked about.
worked on a late night talk show when we were kids.
There hasn't been great analytics around it. There hasn't
Yeah.
been really great ad platforms built around it. Some of that's inherently, frankly, as a result of Apple's ownership or dominance in the market. They just don't pass through much in the way of analytics to podcasters.
But you're late stage.
Yes.
Let me pitch you. And
Now here we have
Hold on. I'm going to pitch you. I want you to pretend this is an actual real pitch, and I want you to tell me just candidly yes or no. I have 7 podcasters already signed up. They, in aggregate, have $25 million a year in revenue in 2017 projected, and 18 last year. And I want to raise $100 million.
No.
Have 300 million posts, and then get the next 50.
No.
Okay, no. All right, let me try again. I've got 25 million
The
rolled
inflection
up.
point can't be how much money you want to raise. That's actually the only
All right,
metric.
anyway, I want to get
I need a different CEO.
I'm not saying I'm the CEO. That's a fair point. I think it's a no. Anyway, somebody comes to you with a qualified CEO and $25 million in revenue, 7 of them, and they want to wrap it up and then get the next $25 million and people on board to have $50 million and then eventually work towards an IPO. What do you think of this idea, candidly?
As I
Intriguing?
mentioned at the outset, I think content, in content particularly, including podcasting, price really matters.
Okay.
And where's the revenue coming from?
It's advertising and subscription, 80% advertising, 20% subscription, off the top of my head. What do you think, Jalen? Walk me through this.
Not my space.
Not your space. Okay, so you think entry price.
But yeah, advertising, I mean, I think we need new forms of advertising for some of these, new platforms. And
Hunter, what do you think, broad strokes, about the idea?
Yes.
You're in.
Well, I think
We heard
I
it here.
struggle to find a venture investment that I want to make in, let's call it the non-music audio space, but I'm a tremendous believer in it. I've spent my career prior to Homebrew, so Second Life, AdSense, and YouTube. I get really excited about technology as a creative tool, the communities and conversations that form around that, and then I believe that dollars do follow and stay, and these markets tend to be dark until something lights it up. So until people finally understood how much money YouTube creators were making, that all of a sudden people get excited. And AdSense, we got to see oh my goodness, there's a tremendous amount of money going to the medium long tail. It's not just the CNNs of the world.
Yeah.
And so, we don't know in aggregate really what the size of the podcast market is now, but it's large and growing. And I think without a doubt, if you look at it as, non-music audio that can be accessed through mobile devices, through your car, through your home, the ABCs, ESPNs of the world, the traditional media companies are going to need their non-music audio plays. And so I do believe there's some large bet to be made. It just doesn't start with $1.5 million seed round to build an app.
But you're an investor in Anchor, right? That's an interesting
We have a
company.
few smaller investments in and around because we're believers in something is going to be done here, and we want to be one of the investors that
All right, let me. I want to just make an apology to the audience. We tried to get more male VCs involved in the conference this year, but we had a hard time finding them. And we've got more female investors this year.
You couldn't find the 96% of decision makers.
My Emmy Award-winning producer Jackie. Exactly. My Emmy Award-winning producer Jackie figured out somehow how to have more female investors on stage this year than male, despite the 96-4 ratio. So we found them, and they came, so that was great. I was wondering, to the two of you, how do you think we're doing as an industry? Because, the Ellen Pao trial kind of like woke everything up, like, hey, there's a massive problem here. Has it gotten better? How does it feel to you?
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yes,
And I'm
please
gonna
mansplain, please.
Yes. I'm going to invite Hunter. I'm going to invite Hunter to join me in listening. How does it feel to each of you on a personal basis today? You've both been in it for a while, the industry. How does it feel today to you, Megan? Is it getting better? Are you still concerned? How do you feel about it generally?
I think statistically it's not getting better. And I don't think we're doing a good job of bringing more women into the decision-making roles in venture capital. And frankly, I think if we were really serious about it, we could have had more progress at this point. Because I think when you get a lot of smart people focused on a specific cause, you can make change happen pretty quickly. I struggle with, so I was thinking about this recently. I was making a bet with someone that I don't think in 5 years the top 10 venture capital firms in the US will all have at least one general partner. And that's a pretty astounding thing to be able to say, wow, in the next 5 years, these firms that at least say that they care about diversity and bringing women into the partnership will not be able to meet that goal. Even giving 5 years to find a woman, you know? And, but I really don't. Like, someone wanted me to take the other side of that, and I was like, I can't. I just don't think it's going to happen because I don't think people are actually really focused on it. I think they talk about it a lot. And yet I still meet tons and tons and tons of young guy associates and young guy principals, and those are roles that could be filled by equally, if not more so, accomplished women. And we know that women go up through the ranks in venture capital. And so, yeah, it's really frustrating.
Jalek, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, so I've been in the industry since 1999. And so I've seen some progress since 1999. I mean, we have more VCs out there. So if you just follow, you know, even if the percentage stays the same, we're seeing more women. I do see a lot of junior women, especially in New York in the industry. I mean, but what I've seen over the years is a tremendous amount of drop off to get to partner. It's a hard industry to get to partner. What I want to see is also more women starting funds, and you know, creating different types of cultures and inclusiveness and a different point of view. When I've talked to all-male partnerships that's taken on a female partner, they talk about how the conversations around deals just change with a different perspective. I mean, it's the most obvious thing to bring in if you want to have a differentiator and an edge to bring in diversity. But yeah, I mean, the latest numbers just show that there's been really not a lot of movement at the senior levels.
All right, on that sobering note, I'll thank Jalek, Megan, and Hunter. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Next up is Patrick from Stripe. Please welcome Patrick. Come on out. How many people here have used Stripe? Raise your hand really high if you've used Stripe. Oh my God. All right, hold on. In your product, or not as a customer, but in your product. Raise your hand really high. Oh my God, this is your audience.
Should I come out, or do you want to get some candid feedback?
No, get over. Good to see you. Give me it up top because I'm just getting over a cold. Hey, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
You've got a brand new product.
That's right.
And we're going to show a video, but I wanted to start just maybe giving people a little context and the history of the company. What's the footprint of Stripe today?
So we don't disclose many metrics about the business, but we say we handle now billions of dollars of sort of aggregate revenue every year for sort of all of the companies building on the platform. And you know, we've many thousands of companies building on top of it, but we don't disclose the exact figures. One thing that's now the case because of Atlas, this project you just mentioned, that I think is super cool, is we now work with companies in about 124 countries. And so basically we now work with companies in just most countries.
How many people work at the firm, generally speaking?
We're about to hit 700.
700?
That's right.
And when did you start? And how did this all start?
Right. So, you know, I think there's a kind of broader phenomenon across the industry of sort of things that, and I'm sure many of you have sort of had this experience yourselves, where sort of things that you've been working on for a long time, the world suddenly thinks you've hit this inflection point and considers you an overnight success. You're like, shit, I've been working on this for a long time, right? And I think Stripe is kind of a good example of this, where we wrote the first lines of code for Stripe in October of 2009. So a long time ago, right? It's, 8 years this year. We launched it publicly in September 2011. But there was almost 2 years of us just writing code, by ourselves or over time with sort of a small group of people. And so depending on how you count, we're somewhere 5-6 years again post-launch. But from our standpoint, that we've been working on this for quite a while now and sort of laying the foundations. And with things, again, like Atlas, which I guess we'll get to in a second, we've been sort of thinking about doing things like this for, again, soon it'll be for a decade, but sort of we're now reaching the scope and scale where we can kind of really go and execute on some of them.
What was that pain point that made you start the company? I mean, I remember at that time, PayPal was just horrific to deal with. Like every time I tried to get into my account, it didn't work. Every time we tried to accept money from people, it didn't work. And then everybody would tell me the same thing. Do you have a PayPal account? I have one. Oh, can I see? Oh, it's locked. And I can't get anybody on the customer support line. And I have $2,000 in there, but I can't get into my. Anybody have customer support problems with PayPal? Raise your hand. It's a whole lot. Just raise your hand. There was just like this very. They seem to have figured it out since, but there was this very dark period where nobody was running PayPal.
Right.
Was that what led you to have that opportunity to zip in there?
Well, look, I don't want to speak ill of any particular company.
That's my job.
But we heard from our friends and from people around us building companies and so on that some of the companies they worked with were occasionally suboptimal. But it's easy to kind of focus on PayPal, and I think that's actually obviously they're pretty large and established and so on, but it certainly was not just them. And that sort of when we look to our friends, people we knew running companies and so on, most of them actually weren't building on PayPal, maybe perhaps in part for those reasons or others, or I don't know, but most of them weren't. Most of them were building on these legacy players, like they were working with banks, they were working with gateways, processors, sort of stuff like this, right? And they were sort of looking to buy sort of essentially a technology service from them, right? I mean, they wanted APIs for sort of turning credit card numbers or whatever the payment instrument was into money in their bank account, right? That's kind of the service they were looking to buy. But these companies, which were again providing an AWS-like service in terms of the core nature of it, they were not equipped to be AWS. They were not equipped to sort of provide flexible APIs or to to enable people to really iterate quickly with their software. And then the big structural thing, and I think a large part of sort of what's enabled Stripe's rise, is that they were very kind of geographically balkanized, right? There was one bank in the US, and you work with a different bank in the UK, and a different bank, in continental Europe, and so on. And so that, from a company standpoint, you of course want to serve, as large an audience as possible, right? But the need then to go sort of market by market and country by country and sort of financial institution by financial institution, I mean, that's just like a massive and in most cases untenable pain in the ass, right?
Yeah.
Which then meant that people kind of weren't serving markets they should be. And so a large part of, I think, what enabled Stripe, back to your question, is that we're building kind of this universal global platform for, building an online business, right? And that again, these financial institutions, they were huge, but they were focused on particular markets, and that created a lot of the opportunity for us.
When did you guys have the idea? Do you remember the moment where?
I actually do, and I think there's a lot of kind of false.
Take me to it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of false, written, post hoc
origin
narratives
stories
about exactly right.
The PR group gets together in a room, and they're like, "Tell me about your life." Okay, here's your origin story.
Woke up one morning and just was dreaming about, economic infrastructure and the internet. But no, what actually happened was John and I, John's my co-founder and also my brother, we went to startup school. Back in October 2009.
At Y Combinator.
Right. Are we allowed to talk about other startup conferences?
Of course.
All right.
It's all one big happy
falls
family.
on me from the stage.
No.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So we went to startup school back in 2009, and
I talked about PayPal. I mean, it's
fair. Yep. And so John and I were very inspired, and we were having dinner afterwards, and we've been kind of talking about an idea around this for a while, just because we'd sold some apps in the App Store, and it had been incredibly easy, right? And we were generating enough revenue from those apps to help pay for our college tuition bills at the time. And we're kind of reflecting on how it was so easy to sell apps in the App Store, and it was so monstrously difficult to just do anything involving kind of transactions or commerce or business on the sort of broader internet, right? And so we're kind of chatting about this idea. And then kind of walking home from dinner, and it was over in Potrero. I remember John kind of turning to me and arguing that, well, we should just go build a prototype of this. Like how hard can it be?
Right. How hard could it be to start a billion-dollar company?
And so here we are. Again, soon it'll be a decade later, and John is who you should blame.
But you raised a little bit of money. I know because Sequoia back in the day started something called Scouts, which was like a group of us, including Sam Altman, who Sam and I were both Sequoia founders, but they started the Scouts thing, and Roelof Botha was like, hey, can you guys put 25 or 50K into some companies? And I think the first time I heard about you was Sam was like, yeah, this company Stripe is going to make payments easier, and he put money into it. And I was like, you should see this cab company. It's going to be, Uber's going to change everything. Those were the two investments.
Sounds like a good program, yeah. So we... Well, we were in school at the time, and so...
talk about the funding, and how you met Sam.
So we weren't kind of initially sure how seriously to take it. And, I always love the story that in sort of the famous house that Facebook started in Palo Alto, that like Facebook was not the only company they were working on, right? There was also that peer-to-peer file sharing thing, right?
Sure.
But I mean, Facebook had sort of launched at Harvard at least in I think February of 2004, right? And so they're working in that house, that subsequent summer. And I find it very interesting that sort of call it 6 months later, it was kind of not obvious that like Facebook was the thing to be working on, right? As you're kind of pursuing multiple ideas in parallel. And sort of similarly, with Stripe, even once we built this little prototype that we thought held some promise or whatever, it wasn't like obviously a great idea or anything, right? And we still had these apps in the App Store. They sort of it helped you store a copy of Wikipedia on your iPhone. We thought that had some kind of interesting opportunities. What's the future of knowledge sharing or whatever, right?
Wait. So this was an app that
you could just read all of Wikipedia, like stored offline on your iPhone, the whole thing.
Very nice.
And so you're on a plane, or you're in a different country, or you're on a mountain.
So you just build that over a weekend, and like, this is cool.
I actually built it when I was in Japan, back when the iPhone first came out, and there was I didn't have a data plan or anything, and so I was just so frustrated with not having access to Wikipedia that we just went to build this app. But anyway, I guess the point being, we didn't know if we should raise money for Stripe or not, because we're in school. Was this going to be kind of a serious thing? And so what we actually went and did was we came out to the Bay Area that subsequent summer. This was for us in the summer of 2010, and just decided to kind of work on Stripe as our kind of bootstrapped internship, sort of self-internship.
But you were smart enough to come here for some reason. You just thought you'd get more.
Well, especially for Stripe, given that we were kind of our target audience was other startups, other entrepreneurs, other founders, and so on. Sort of being in the Bay Area felt like a pretty obvious thing to do. And then over the course of that summer, basically, and again, I think there's kind of maybe a lesson here where, I think a lot of really good ideas really don't seem particularly great or big up front. Again, certainly speaking from personal experience, Stripe did not. But over the course of working on it that summer and sort of thinking about it and so on, we kind of came to shift from sort of thinking about it merely as this nice little tool for developers that kind of makes their lives easier initially, which is kind of what we started out with, to kind of realizing that, well, when you sort of survey the broader landscape, it's not just that it sort of sucks for developers to have to sort of integrate payments initially into their website or service or whatever, but that like the whole edifice is broken, right? I mean, 2% at the time, 2% of all consumer spending took place on the internet. And it's like, why is it so low? Why is it so insanely difficult for any company to do anything that touches online transactions? When we talked to a mid-sized company or a large company, it's like, what's your experience of just like dealing with business and the internet? And they would spend half an hour telling us about sort of the markets they couldn't serve and their fraud challenges and the things they couldn't integrate. And just, we came to appreciate that sort of what we thought was kind of this little pond was actually kind of this much larger ocean. And so basically that summer we kind of made two decisions to drop out of school, or as our mom continues to prefer we call it, to take a leave of absence. And then secondly, we had to go raise some initial money from Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and Sequoia and a couple of others.
So I knew that this was going to be ridiculously huge when I asked what ticket software we were going to use this year, because we always have this painful experience of using other platforms. They take all of our money. The service isn't great. And a couple of years ago, somebody said, oh, Well, we just built our own. And I said, how did you build your own? And they said, well, we're using this new thing, Typeform, which lets you fill out forms like SurveyMonkey or whatever, and it's really beautiful. And it's out of Spain. And then we just put our Stripe stuff in, and we're just doing it ourselves. And I said, wow, the world has changed. The entire value, and this was non-technical people. This is like, operations people set up their own ticketing company.
Yeah, so there's two aspects of that story that I like, which I haven't heard before. But sort of first, the fact that they're based in Spain, right? And sort of so much of the kind of potential of the internet is that the internet does not care about the sort of national borders of the atoms that you're sitting on top of, right? And you should be able to build something like Typeform in Spain or in Nicaragua or Indonesia or sort of wherever you happen to be, right? But sort of that's been impeded for so long by, I think, needless barriers. And then secondly, I think that sort of, again, the whole point of the internet is that sort of one can sort of create such amazing leverage from sort of once you get the right tool, right? I think it sometimes takes a while to discover what the right tool is. Again, sort of virtualized servers and AWS and now kind of GCP and so on being kind of good examples of this, right? But when you finally get the right tool, when you figure out the right abstraction, you go sort of enable people in the right way, you get and I think that people have underestimated that for a long time. And I mean, people, again, when we had Stripe prototypes early on and we sort of showed investors, I mean, some of them, fortunately for us, we managed to raise some money. Some of them were like, some of them kind of got it. But a lot of people are like, why would people want a payments API?
When, for you, did it become clear that this was going to be huge? Every entrepreneur has like some personal moment where they sort of walk out of the office and go, yes, or they just can't sleep because, my God, it's so clear that this could be huge.
Yeah.
When did you have that first moment where you're staring at the ceiling and going, my God, we got something here?
The first such moment was probably pretty early, right? Maybe a month after we started working on something, we were like, God, this will take over the world. But of course, then that was, succeeded by an event, the next morning where like, this is the worst idea in history. Like, can't believe we're wasting our time with it, and so on. And it's pretty kind of sinusoidal, right? Yeah. Again, I think this is something that tends to get glossed over in the histories and the public narratives and so on, right? But like, from my personal vantage point, again, there were absolutely moments, many of them kind of early on, where I thought there was real potential here. I thought that we were willing to drop out of school. I thought that this could really become something, but kind of
break your mother's heart.
Right. For every such moment, there was a sort of counterbalancing. Yeah. Like we're two kids, and if we stand on top of each other and put a suit around both of us, we can kind of pretend to be an adult, and like we got to work with these banks, and like I remember our first meeting with a bank. And I don't know if she literally had like the security button under the table, but like I think if she had one, she would have been pushing it. And she told us in no kind of no uncertain terms that there was no possibility that they would work with us, right? And so again, I guess because subsequent to our launch, we were fortunate we've had sort of a lot of traction and so on. But kind of because of that, I really, I guess, feel this imperative to emphasize the long period of sort of, again, 2 years. It's a long time when you're in it, of working away with so many of these roadblocks and headwinds and people telling us that it couldn't work or shouldn't work was a bad idea. Mostly because I think that for others, either here or elsewhere, who are sort of having that experience, I mean, it could mean that you can't actually do it, or the idea is a bad idea, or whatever, right? Or it might not, right? And again, certainly in Stripe's case, the fact that post hoc it turned out to work, at least so far, that still meant that we had all of that questioning and all of those challenges in the early days.
What was the darkest moment? The moment where you're like, this is not going to work.
Yeah, so there was a moment very early on. Now sort of Stripe is replicated across multiple data centers and invested kind of a huge amount in redundancy and availability and failover capacity and everything else, right? That was not the case, 4 months in, call it. Maybe it was a little bit more, maybe it was 6 months in. 6 months in, we still ourselves, of course, took it very seriously, and the fact that sort of our customers were relying upon us for their revenue was a big deal for us, right? And so my pager went off at 4 a.m. one night, And the API was down. And again, this is not like a social media app or something, right? This is the conduit for our customers' revenue. So it was a big deal. And so I remember kind of immediately heading to the office. We lived very close to the office. I was at the office within 5 minutes, 4:05 a.m., and started to kind of try to figure out, diagnose what was going wrong. And it turned out that sort of an upstream switch at our data center had failed, and nominally they had redundancy on multiple internet connections, but it had been misconfigured, and so it was all down. And so we had multiple servers, but like the underlying uplink connection was broken, and so upshot being API was down, and we couldn't do anything about it. And it was amazingly painful, right? Because the thing is down. You sort of want to be kind of furiously typing, fixing, getting it back up, whatever, and you just couldn't. Had to wait on hold, and we're getting these kind of forlorn updates from the data center every 15 minutes. That's kind of their progress in fixing it. Eventually, this felt like one of the longest 8-hour periods of my life. It was almost literally 8 hours. They sort of got a new switch and they replaced it, and the whole thing came back up. But that's not why it was the darkest moment. The darkest moment, of course, was because I was bracing myself for the deluge in complaints and dissatisfied customers and anger and vitriol and everything else. And 1 p.m. rolled around, and as far as I could tell, nobody had cared or noticed.
Wow, dodged a bullet.
And kind of on some level that was good news, but as I reflected on it, I realized that it was actually kind of existentially bad news. I'd been up till very late the night before, maybe until 1 or 2, and I'd gotten very little sleep. And so I just remember walking home from the office to go catch a little bit of sleep after that, and it was not a great day.
It goes back to when Airbnb would have problems in a city, or the Twitter fail whale would happen, and all of us would be going crazy talking about it.
Right.
And it would seem to the people inside those companies like, oh my God, this is it. This is really a problem.
For
and
sure.
the next day, the number of user signups would triple or go 10x.
Yep.
Because people go, what's Airbnb and why was it banned in this city?
Right.
Can I have it in my city?
For us, we didn't even get that subsequent surge.
No bump?
No silver
bad news
lining
bump?
here. Yeah. It was just there was again an extended period of the world, I think, being fairly did not pay a lot of attention to our existence.
So I want to play the video of this new product you have, and then afterwards you said you'd make the big IPO announcement. So let's, your PR people right now just like totally spit their coffee out. They're like, oh my God, why did we agree to do this?
Yeah,
He's not going to announce anything in an IPO. So frame for us what we're going to see in this video.
Sure. So Atlas is a product that we sort of first announced back in February of last year. We sort of went through this long period trying to find the right name for it, right? And we just like kept circling back to no, it really has to be Atlas.
But oath was taken and shrunk, so you had to.
Exactly. John and I grew up in Ireland, and didn't move to the US.
Where, Dublin, Cork,
no,
Galway?
in like the middle of the countryside.
Where?
Like basically kind of between Limerick and Dublin. I mean, closer to Limerick than Dublin, but kind of beside this lake. And our internet connection came by satellite because they couldn't run a phone line that was reliable enough to be a conduit for internet. And so it was really pretty remote, right? But sort of a lot of the experience of growing up was sort of trying to get access to things that like we knew existed, but because we're in the middle of nowhere in Ireland, sort of couldn't for whatever reason. Like they weren't available in Ireland or not in our part of Ireland or whatever. And so then kind of when we started Stripe, it was first available to businesses in the US. But that was actually kind of painful to us, right? Because the vast majority of internet users are not in the US. The vast majority of aspiring entrepreneurs are not in the US. And again, coming back to kind of your Typeform example, like it should be possible to build that company, anywhere where there exists an internet connection, right? And the fact that kind of we understood that, kind of given our background, but sort of we're kind of committing the errors that we'd kind of gotten, annoyed at other companies for committing, kind of during our childhood, that was sort of unpleasant, right? As like, here we are making the same mistakes. And then we heard from so many entrepreneurs who sort of wanted Stripe to come to their countries, and we ourselves knew of many entrepreneurs who'd gone to immense lengths to sort of circumvent these barriers, to overcome the hurdles placed in their way. We knew people who'd done things like, gotten the money together, had like flown to the US, had like convinced some bank to allow them to open an account, even though they were, not from the right place. who'd incorporated companies in Delaware and like had been reading all these legal guides to sort of try to understand what the implications of that even were, and sort of could they pay themselves back in the home country but have this entity over there. And anyway, so we sort of had this personal sense that this was a big problem. And then just like in the Stripe data, we saw that there were so many people who were going to such lengths to kind of surmount these stupid barriers that were placed in their way. And then when you think about it, what an entrepreneur, I mean, really anywhere in the world wants is to have access to first-class infrastructure, right? And they're not kind of, you just want to be able to use kind of the same things that the best companies get to use, however you define best, right? And today, the vast majority of the most successful technology companies, they're Delaware corporations, and they have a U.S. bank account, and there's just like a standard pattern, right? And of course, as with any pattern, there are exceptions to it. Things look different in different parts of the world, but just like that's kind of the standard archetype, circa 2017 for the most successful companies. And so kind of the thinking for us was like, how do we make that standard archetype available to as many entrepreneurs as possible? And when you look into the details, what you find is that, well, actually, you don't need to be a U.S. citizen or a U.S. visa holder or a U.S. resident to be the owner of a Delaware corporation. Many people in the world are sort of the owners of Delaware corporations without being U.S. residents. And if you kind of follow through on kind of all the requirements and you really drill into them and you're kind of rigorous about it, what you find is that actually you can provide the standard package, the stuff that the best companies here in the Bay Area have access to. You can provide that to entrepreneurs basically anywhere in the world. And so Atlas was our effort to do that. And so kind of coming back to what we discussed earlier on, the way we work with entrepreneurs in 124 countries is through Atlas, we've put together this package of, we'll incorporate a company in Delaware, we'll get you a bank account with Silicon Valley Bank, which is the top bank used, as I'm sure you know, by sort of Bay Area companies, Bay Area software companies. We'll get sort of the basic tax and legal advice to just kind of get you off the ground, get something kind of foundational in place, and then we'll get you access to a US Stripe account, so you can just go and you can start charging your customers anywhere in the world. And so we launched it as an experiment in the sense that we had many reasons to believe that this could be useful to a lot of people, but obviously we had no data. This is kind of a new market, right? No one else was serving the entrepreneurs
It's like a startup in a box.
Yeah, sort of.
Or like a corporate entity in a box.
Right. And we believe that there were sort of an enormous number of entrepreneurs in these distant markets or kind of underserved places and so on who are just as capable as entrepreneurs here in the US, but just for stupid structural reasons were being impeded. But that was a hypothesis. And basically what we found over the kind of year post-launch is that actually there are, in fact, thousands of these people, and they are, in fact, just as capable. And the early traction over the course of the year has been really encouraging. And so we launched a new version of Atlas yesterday. Patrick McKenzie, Patio 11, is doing an AMA on Product Hunt right now, basically.
Awesome. Full court press.
Exactly. This is now a significant area of focus for us.
What does it cost?
$500 once off. And so
that's it.
That's it.
If you were going to do that through a law firm and everything else, it'd probably be $5,000.
That's probably right.
You don't make any money on that. You break even, maybe. But you get a customer.
So Stripe's goal is to increase the GDP of the internet, right? We just want the internet economy overall to be bigger. And there's lots of ways we can do that. We can sort of support more business models. We can help our customers address larger markets by helping them sort of expand internationally. We can just generally kind of try to provide them with sort of analytics, advice, help, whatever, that help them be more successful. But another really good way of doing it is to just have more companies exist, right?
Right.
And so Atlas is our way to sort of try to...
That's such a cheap price. I don't think there's much margin in there for you. You have to get them to actually... You'll make money on them later, is what I'm saying.
No, absolutely.
You may even lose money on that.
It's not the focus for us. I'm not trying to be evasive here, but no, you're right. We're of course making basically nothing on $500 once off because we're covering your Delaware filing fees and all the initial stuff that comes up. So no, this is really not. We're not trying to make money on it. The way we make money is Stripe's whole business model is we make money when our customers generate revenue.
Right.
And so the Atlas companies that go on to be extremely successful, when they're generating revenue, then there's kind of revenue to be sought. But it seems like a crappy business to try to extract revenue from the companies that basically don't have any themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Day zero is not the time to monetize them. Okay, let's play the video.
After the revolution here in Egypt, no one was buying anything. And it really hurt retail. I saw a great opportunity in terms of all of the products that were just sitting on the shelves in these stores and exporting them, giving these boutiques the opportunity to sell globally.
Ever since I was pretty young and I was interested in technology, I had to learn almost everything in English, and my community was in Spanish. I started realizing that there was a lot of developers out there that also needed good content in their own language. So we created Platzi to solve this problem.
Here in Turkey, recent developments hurt the tourism industry, especially the small mom-and-pop shops. At Hotel Runner, our typical customers are family-run properties. So we really help them get online, market their property, and actually start selling.
Online banking here in Egypt is almost non-existent. It's incredibly frustrating to think that we work on Coterie day in, day out, but at the end of the day, there are clients that are coming onto the site, they're loving the items that they see, they want to process the payment, but we're not able to accept it. It's impacting the business, it's limiting us.
Growing as a global company, there are obvious problems. One of the biggest ones that we face right now is payment.
When we first launched Platzi, we needed to charge people from all over the world who speak Spanish. So you try to think, where should I incorporate? We had to do everything here in the US. I had to claim my tax ID number here in the US, and this means flying to open a bank account. We had to go to several lawyers, several accountants. That's hard, it's complicated.
You know, if we can't get paid for the services, we can't really survive. When we heard about Atlas, all three founders went just, yes, this is it. We're going to solve this problem finally.
Atlas is going to make it so much easier to accept payments in dollars and different currencies and not have to relocate elsewhere in order to do that. We're always going to have our Egyptian roots, but it's going to put us on the global stage.
It will allow us to access world-class banking and financial system, which really wasn't possible in Turkey.
We're going to see a revolution of startups coming to the global market, and Atlas could help them from the beginning.
Now, I don't need to leave Egypt. I can stay in Cairo with my family, and I can just focus on growing Coterie.
We have more than 17,000 hotels in 127 countries. We are hoping that it's going to be a billion-dollar business in the next 3 years. But for me, it really is not about money.
You shouldn't have to be a Silicon Valley insider to start a global company.
It's not just Silicon Valley. It's the Silicon Valley of the world.
Incredibly well done. Company's done incredibly well. How do you think about the public markets, just generally?
We're going to hold off for as long as possible from partaking in them. Genuinely, from our standpoint, and sort of Atlas, I think, is a good example of this. As we think about the idea of growing the GDP of the internet, I mean, there are so many things that we want to invest in on that front that are just going to take a long time to come to fruition. And of course, there are good examples. There are some good examples of companies that I think have done a good job of sort of maintaining really long-term time horizons while being in the public markets. Amazon being the kind of most famous and prominent example. On the other hand, if you look at kind of Amazon's early history, they had an incredibly turbulent time for sort of their first couple of years as a public company, and sort of now 2017. Amazon is up whatever 50% year over year. Exactly, it all looks great, but sort of they really had a tough time in the beginning, and so I think there's this is a broader kind of structural challenge across the industry. But I think being a public company certainly does not stop you from taking a really long-term time horizon, but it does make it more difficult. And so
much more difficult. And you have all your employees looking at a stock price every day, which Bill Gurley said when he was an analyst, he wrote a paper to try to get the employees to stop, Amazon's employees specifically, to stop looking at the stock price and focus on work.
Yeah, and I'm sure that worked just as well as you might think. But from our standpoint, I think being a public company kind of makes sense when you've reached sort of some kind of some point of stability, some plateau of you've done the stuff that you at least initially set out to, and we feel like we haven't. We're still very early in sort of this trajectory that we first established, and just because we work with startups and technology companies, they themselves have lengthy trajectories, and so this is just going to have to be when you're building infrastructure. There's just long time horizons involved.
Slightly technical founder question, but how do you then think about liquidity for early employees, secondary sales? Do you try to run that like a process, like I understand Elon does at SpaceX? Do you believe in it? How do you manage that window of keeping people invested? Because now you're in year 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think this is a big question across the industry of like, what are the points between being sort of, fully private with sort of no access to liquidity and kind of no, trading in the stock to, obviously, fully public and so on, right? And I think that sort of, obviously that there's, part of what makes this challenging is like there are so many constituencies here, right? And kind of not just the constituencies here in Silicon Valley, but also various regulators, most notably the SEC and so on, right? Part of what I've been encouraged by is sort of, I've talked to kind of multiple people involved, including people who've spent sort of a very long time analyzing this and sort of really digging into the regulatory details. I think for the first time, there seems to be kind of a real appetite in many places to figure out a better model, because ultimately, like, to the extent that the public markets do make it harder to take a really long-term time horizon around innovation, that's bad for the country overall, right? It's in fact even bad for investors long-term, right?
Because they can't reinvest. They can't get liquidity. They can't hire more people. They can't be more audacious with the next set of companies.
Exactly. And so, I don't presume to know how this is going to evolve. It's still very early days with the new administration and so on. But my hope, I guess, is that some new models come into existence that enable companies to sort of, on the one hand, start to sort of broaden their investor base and provide liquidity to insiders or to early investors who don't want to be late-stage investors, and start to kind of thread this needle.
All right. On that note, let's hear it for Patrick from Stripe.
You.
Well done. Good job. Okay. Next up is James Heller from Rapify. Rapify went through our, come on out, James. I don't know where you are. James, I'll just give you a little background. We met not long ago, maybe 18 months ago or 2 years ago, came to our incubator with a semi-functional prototype, I would say. Maybe that's being generous. And in that time, he's become, out of the now 44 companies that have joined the program, the highest valuation company in that short period of time. Please welcome James Heller for an alumni update.
Right. Thanks, Jason. Hey, San Francisco. So yeah, in a nutshell, Rapify is an ad platform that pays everyday consumer drivers to advertise on their car. And I'm going to give you a quick update. Can you advance to the next slide, please? There we go. So like I said before, we're an outdoor advertising platform. We're live in 29 US cities. We have over 40,000 drivers on the platform and we're growing really, really fast. So I want you to meet Curtis. He's an example of our core demographic of Rapify driver. He's actually one of our first Rapify drivers. 32 years old, has a job, doesn't necessarily have a career, and making an extra $400 a month is a big deal. Well, Curtis recently downloaded the Rapify app. He's already driven his initial miles, and now he's going to start receiving campaign offers based on where he drives. So he's going to see a listing of different campaigns that are available in his city. He's going to select the Captivate campaign because he likes the branding. He sees that it's right here in San Francisco. He's going to go ahead and click Continue. And then he's going to be able to select the wrap option. So this campaign has all three available. He's going to select Full because he wants to make the most on the road. He's going to confirm the details of the campaign and go ahead and click Continue. And he's going to go from making nothing on the road to upwards of $400 a month. Now, that's pretty cool. And we have, like I said, about 40,000 drivers that have signed up to become a Rapify driver today, live across the nation. Now, we've talked about the drivers. Let's talk about what brands get. So they have the ability to see live data analytics, live impression data. They're able to break it down by day, day of the week. They're able to see a breakdown of their miles. And today, we're the only out-of-home platform that provides live data analytics, all that can be accessed in real time online. And we've actually patented the way that we calculate impressions. And at a high level, we take the GPS data from our driver's smartphone that's running the Rapify app, and we pair it with anonymized data sources, live traffic data, to see how many people are within a viewable radius of the car. And it's something that we've spent a lot of time refining. Now, to give you an example of how Rapify compares to traditional out-of-home, if you were to buy a billboard on the side of the 101 heading into San Francisco, you're going to spend upwards of $30 to even more than that, $50,000 a month, you could produce about 20 times the amount of impressions per dollar spent by leveraging a Rapify campaign, putting upwards of 25 cars on the road. And we put a lot of brands on the platform. But the most exciting feature that has been on the platform for about a year is Swarm. And I'm going to show you some examples. Swarm is your mobile billboard. It's your ability to push notifications to campaign drivers to specific places at specific times. So I'm going to give you a showcase of some of the swarms that have happened recently. We launched a campaign for Anheuser-Busch for Bud Light in LA, and we had these vehicles driving around the LA Coliseum for LA Rams home games. Last week, we had Lyft driving in Times Square. Lyft is actually a client on our platform. They're able to push vehicles directly into Times Square, something that's really, really cool, and it's a value add that all of our advertisers have access to. And recently, at South by Southwest, we eat our own dog food. We actually use our own ad platform in all the cities that we're live. And we got a couple of pretty big updates. So this year started off with a bang. I won the Forbes 30 Under 30 for the marketing and advertising category, which was a huge validation for our business. We raised a $3 million round led by Avery Dennison, a global materials supplier. They're the ones who manufacture the rap films. And we launched a handful of new features. The biggest feature is hotspots, and it's synonymous to like a Uber Surge or Lyft's Prime Time, where we're actually incentivizing drivers to drive within a more confined geofence, and then some new vehicle segmentation options. And there's 4 primary ones, but the big one is sharing economy drivers. So if you want to only be on ride-sharing cars, cars that drive for Postmates, those types of vehicles, you're able to do that now. And this was out of response to all the different brands that have been on the platform. Obviously, I want to do what I can to help fellow co-founders and fellow launch attendees. So if you're interested in leveraging the platform at some level, email launch@rapify.com. Thank you very much.
Just 2 questions for you. The first is, I remember when you came to me with the idea, there were 2 big issues. One, would drivers do this? And the second, would advertisers do this in some sort of major way? I believed it. It seemed obvious to me. But almost universally, I remember in the incubator, investors over and over and over again told you how wrong you are, that people don't want to wrap their cars, and that advertisers didn't want to do this kind of media buy at any kind of scale. Those 2 things have turned out to be very wrong, and you proved it in 18 months. How did you have that fortitude to be able to sort of stand up to the investors and say, appreciate the feedback, but you're wrong?
Yeah, I think it wasn't just fortitude, but the data speaks for itself. When they go, nobody'd ever want to do this, and you go, well, actually 40,000 people want to do this. They're on the platform right now. It pretty much ends the conversation there. And then when you go to, okay, well, brands wouldn't want to do this. Well, actually, Anheuser-Busch, Petco, eBay, and a handful of other big brands have put over $3 million through the platform. So again, leveraging the data and the metrics, I think, speak for themselves.
How much have drivers made per month, just range, high and low, since you've started doing campaigns?
Sure.
On a monthly basis?
Our average drivers make between $300 and $400 a month, and we've had drivers that have participated in Swarms and all the other value adds, and we've had drivers make upwards of $600 to $700 a month.
I'm just curious, how many people at some point in their life, I know right now a lot of people might be professional and don't need the $300 a month, but how many people at some point in their life would have wrapped their car for $300? Raise your hand really high. So that's like 2/3 of the audience. It's pretty hilarious. Right. I would have absolutely, but I couldn't afford a car. So literally, the advice that investors gave you was so horrible, and I'm so glad that you ignored it. The next piece of advice is, some people were like, this is not the world I want to live in. I don't like advertising. Can I just pay to remove all ads from the world and take down all the billboards? How did you, or how have you managed that issue? Has a city or a community or anybody ever said, we have to stop this company because there's too many cars on the road that are wrapped with dog food ads?
Not today. I think that one of the ways we've overcome that with people that are very just adverse to advertising in general is people are going to advertise. So do you want to be part of a company that's going to add a lot of value and turn your investment into something much, much larger. And also a company that puts cash back into the pockets of everyday American consumers. Billboards don't do that. Other forms of outdoor or advertising don't do that. Rapify does. So that's I'd say that's the way we overcome that.
Let's hear it for James Heller of Rapify.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Continued success. Okay, you all have heard about, hey, daughter. That's my daughter, London. Hi. I love you, too. I'll see you at the chocolate fountain. My daughter loves this chocolate fountain we had at the incubator one time. So now anytime I say we're going to go to the incubator, she says, is there a chocolate fountain? And I said, of course. Every night at the incubator, there's a chocolate fountain. So robots are coming. In fact, my daughter built a robot for her science fair this year. And I'd like to bring out Alex, Henry, and Deepak right now, who are all working on creating robots that will serve us. Come on out, everybody. And let's have a frank discussion about the robots that are coming. Actually, the robots are here.
Yeah.
And here are the robot overlords. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. So, by the way, Alex, the pizza's good. I ate some pizza yesterday.
How'd you feel after you ate it?
Felt like $1 million.
Did you get a pizza coma?
No, I didn't go to Pizza Coma.
You know the pizza's half the calories of a Domino's pizza, half the cholesterol, half the fat.
How did you do that? Just recipe science? Or?
Well, they put almost a cup of sugar in every pizza they make to make the dough rise faster and to make the sauce less expensive. And it turns out if you just make it with tomatoes, it's really good for you.
Ah, very nice. All right, so we're going to do this in an order here. Can we show the video of the first video, which I think is Alex's kitchen, and we'll see robots making pizza. You started this project when, Alex?
September of 2015.
2015.
Yeah.
And what was the genesis of this idea of robots? You can play the robot kitchen. We'll just talk over it when it comes up.
What was the idea? So I actually ended up sitting next to the guy who owned the largest chain of Pizza Huts on the West Coast on an airplane about 7 years ago. And I lived in that conversation. I thought, this person isn't particularly competitive, and maybe I should learn more about pizza. So after looking at the industry, I realized there was a big opportunity. And long story short, it started with cooking food while it was being delivered. And then I thought, hey, you can automate a lot of the process, and you can capture the surplus margin, and you can reinvest it in really high-quality food. And so there was this reciprocal exercise in optimizing the production process, which lets us have fewer employees, but we pay them really, really well, and they're all shareholders in the company, and then we have much higher quality food, which leads to Pizza Coma.
Okay, so what we've seen here is they worked the dough, but the sauce was put on by machine. They put on the cheese, and now I guess it's going.
Well, this is actually an old video, so it turns out that dough is now automated.
Oh, so pounding of the dough is automated.
Yeah, so we have a progressive approach to automating this. So eventually, this whole facility will be fully automated. But rather than waiting to complete a huge monolith, we're just doing it in stages.
And the picking up of the pizza and putting it in the oven, obviously, is a robotic arm.
Yeah.
How much does that robotic arm cost?
So that work cell costs about $100,000, and the payback for that is about it's like a year, 1.1 years, and after that, it's completely paid off and fully capitalized.
When you look at a robot that's that expensive and strong. It's picking up like a 1-pound pizza. What is it capable of?
So that's actually interesting. So the end of arm tool actually is quite heavy. So you need a robot that's really reasonably large to hold the end of arm tool. The pizza itself is pretty straightforward. But
what is the end of arm tool? It looks like a tractor.
It's a conveyor. We were the first people in the world to put a conveyor on the end of a 6-axis bot, oddly enough.
A 6-axis bot.
So yeah, that arm's a 6-axis robot arm.
Got it.
So now look, we could have made a piece of food equipment that would have done the same job, but then you'd have no flexibility. And it would have taken months to get it certified and approved and everything else. We were able to deploy that bot in like a month.
And so the pizzeria will have no human. Well, it'll have no humans doing the making of the pizza eventually.
So first of all, we have only commissary kitchens. We don't have pizzerias. So we're delivery only.
Right.
But the goal is on the production process to have that be fully automated.
Let's see the truck now, because this was interesting. I was at a poker game, and a friend of mine was like, I'm thinking of investing in this company. They're going to send the truck over.
This is one of those infamous Silicon Valley stories, literally.
So we're in the poker game, and this truck pulls up in Atherton, and we all go out, and we all start eating pizza out of the truck. So explain what we're seeing here.
Actually, it was this gentleman, I think, who was driving the truck.
It
when
was,
showed up.
actually,
It's
yeah.
Nick Medina. So the key innovation originally was cooking the pizza while it's being delivered, because I thought in the beginning it would give you a 15-minute delivery advantage, and there's many other advantages, it turns out. But basically, the system turns the ovens on when it knows it's about 4.5 minutes away from your home. And they start cooking, and they finish cooking exactly as it pulls up to the curb, so you get pizzeria fresh pizza. And one of the innovations is it's faster, but there's literally hundreds of other good things that come out of doing that.
Including?
Well, for example, we're the only pizzeria concept in the world that can put 100 catering pizzas hot on the table at an office. Nobody else can do that.
Or you can come to a conference and just bang.
Or we could come to a conference and sell 130 pizzas out of the truck. And
you came up with new package,ing. What was the concept there? Is
Well,
that
so the
just for show, or is it some purpose?
No, the problem with corrugated pizza boxes is that there's several things. First of all, the high-end ones use a chemical that causes ALS, which is probably good to try and avoid.
Okay.
And the second thing is that when you put pizza on a flat surface, the moisture passing through the pizza pools and makes the crust really soggy. And then the third thing, and this is where we get into some of the nuances of cooking en route. In order to have a food delivery vehicle, and that's what those trucks are, they're not food trucks. They're actually legally allowed to prepare food while they're moving. They're the first ones in the world who can do that. You need to have certain things going on in the truck, and I wanted to avoid having a 3-compartment sink, because it takes up a lot of room. But in order to do that, you can't have any smallwares. No pizza cutters, no spatulas. In order to do that, we had to make the pizzas eject out of the oven into a package, and we had to cut them in the box with a special pizza cutter that we designed that cleans itself after every cut. Okay, lots of down the rabbit hole stuff here. But in the end, we had to have a symbiotic relationship between the pizza cooking method, the pizza box, and the pizza cutter. So we designed our own.
All right, Henry, we met over email 2 years ago. You sent me an email, and in it was a video of your robotic coffee machine, which we should play the Henry video. We'll see it in operation. What was in that video, and what was my response?
Well, the first video we showed you was kind of similar to this. It was our first prototype in Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong?
Yeah, and the response was, is this a joke?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was real or not. Yeah.
Right. And then I think I sent you a photo of us actually building it.
Right.
So, yeah.
You proved it. Was that a joke, or had you fudged that as well? No, that was real.
I have scars from cutting myself with sheet metal.
So you built this 2 years ago or so, a prototype. You came to the incubator. You had 2 of these built, I think.
Yeah.
Last year here at the Launch Festival, you won. Congratulations. What happened since then? Give us a little update on what happened since then.
Yeah. After Launch Festival, we raised a $3 million seed round, so that was very good. And then we moved the company from Hong Kong to San Francisco. So a bunch of new people and some old people. We deployed this one at Metreon. Well, it was ready to go 8 months ago, but we spent a lot of time getting the right permit from the health department.
What is that when you go to the health department and you say, we're going to start a robotic coffee machine, does the person look over their glasses and say, get the out of here?
Well, actually, they just don't respond because they don't know what to call it.
So you had a classification problem.
Yeah.
So they didn't know if you were a vending machine. There were coffee vending machines that made powdered coffee before with powdered milk that were disgusting.
Right.
We've all subjected ourselves to that once and never again, which is why you don't see them. And then there are obviously full-service cafes. Where do you sit?
So we use all the same ingredients as any premium cafe. So the milk is Clover Organic Whole Milk. It's like the same milk you get at a Blue Bottle or a Ritual. And so in California, if you are a vending machine, there's a law that says you can't serve fresh milk. So therefore,
vending machines can't serve fresh milk.
Regardless if you have any kind of health certifications, which we have all of them.
Right.
So it's not a vending machine.
Well, regardless of the fact that a robot can be programmed to not make mistakes and have a much lower error rate, i.e. would not serve bad milk, at a much lower rate than a human.
Yeah.
So despite that, you have to be the first person up the hill and educate each region.
Yeah.
The one in the Metreon has done quite well. You're serving a couple of 100 cups a day or something?
Yeah. That's doing decently. I think it gets more busy when there's a conference because it's next to Moscone.
Right.
And then we have a few more locations opening up in the next few months, all in San Francisco. And then also a few are going to some tech companies in this area.
Alex, how did you deal with the regulations? You were doing this down in Palo Alto, I believe.
Yeah,
we're
in Mountain View,
In Mountain View.
Santa Clara County. So in our case,
what happened that first time you walked in and said, "I'm building a robotic pizza place"?
Well, it's funny. So we need federal, state, and local approvals because we're actually the only manufacturer of mobile cooking appliances in the world. So it's a pretty complicated regulatory environment, which we've figured out now. But directly responding to your question, when we walked into Santa Clara County and we said, hey, we want to cook pizza while it's being delivered, there was a little bit of this. But my amazing co-founder, Julia Collins, started her career with a food truck in New York City and is the master of getting through all of the permitting challenges with the municipalities. So we just took the time to educate them. It was a really long process. We built great relationships at the
How long did it take?
I think
from day one to day.
It took us about it was 8 months and 3 days before we started. From the day we started the company to the day we went to market, and so we knew that regulatory issues were going to be a challenge. So we started them pretty much on day one.
Seems pretty fast. Henry, how long did it take you?
It took us 8 months and maybe 3 or 4 days just for after the product is ready.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So now let's play Deepak's. Is it Deepak? I got it
Yes.
right. Okay. Let's play Deepak's video. Now you're not making pizza or coffee. For some godforsaken reason, you want us to be healthy. So if on Fridays after I've eaten pizza for 4 days and drank way too much espresso, I'm going to go to this salad machine and do what?
You can customize your own salad. You know how when you go to office cafeteria today, you have hundreds of people with dirty hands, some of them with colds, touch the spoons and the food. And it's a health hazard, really. And with Sally, the end customer doesn't touch the food. Our robot's called Sally. And you know the exact calories of the salad you're making before you make it. So it's a lot more healthy as well. Our recipes were developed by...
Wow, she is in shock. She cannot believe that you have croutons.
No, she's
You know what I
shocked
love about
because-
this is it's like when you see like Patrick's video from Stripe, and it's like it was made by Marty Scorsese, and like they spent $400,000 on it. You spent $4,000 on this. You're a startup. I get it, but like that is the worst acting I've ever seen in a startup video. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I spent $1,500 on it.
$1,500. Yeah.
Yeah.
You may want to get the $600 back from her. I'm just joking. She was like,
She didn't believe cheese had so many calories.
she couldn't believe that because she put the Russian dressing on. Okay, so your machine
Yes.
is for offices specifically right now.
It's meant for offices and restaurants. One of our investors owns 15 McDonald's stores as well.
And so what has your journey been in terms of regulation to getting this ready?
Yeah, so we like taking shortcuts in a good way. So the vending machine business needs a lot of regulatory approval, needs a lot of approval. So what we're doing is we're first going after offices which have cafeterias already. And there it's just a piece of food equipment. We're not putting a credit card reader in there initially. And so it's just another piece of food equipment. As long as we get National Sanitation Foundation approval, we're good. And we've been working with them the past year. And it's been much smoother than these two stories I
So
heard.
what does that machine cost for a company to have? Do you charge by the machine? Do you charge by the salad? How do you charge?
Yeah,
I want to put that in
revenue
my
model
company.
is what I call a SaaS model, a salad as a service model.
Okay.
So people pay us. People pay us $700 a month. That's $4 an hour.
Got it.
And
Wait, what do they pay you?
$700 a month.
Okay.
$4 an hour. That's essentially $4 an hour, and they can use the
$4 a salad?
No,
an hour.
See, because
You
it's $4
charge
an
them
hour.
for the machine.
I charge them for the machine.
$700 a month.
$700 a month.
They fill it themselves.
80% of offices in the U.S. are have their cafeterias managed by 4 companies: Compass, Aramark, Sodexo, and Guggenheimer. We're working with all 4 of them. And these guys would refill the machines with fresh ingredients every day. Having fresh food is a key part of our brand. And so
you provide the machine for $10,000 a year, $9,000 a year, basically, in that range.
That. Yeah.
And that saves them what?
So if you look at an office today, right, there's so many offices which cannot afford a cafeteria because the cafeteria has high fixed costs, and people go out for lunch and come back. So let's take an office with a $120,000 average salary per year. So if 40 people go out for lunch and come back, and you look at the cost of ownership benefit out of having something like Sally, where they can just walk to their kitchen and get a fresh salad. The cost of ownership benefit comes around $12,000 a month because of the cost of the employee's time. If just 5 employees every evening decide to work 2 extra hours because there's dinner available from a Sally in their office, the value of that comes to $12,000 a month. So compared to all that, $700 a month is peanuts, and so we've got a really positive response.
But it does require somebody to fill it up, obviously. And it's refrigerated or not?
It's refrigerated. It's completely fresh. So it's a lot more hygienic than a salad bar. So we're seeing a lot of interest in hospitals, because if there's one person who's sick who touches a salad bar in a hospital...
I'll never go to a salad bar, ever. You know why? I'm from New York. If you've ever gone and seen a salad bar in New York, or you've watched the local news, all kinds of bad things have happened at salad bars. You know the stories. I don't have to repeat them.
Yeah.
But I'm going to. No, a guy literally went to salad bars in New York and sprayed fecal material on the salad bars.
Well, it doesn't need...
They caught him on video.
Let me give you an even worse statistic, right?
Yeah.
There are surveys which...
There's no worse statistic.
There is.
No.
There are surveys which show 50 to 70% of people don't always wash their hands. And
that's for sure true. But not everybody decides to spray the fecal material on other people's food. So the obvious criticism of all of this is jobs. And so how, Alex, do you look at the replacement of menial jobs? You telegraphed it a bit with the people we do have, we pay well, and we are increasing the quality of ingredients, at the same time keeping costs the same. What is your pizza cost at Zume Pizza? Z-U-M-E. Zume.
Z-U-M-E.
What does a pizza cost compared to a Domino's?
Our pizzas range from $10 to $25.
Okay.
But our actual check average is lower than it is at Domino's. So if you do a direct comparison, a large Domino's and a large Zume, by the time it's in your hands, Zume is actually cheaper than Domino's.
Got it. But it's all fresh ingredients.
100% organic, fresh, never frozen, non-GMO, ethically raised and slaughtered meats, no nitrates, no stabilizers, oxidizers, anything.
As a society, health goes up.
Yep.
Convenience goes up. Yep. Cost stays the same. So that's a massive value advantage for society.
Cost to the consumer stays the same. Our costs go down, our margins go up, and we reinvest a lot of that into our employees. So I use that as a segue. So there's this great debate that we're all about to be part of around the automation of labor and the consequence of that to the way we work and to how it impacts us as workers. Everyone in this room will be affected by it, and everyone you know will be affected by it. So the discussion starts with executives, and the question that you're going to need to tackle is, what will you do with the captured surplus? The fact that you will automate, that's inevitable. You'll have no choice. But what will you do with the captured surplus? And we're trying to start that discussion by setting a good example. So here's what we do. Every employee in our company makes a minimum of $15 an hour. For example, our drivers make $18. The average wage in the kitchen is $16.31. Every employee has full medical dental vision for them and for their families with no copay. And every employee, when they hit their 6-month mark, becomes a shareholder, and we actually backdate their vesting to the day they start. Don't backprice it, but we backdate it. And we're creating opportunities for people that are really changing the way that their families are developing economically, and that's really inspiring. Now, it's true that we're going to have fewer employees in total, but the jobs that we're creating are much higher quality. And frankly, if you do an apples-to-apples comparison in the pizza business, I'll take drivers, for example. They make a minimum wage. They have to provide their own car and their own uniform. They don't get a mileage stipend. It's the 3rd most dangerous job in the U.S. right now, according to the census. And
because they're racing to hit that.
Well, it's the way they have to drive. And you can be summoned into an anonymous transaction carrying cash, a pizza, and a car. And there's parts of the country where that's really unsafe. An interesting statistic, and I don't know if this is representative of this or not, but 50% of our we call them pilots, P-I-E-L-O-T-S, pilots. 50% of our pilot fleet are women, which is really amazing. And if you ask people, when was the last time you remember having a lady deliver your pizza, a lot of people have trouble remembering that. And having delivered hundreds of deliveries myself, when you show up at someone's house late at night, it's dark outside, and a mother with 3 kids answers the door, it's actually a really great positive experience if it's not always a guy showing up with that delivery, right?
Right.
And we're able to do that because the way we deliver is inherently a lot safer, and it's a much, much higher quality job that's better than somebody would be able to get somewhere else.
Henry, how do you deal with the critique that, hey, there's a lot of baristas. Obviously, some people will always want to go to a cafe, but how are you doing this essential? How are you thinking about it? Because I know the coffee is $1 cheaper, I believe, on average. So the consumer, in Alex's case, is getting more value and quality for the same price. In your case, they're getting better quality, but you actually drop the price 25%.
Well, several things. I think at the Metreon, for example, if you go there, we always have someone there. So there's a big kind of hospitality element to Cafe X. So we always have product specialists at all the locations, and we plan to keep doing that because if it gives people a better experience, that's what we'll do.
So you'll still have employees.
Yeah.
You're just not going to have an employee frothing milk for a living.
The machine froths the milk. The employee is there to, like if you go to a restaurant, a waiter will come by and explain the menu, tell you about the ingredients, give you an experience to try the different coffees we have if you like. So we can do all of that stuff. Plus, if they're there to take care of the machine, we have to clean it once in the morning, once at night before we close. And so on the retail/hospitality side, we still need to hire quite a lot of people there. But also for each machine, it's a manufactured product. So we would need to set up a manufacturing facility to build thousands of them.
So there'll be lots of jobs created on the back end to build them.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you teach robots to build the cafes.
Maybe when we get to like 50,000, we'll do
Yeah, you'd have to do that. Deepak, you don't seem to be eliminating that many jobs with yours. You eliminate 1 or 2?
We don't eliminate jobs because how many people do you see working in a salad bar in an office cafeteria? Zero, right?
Just the guy spraying the fecal matter.
So then the savings comes how? Oh, you're justifying the savings by people not leaving, but you are eliminating a job, and that somebody would have to sit there and refresh it, and you keep it.
Yeah,
it has to be maintained less because the computer's doing it.
Yeah, let me give you my take on it, right? So
you are eliminating a job, or hours of work.
Yeah,
that is the value proposition. You can't say you're not eliminating hours and hours of work because they don't have to refill the station, right?
So the way we think about it is we bring these Sallies to all these offices which don't have a cafeteria right now. There's actually 10 times more offices which don't have a cafeteria than offices with cafeterias.
Okay, so they're not losing a position. But what about the ones that have somebody at it and they say, oh, at Google we have 100 salad bars. We're going to put 100 Sallies in. Now the 10 prep chefs goes to 5. How do you look at that?
Well, what we are hearing from companies like Google and Cisco is they have a central cafeteria, and they've got tons of buildings which are far away from the central cafeteria, and people spend 10 minutes walking to the central cafeteria and going back. So they want to keep their central cafeteria as is, but they want to put Sallies in all these other buildings so that people don't spend 10 minutes walking to the central place. So we're actually creating new food service.
Your PR firm has explained to you perfectly how to deflect this question. So I would like to congratulate that. So your position is no jobs will ever be eliminated.
So let me, not with Sally.
Okay.
I
don't believe you.
I should also add, back in the 1800s, they had the Industrial Revolution, where they were automating things like textiles and transportation and all. And a lot of people were worried about jobs being cut.
You believe this? You don't believe we're going to go to a negative job economy?
Well, it depends on the kind of robot you build. With a robot like Sally, I don't think we are eliminating jobs. But with other types of robots, yeah, it's possible.
Maybe Sally 1.0, you can kind of make the argument. I don't believe it because you're not going to stop at Sally 1.0. There's obviously going to be 2.0, 3.0. No technology company says, gosh, we made this 25% more efficient, but we'll stop now.
Yeah, so see, let me show you the exact math, right? We are creating new jobs for people to go and refill the Sallies in all these offices which don't have cafeterias right now.
Right, but those people used to go downstairs to the cafe and get a salad. Anyway, Alex, you were going to add to this.
Well, so look, I want to just tackle this question head on because we are adding progressive automation right now, and we're being transparent about it. But we're not eliminating jobs in our company. We're changing and taking boring, repetitive, or dangerous tasks. We're automating those. But then there was a person doing those before, so then what happens to that person?
That's, I think, the intellectual honesty we have to approach this with.
Yeah, and that was part of the social responsibility that we wanted to build into the business. So we invest in retraining. So we already have in our company today, we have 82 employees. We have examples of people who have moved from the kitchen to finance, to catering sales. We have actually one guy in the kitchen who's training to be a software engineer, and we're paying for that retraining.
Let's go through a scenario. There's 30 million people who work in truck driving and retail in some way. I'm not even sure what the numbers are for food service, but that's just the retail front of the house. I don't know what the back of the house is. But let's add another 10 million there, 40 million jobs.
Sure.
Let's say this is year 1 or 2 for each of your companies. We'll fast forward in 10 years, and Moore's Law continues and your ability continues, and 30 million jobs are eliminated here in America. What should we do, Alex?
Well, let me start.
If you were the president.
Let me start by building on what Deepak said, because he was going down a really important road. So during the Industrial Revolution, there was the automatic loom that was invented, and all the weavers were up in arms because the automatic loom was going to put them all out of business. And in fact, that happened. But what was unexpected was that the price of textiles fell precipitously, and cloth, which was previously really only for rich people, was widely available. And so 3x the number of weavers were created in sewers who are actually producing garments that were now available to the average consumer.
So you don't buy that 30 million jobs could go away?
No. I think 30 million activities that people are paid for, sure. In your example, 100%, those will go away.
When do you think
they
go
go away? But the open question is, what will they be replaced with, right? How will the nature of work change? And it's not just in the direct replacement of jobs that we think about today. For example, people will need to fill the Sally. People will need to maintain the Sally, right? But there's whole new categories of work, things that we don't think about today, like hosts at the coffee bar, whose job is to create an emotionally satisfying experience for the person getting the coffee. And they can focus all of their attention and time on having a great conversation with that person because they're not operating a piece of equipment.
So if the cafe becomes so profitable, you think you'll hire like a stand-up comedian and a guitar player? I kind of like where we're going with this.
It's not as far-fetched as you're making it sound.
No, I mean, if you're sitting there with Cafe X and let's say it becomes wildly profitable, knock on wood, you could say, wow, we're doing so well. Why don't we add a nice, classical guitarist to this every cafe?
Maybe a DJ.
Or, well, depending on the location.
Yeah.
And they could, you could reinvest it. How do you look at this, job controversy, let's call it? Concern, controversy?
Honestly,
inevitability.
We're actually really trying to hire a lot of people right now to do the hospitality part because we're opening a few more locations, and also we're working on setting up manufacturing as well. So that requires hiring a lot of people. And just it's like from my point of view, we're actually just trying to hire a lot of people.
Okay. Well, this is I think. What I like about this discussion, and Deepak and Alex and Henry, I think it's great that you're honest about it. I think it's great you're working on it. I don't have any problem with it. I think we should eliminate the dead-end, menial, painful jobs. And I think the fact that we're having an honest discussion about it here in Silicon Valley, and I heard just a week or two ago, somebody who works in our government said, we're not concerned about this. It's a 50 to 100.
No, that's not somebody who works in the government. That is the Treasury Secretary.
The Secretary of the Treasury.
Secretary of the Treasury.
Which
he said it's not even on our radar. It's going to be 50 to 100 years before any computer or robot will automate any job.
How stupid was that comment? Okay, let's say this. When will 10 million of these jobs, I'm going to end on this because we like to do our little forecasting here. When will 10 million of these menial jobs in retail, I'll leave out self-driving, just retail and food service. When will 10 million jobs be replaced by robots here in the United States? Pick a year.
2020.
2020.
2020.
I would say around that, yeah.
So in 3 years, 10 million jobs will be replaced by robots, yet our government...
Well, let's be clear, robots. It'll be replaced by automation.
Automation, right. Because when we say robots...
It could be AI, it could be ML, it could be physical robots, it could be machines.
Yeah, I mean, what is the pizza sauce spreader? Is it a robot? It's just automation.
The nature of work has always changed, Jason. It's going to be higher skilled jobs. That's what people have to go after a few years from now, and they need training for that.
But the difference is during the Industrial Revolution, that was an uncurated change, which had social consequence. The choice we get to make now is if we get to curate, because we're looking forward, do we curate this change so it has a lower social consequence?
We can actually, yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause. Yes, I agree. We can actually go into this with our eyes open.
Correct.
And think about it. All right, big round of applause for Deepak, Henry, and Alex for tackling very hard work and a very challenging issue. Thank you. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Hey, and we're going to do another alumni update. Bring Aaron Holm out. Aaron, and thanks for sticking with us. This will just take another couple of minutes. Aaron, come on out. Aaron also came to the incubator with a crazy idea. When you came to the incubator, good to see you.
You too.
You had, I think, an animation.
I had an animation.
And now, a year later, we have a blockable unit in the lobby.
We have a roadshow model. We have something that came down a truck from Portland, and we pulled in here, and now there's an apartment in your conference center.
There's an apartment in my conference center. Yeah. And so anybody who doesn't have a place to stay tonight, it's cool.
Yeah.
You can crash here. But I also think 7 figures in pre-orders.
Yes, we have a lot of pre-orders and a huge pipeline, and what we've established is that demand is not the issue. So that's what we're working on now.
Let's give a quick alumni update.
So hello, everyone. I'm Aaron. I'm the CEO of Blockable. It really is less than a year since I pitched on stage up at Napa at the Launch Festival. Let me just back up. So, I mean, what we're doing is basically, it's a modular building system to make it much easier for developers to build multifamily housing and to change the way we think about how we build. So I'm going to walk through some different elements, but we'll look at the vision and the market, the team, our building system, the BlockSense platform that we've built, our manufacturing capacity, and what we're doing now to raise. This is just kind of a bullet list of what we've done over the last year. So the big vision is, what if we could dramatically reduce the time and cost of building housing? What kind of impact would that make on the world, and how would we achieve that? So what if we could build communities in weeks and not years? What if we could radically simplify the process of bringing housing online? What would that do? So this is our concept, Space Shipped, the idea that we can build fully built out, ready to use, ready to live in, modular buildings that can be dropped on site, connected to utilities, and are immediately available to live in. So what can developers build with Blockable? Well, it's a range of things. We're really focused on multifamily housing and working with developers who are bringing 2, 3, 4-story housing complexes onto the market. That's where the biggest demand is right now over the next 10 years, the sort of missing middle sort of areas of cities that are in between the downtown core and the outer suburbs. A lot of people have been priced out of the downtown core, and the outer suburbs are sort of well-defined and difficult as commuting areas. So transit-oriented development in the missing middle areas is really where we're focused, and that's what's really well-suited to a modular building system. So this was the animation that I pitched on stage at the Launch Festival in July. And back then it was a concept. It was really, we know we want to use manufacturing, we want to use modern building techniques. We've done a lot of work developing our structural framing system, our paneling system, how we put the whole thing together. And then we're really building these like computers in that there's an operating system that runs each unit, and the entire unit is instrumented so we can control temperature, lighting, and security, just because that's how we feel buildings should be made going forward. We also focused on the modularity of the system, so the ability to have 1 unit or 2 unit or 3 units or 40 units that all connect to each other, and they're very simple to assemble on site. And the idea that they can plug and play and create different types of formats and different sizes. So you can open them up to create larger spaces. You can create 1-bedroom apartments that have 12-foot wide walls. You can do multiple stories. You can add decks. And really sort of put a suite of tools into the hands of architects and developers to let them think about what the next generation of housing should look like. So we were really excited about the concept, and over the last year, we've kind of made it real. So this is what we've done over the last year. We raised $1.5 million. We've built an incredible team. I could not imagine a better team of people working on this problem. We've prototyped and manufactured. We've done about 8 rounds of structural steel manufacturing, and then our prototype roadshow model is sitting out on the floor. We released our BlockSense software platform. We've developed about $29 million in the pipeline. We started selling 2 months ago, and we've done about $400,000 in the first 2 months. And now we're looking to scale up our manufacturing. So an incredible team, a mixture of architects, builders, planning, product management, industrial design, manufacturing expertise. So we're really bringing together a team that's rethinking how do you design a process that can repeatably build really high-quality housing at a good cost and really bring housing online really fast. So again, we launched yesterday. We started pre-sales in February. This is some of our traction metrics. We're building a 24-unit apartment complex in Utah that starts next year. This is just some visuals of some of the projects we're working on. And from a developer perspective, it's really about being able to do projects faster. So they can, if they can bring a project online, 24 apartments, and deliver it in a third less time, that is a huge amount of value for them. So where we're focused right now is really delivering our product into the market where the need is the biggest. So folks who are building affordable housing, building senior housing, building student housing, market rate housing, that's really, it's about a $100 billion a year industry, and there's so much housing that needs to get built. And we're also working with some municipalities and nonprofits because it just so happens that our format is really useful for folks who are trying to solve homeless issues. And so they're trying to bring housing online, sometimes on sites that are temporary. It might be a site that they only have for 3 years. And they need to bring housing online for families and different people, and our system just works really well with that. And so we're very honored and delighted to be working with cities and nonprofits to try and bring our product onto the market in a way that's helpful for everyone. And the idea that we can deliver housing for a population of people in 3 months when their other choice is about $350,000 a door. Ours is $70,000, and it's going to take them 2 years to bring it online, and we can do it in 3 months. That makes a big difference. So the value proposition in general is being able to drastically reduce design time because we're working from a preset set of modules that we can drop onto any site and be done design pretty quickly. 50 to 20% cost depending on the project, and then 30-50% build time reduction. This is our manufacturing facility in Vancouver. It's already too small, but this is where we've been building out all of our prototypes and our framing. And so the idea of BlockSense is that it's the world's first integrated smart home from the ground up. And so we're doing some neat things. We think of it like every block is a node, and the communities that we're building are networks, and we're excited to see where people take that. We're doing regular over-the-air updates. It's constantly improving. It's going to be a marketplace. This is just an instance of something that one of the managers we're working with is doing, sending notifications into the unit via Slack. So they can communicate with each unit inside from Slack and monitor events. And then we can notify people inside the unit. And this is really useful when you think about the different types of use cases we're talking about. People building communities, people bringing new types of housing online, homeless communities where people are coming off the street, and if the nonprofit can sort of work with them and not have them have to come out of the unit for a little while, sometimes that's useful. So that's what we're up to. We're raising now because it's a gigantic problem. The demand is so huge that we need to start to scale up to start to build more units. We're ramping manufacturing. We're getting new projects every day. Yesterday we launched and we had eight developers came in, and each one of them's got multiple lots and multiple products, so we need to start satisfying the demand. And we need to really invest in engineering and manufacturing automation. And we have an offer. If anybody in the audience has a plot of land and wants to build something this year and wants to build something small that's between 1 and 4 blocks, we'll give you a 10% discount as we go through the design and ordering process. Just go to our site and enter launch deal in the describe your projects in the comments field, and we'll follow up with you and support that offer. So thanks very much.
Well done. Okay, just one question. If you look at your time in the incubator, we spent 12 weeks together. What do you think was the major lesson you learned coming down to the Valley every week? You flew in every week, and you spent 12 weeks with us, over 20 sessions in those 12 weeks. What did you learn? What was your takeaway?
The takeaway was to really understand who needed this and where the biggest value would be. So there were different ideas that were floated around about, should we sell these to high-end homeowners? Should we sell these as ADUs? Who should we provide these for? And having that conversation week after week really helped me to understand where the volume market was for what we were going to do, and also to understand that the real differentiator for what we were doing versus what other people were doing was the idea that we need to get to thousands per year. Okay, let's hear it for Blockable. Well done. Thank you. It's been extraordinary to watch how quickly you've built this business, along with Rapify and CafeX. All right, hey, I could use your help right now. I just want to say a quick thank you to our partners and get a big round of applause from you, because they make it possible for us to provide this free platform to so many startups and aspiring entrepreneurs in the audience. So I just want to say thank you to IBM, Seed Invest, Verizon Ventures, Wilson Sonsini, WSGR, Microsoft, Sequoia, and Oracle and NetSuite. Can I get a big round of applause for them, please? Thank you. Okay, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Let me catch. You ready? Let me bone. Solomon Van Sister. Yo, what's up, son? What's up, kid? What's going on, kid?
Yo, man, I'm just doing my thing, man. What up, man? I'm trying to knock this shit. Yo, 245 over here, man. Chill up, man. You know how we be working, man.
Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old men. So then we moved to Shaolin Land. A young youth, you're rocking the go-to. Low goose, only way I begin to G-York was drug loot. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one. Pulling out gats for fun. But it was just a dream for the teen who was a fiend. Started smoking wools at 16. And running up in gates and doing hits by high stakes. Making my way on fire skates. No question I was speed for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question I would flow off and try to get the dough off. Sticking up right boys on board. My life got no better. Same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured out I went the wrong route. So I got with a sick tight click and went all out. Catching keys from cross seas. Rolling in MPVs. Every week we made 40 G. Yo, brothers, respect mine. I ain't gonna tech now. Bow. Move from the gate now.
Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
It's been 22 long, hard years, I'm still struggling. Survival got me bugging, but I'm alive on arrival. I keep at the shape of the streets to stay awake to the ways of the world. Deep. A man with a dream with plans to make cream was fail. I went to jail at the age of 15, a young buck selling drugs and such who never had much, trying to get a clutch of what I could not touch. The court played me short, now I face incarceration. Pacing, no one upstate's my destination. Handcuffed and back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough. But as the world turned, I learned life was hell. Living in the world no different from a cell. Every day I escape from takes, giving chase, selling bass, smoking bones in the staircase. Though I don't know why I chose to smoke cess. I guess that's the time when I'm not depressed, but I'm still depressed. And I ask, what's your work? Ready to give up, so I seek the old earth. Who explain working hard may help you maintain. To learn to overcome the heartaches and pain. We got stick up kids, corrupt cops and crack rocks and stray shots. All on the block that stays hot. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. To kick the truth to the young black youth. The shorties running wild, smoking cess, drinking beer. And ain't trying to hear what I'm kicking in his ear. Neglected for now, but yo, they got to be accepted. That what? The life is hectic.
Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
doing it 3. We've had a couple of singles, a couple of what I would call bunts, where you get your money back and nothing else.
You get on base by
till your lungs get sore. Ow! It's start time. This man is mean. He's killing all y'all giant turkeys. Y'all want more than Jigga Man. Well, if y'all want more than Jigga Man, then I need y'all to help me bring him back to the stage. Say ho. Come on, say it. Hold up, hold up. Are y'all out there? Are y'all out there? Come on, loud. Yeah. Now see, that's what I'm talking about. They love you, Jigga. They love you, Jigga. I like the way this one feels. It's so soulful, man.
my mother man 50 grand, the alcoholic man, inject a tall can in his bloodstream if you can. Biggie Smalls, the stroker, MC provoker, chocolate smoker, huh? I like to max and Maximas and Acuras. Your girl cheeks I'm smacking, huh? The raw rapper, spine slapper with the little on my lapper. You know the flavor matter. A shot, but I ain't your comforter. And if I ever fall in love, I bet I'm her. Ask her if I didn't jerk her. If she try to front, then I drop the Chucky Booker on her.
Why you wanna play the games on me?
You're crazy, commitments, I'm Swayze. No time for the ill shit. Rest with the on that real blood still. My rapping tactics are drastic, stretching mother like Mr. Fantastic. So if you wanna see my pedigree, you better be filled with energy. Never getting me.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off of living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high.
It's clear to see that I'm the mother man. I done learned from the best of them. Took the first slot, still second guessing them. I'm undressing them. Foes, I'm not stressing them. Outlasted a bunch of them, outflowed the rest of them. Cause every day I stay preaching on this pulpit. So tell these haters they can miss me with that bull. But I won't miss this load of the heat holder. I'm rich. I've done more shows than Oprah. And I'm a soldier, ready for whatever. Roll with a bunch of that don't know no better. King like Coretta, counting more cheddar. Just hire two to be my getters. When it comes to these women, dog, ain't nobody with me. They running back, you think I had TJ Duckett with me. That's cause I throw it like Vic from the yard line. It's safe to say I'm having hard times.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off of living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high off of living
To my
life.
chopper die with the whoop-de-wop on the block. Got that cause I know them suckers on the block. Hennessy and Belvedere brings a lot of jealousy. Stop snitching, nephew, why you telling me? They say the game ain't what it used to be no more. He used to be a G, but now he just running around pointing fingers, telling names. You up the rules to this dirty game, it's a dirty shame. I ain't flipping out, that's probably why I'm dipping out. Y'all fools tripping out, that's why I'm on a different route. Making money, having clouds, that what it's all about. 27 cars in a 12-bedroom house. Now they call me Snoopy Trump. I keep my close, cause I let them. I sustain on the, kick rocks and watch how I do my thing, young. I'm living the life.
Big cities and
Bright lights.
Short days and long
nights.
No stress and no strife.
Yeah.
I'm high off.
I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright lights.
Big cities with bright lights.
Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life.
Yeah. Thank you. Far too kind. Woo. Yeah. Ready? Woo. Let's go. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise. Get him, Jay. Who you know fresher than Ho? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can none of y'all mirror me back? Yeah, hear me rap, it's like hand G rapping his prime. I'm young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the fuck you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open a him with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Hardcore, do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn balls. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do. Look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits. Look how they wait to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, we're in the 4-5. It ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you. Probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Cocksucker, take one for your team. And I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. So motherfucker, if you want this encore, I need you to scream till your lungs are sore. Come on.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. I've become so numb.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more?
I've become so numb.
So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. One last time, I need y'all to roll.
Let me rock it. Let me catch. You ready? Let me bone. Solomon's ancestor. Yo,
what's up, son?
What's up, kid? What's going on, kid?
Yo, man, I'm just doing my thing, man. What up, man? I'm trying to knock this shit. Yo, 2 for 5 over here, man. 2 up there, man. You know how we be working, man.
Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old men. So then we moved to Shaolin Land, a young youth. You're rocking the go-to, low goose. Only way I begin to G-York was drug loot. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gats for fun. But it was just a dream for the teen who was a fiend. Started smoking wools at 16 and running up in gates and doing hits for high stakes. Making my way on fire skates. No question I was speed for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question I would flow off and try to get the dough off. Sticking up right boys on board. My life got no better. Same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured out I went the wrong route. So I got with a sick tight click and went all out. Catching keys from cross seas. Rolling in MPVs every week. We made 40 G. Yo, brothers, respect mine. I ain't gonna tech now. Bow. Move from the gate now.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
It's been 22 long, hard years. I'm still struggling. Survival got me bugging, but I'm alive on arrival. I keep back the shape of the streets to stay awake to the ways of the world. Deep. A man with a dream, with plans to make cream was fail. I went to jail at the age of 15. A young buck selling drugs and such who never had much, trying to get a clutch of what I could not touch. The court played me short, now I face incarceration. Pacing, no one upstates
my destination. Handcuffed and back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough. But as the world turned, I learned life is hell. Living in the world no different from a cell. Every day I skate from Jake's, giving chase, selling bass, smoking bones in the staircase. Though I don't know why I chose to smoke cess. I guess that's the time when I'm not depressed, but I'm still depressed. And I ask, what's your work? Ready to give up, so I seek the old earth. Who explain working hard may help you maintain. To learn to overcome the heartaches and pain. You got stick up kids, corrupt cops and crack rocks and stray shots. All of the block stays hot. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. To kick the truth to the young black youth. The shorties running wild, smoking cess, drinking beer. And ain't trying to hear what I'm kicking in his ear. Neglected for now, but yo, they got to be accepted. That what? The life is hectic.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Yeah.
I smoke on the mic like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor, terrorize the jam like troops in Pakistan, swinging through your town like your neighborhood Spider-Man. So tick tock and keep ticking, while I get you flipping off the shit I'm kicking. The Lone Ranger, cold red, danger, deep in the dark with the art to rip the charts apart. The vandal, too hot to handle your battle. You're saying goodbye like Tevin Campbell. Roughneck, Inspector Dex on the set. The rebel, I make more noise than heavy metal.
The way I make the crowd go wild. Sit back, relax, won't smile. Ray got it going on, pal. Call me the rap assassinator. Rhymes rugged and built like Schwarzenegger. And I'ma get mad deep like a threat. Blow up your project, then take all your assets. Cause I came to shake the frame in half with the thoughts that bomb like math. So if you wanna try to flip, yo, flip on the next man. Cause I'll grab the clip and hit you with 16 shots and more. I got going to war with the melting pot.
It's the Method Man for short, Mr. Map. Move it on your left. And set it off, get it off, let it off like a gat. I wanna break food, cop me back. Small change, they putting shame in the game. I take game and blow the out the frame. And like fame, my style will live forever. Crossing over like they don't know no better. But I do. True, can I get a sue? Enough respect due to the 1-6. Ooh, I mean, oh. Yo, check out the flow like the Hudson or PCP when I'm dusting. It's off because I'm hot like sauce. The smoke from the lyrical blood make me
Ooh, grab my nut, get screwed. Ow, here comes my Shaolin style. True, B-A-B-Y-U. To my crew with the
Yeah. Come on, baby, come on. Baby, come on, baby, come on.
Yo, you best protect your neck.
First things first, man, you with the worst. I'll be sticking pins in your head like a nurse. I'll attack any who's slacking his mat. Come fully packed with the fat rugged stack. Shame on you when you step through. Two, the old dirty bastard, straight from the Brooklyn Zoo. And I'll be damned if I let any man come to my center. You enter the winter, straight up and down that shit. Cam, you can't slam. Don't let me get fooled on the man. The old dirty bastard is dirty and stinking. They so unique, rolling with the night of the creeps. We rolling with a stash, ain't saying gas. Wipe my style, I bite your motherfucker.
Cry out loud, my style is wild, so book me. Not long is how long that this rhyme took me. Ejecting styles from my lethal weapon. My pen that rocks from here to Oregon. Here's more again. Catch it like a psycho flashback. I love gats. Rap was a gun. You wouldn't bust back. I come with all types of shapes and sounds. And where I lounge lounge is my stomping grounds. I give an order to my peeps across the water to go and snatch up props all around the border and get far like a shooting star. Cause who I are is living the life Apollo Escobar. Point blank as I kick the square biz. There it is, your fucking pros and there it goes.
Yo, chill with the feedback block, we don't need that. It's 10 o'clock, ho, where the f to see that? Feeling mad hostile, ran out postal. Flowing like Christ when I speaks the gospel. Stroll with the holy roll, then attack the globe with the buckets. Style the ruckus, 10 times 10 men committing mad sin. Turn the other cheek and I'll break your chin. Slaying boom bangs like African drums. Coming around a mountain when I come. Crazy flamboyant for the rap enjoyment. My clan increased like black unemployment. Yeah, another one dare. Took a genius, take us the out of here.
The woo is too slamming for these coke killing labels. So ain't had hits since I seen Aunt Mabel. Be doing all the sinning like Cain did Abel. Now they money's getting stuck to the gum under the table. That's what you get when you misuse what I invent. Your empire falls and you lose every cent. But trying to blow up a scrub. Now that thought is just as bright as a 20-watt light bulb. Should've pumped it when I rocked it. So stingy, they got short arms and deep pockets. This goes on in some companies with majors that scared to death to pump these. First of all, who's your A&R? A mountain climber who plays an electric guitar, but he don't know the meaning of dope when he's looking for a suit and tie rap that's cleaner than a bar soap. And I'm the dirtiest thing in sight. Matter of fact, bring out the girls and let's have a mud fight.
The best protect your neck, the best protect your neck, the best protect your neck, the best protect your neck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind.
Can I get an encore?
Do you want more? Cook it with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Who you know fresher than whole? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lurking at. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Yeah, hear me rap, it's like hand G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the f you expect? Yep, yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Damn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in him with no pen? Just draw off inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook him, the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I pay my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wave to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, wearing the 4-5, it ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you, probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Sucker, take one for your team, and I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. You want this encore? I need you to scream till your lungs get sore.
Ow! It's star time. This man is mean. He's killing all y'all jive turkeys. Y'all want more than Jigga Man. Well, if y'all want more than Jigga Man, then I need y'all to help me bring him back to the stage. Say ho. Come on, say it. Hold up, hold up. Are y'all out there? Are y'all out there? Come on, loud. Yeah. Now see, that's what I'm talking about. They love you, Jigga. They love you, Jigga.
I like the way this one feels. It's so cool, man. Yeah. Okay. So this here is the victory lap, and I'm leaving. That's how you get me back. After a year, them 16s is 1.2. So that's 2.4, and I'm only doing 2. You want in the game, attention, new dudes. I can get you BET and TRL too. You want to be in the public, in your budget. I ain't budging. Young did it to death, you gotta love it. Record companies told me I couldn't cut it. Now look at me, all star-studded. Golf for a bum par like I putted. All cause I uttered was utterly ridiculous. How sick is this? You want the bang, send Kanye chains, send Justin Dust, send Hypocrite. Yeah, you got spit. Feel something like this. Woo, woo.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Now tuned into the greatest. Turn the music up in the headphones. Tim, you can go and brush your shoulders off. And I got you. Yeah. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go and brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go and brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah, turn up your shoulders. I probably owe it to y'all, probably be locked by the force. Trying to hustle some things that go with the Porsche. Feeling no remorse, feeling like my hand was forced. Middle finger to the Lord, nigga, gripping my balls. Said the ladies, they love me. From the bleachers, they screaming. All the ballers is bouncing, they like the way I be leaning. All the rappers be hating off the track that I'm making. But all the hustlers, they love it just to see one of us making. Came from the bottom of the bottom to the top of the pops. London, Japan, and I'm straight off the block. Like a running back, get it, man, I'm straight off the block. I can run it back, cause I'm straight with the rock. Come on, if you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. This is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder. Your homie holding position in the kitchen with soda. I just whipped up a watch, trying to get me a rover. Trying to stretch out the quicker like a wrestler, yes sir. Keep the heckler close, you know the smokers will test you. But like 52 cards went out, I'm through dealing now. 52 bars come out, now you feel them now. 52 cards roll out, remove ceiling in case 52 bras come out. Now you chillin' with a boss, spit cards FC on the sleeve. After 40-40 club, ESPN on the screen. I play the grip for the jeans, plus the slippers is clean. No chrome on the wheels, I'm a grown-up for real. G, feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulders. Boy, back in the building, Brooklyn, we back on the map. Me and my beautiful beat, in the back of that back. I'm the realest to run it, I just happen to rap. I ain't got a clap at him, get it that black. I dropped that black album, then I back out it as the best rapper alive. Nigga X about me from bricks to billboards, the Grammys, the O's, the opposite. Off and Annie, you got a pardon, Jay, for selling out the garden in the day. I'm like a young Marvin in his hay. I'm a hustler, homie. You a customer crony. Got some dirt on my shoulder. Could you brush it off for me? If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too. Go on, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder. You got a kid. That, turn up your shoulders. Now tuned into the greatest. Best rapper alive. Best rapper alive.
Test. Okay. Hey, thanks to all of my early true believers who are here for the final segment. It's been an amazing week. We started on Monday and Tuesday with Founder University. If you're how many people in the room are founders? Raise your hand really high if you're a founder. Great. Awesome. And what we're trying to do here at Launch is, as you know, I say it over and over again, support founders, inspire innovation. Festival is one way we do it. The incubators are most intimate and intense experience. And we're creating a new experience. It's called founder.university. And you can visit founder.university. It's now like a extension that you can buy so you can make your own university. And we did that on Monday and Tuesday at Wilson Sonsini with Red Bull. And we had 35 founders there. And that's our way of engaging deeply with startups we think are going to be very promising in the future. So we had 2 days of intensive coursework, probably too much coursework, 12. I'm starting to sound like Trump. It was like probably too much. It was like the greatest ever, and everybody knows it. All these other universities are very sad. But it was really great because we had this concept, we put it together, and what we were able to do there is say, hey, if a company doesn't fit on the stage yet, or the incubator, that's okay. We can move upstream and see where maybe some of the blockages are in terms of getting more underrepresented minorities, females, into the system and into this process of learning. Because we're all learning. I'm learning. Everybody in the audience is learning. Publicly traded tech companies are learning. We're all in the learning process. And innovation can happen anywhere around the world. And we have been working on becoming a truly international organization. We're going to make an announcement next month about bringing Launch Festival to another country for the next 2 years. We'll still have it in America. We'll still have it here in San Francisco. But maybe in San Mateo, I don't know. We'll see. We may move inside of the area here. But we're going to have another country is going to do it for the next 2 years. The government said, hey, we really want you to come down. I said, that's really expensive. They said, we'll give you whatever you want. I said, how about money? And they said, how much money? And I said, this much. And they said, yeah, we'll do that. And I said, okay, we're coming. And we'll be down under. I'll leave it at that. I can't say. But we're putting some shrimp on the barbie shortly. And this Founder University is something I want you all to take a look at, because if you sign up for it, we're going to do it multiple times a year. And it's going to be our way to find the best of and from around the world and get to know them. And that's what we like to do. We like to get to know founders. We don't just invest in them. We get to know them. We work side by side with them. We see if they fit our profile of what it takes: grit, resiliency, and people who are crafters, people who actually do the work and can make things in the world. We don't care who you are, where you're from, your age, your gender, your religion, your anything. We literally do not care if you're short, tall, round, anything. We care about how good you are at building things, and we care very deeply about the performance of your company. It's a meritocracy as far as we're concerned, and we want the most talented, hardest working people to win. If that's you, go to founder.university, sign up, or give us your email address, and you're already on a list. But when you see those Founder University events happen, consider applying, and we're going to make it virtual as well. So we had maybe 200 people virtually and 35 or 45 in person. And so we might be able to increase those numbers a bit, but we're trying to make it very hands-on. One of the ways that we've been traveling the world without having to get on planes is our partnership with IBM. Can I ask Lainey to come out? Please welcome Lainey from IBM. Now, this is our second year, but we've done 3 or 4 events together.
We have.
And you guys host the incubator almost every week. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
IBM is super passionate about startups. Why?
Well, IBM's really passionate about startups because we're really passionate about innovation, and we're passionate about solving the world's biggest problems. And all of you founders out there that have been in the demo pits for the last 2 days and participating in the Angel Summit are doing just that. And we find that when we can partner with you guys, we can help. When we can give you resources to really help you grow your businesses, amazing things happen.
And this Smart Camp, you were doing it for a number of years on your own, made great progress. Then we joined forces 2 years ago. Explain to people what Smart Camp is and how it works mechanically.
Sure. So Smart Camp is a global pitch competition. You can sort of think of it as American Idol meets Shark Tank. And we have 30 events all over the world, 30 local pitch competitions. Over 500 startups applied to participate. And of those 5, we chose 10 global semifinalists. We gave them VIP tickets to come to Launch Festival. Jason has been mentoring them and helping them with their pitches and letting them ask questions about everything from
having lunch.
Yeah, having lunch, and it's just been a really awesome experience. Thank you, Jason.
Oh, my pleasure.
And so we've got 10 startups here who've been out demoing on the floor. 3 of them will be announced right now, and as the finalists, they're going to pitch on stage, and one of them is going to win a $25,000 investment from you.
For me?
Very gracious. I sure hope from you. It's not from me. So.
Okay, great. All right.
And,
sure.
and you're going to give them a spot in your incubator.
Right. They're going to come to the incubator and spend 12 weeks with us. So this really is a very real competition. It's not PR. It's not marketing. It really changes people's lives because they get to spend weeks and weeks with us actually building their company and meeting the world's greatest investors. So for that, I really thank IBM for the tireless support. And you have this really cool product called Watson that has pretty amazing timing. You guys have been working on artificial intelligence for decades. Everybody knows Deep Blue. Was it originally called Deep Blue, Watson? Anyway, you beat chess. And
Jeopardy.
Jeopardy. You beat Jeopardy.
Ken Jennings.
Right.
Yeah.
So you beat Jeopardy, and then now you've productized it, and startups can use Watson. I know a lot of them are. Tell people a small plug for Watson and how they can use it.
Yeah. So a lot of people, even a year or 2 years ago, AI was really restricted to the enterprises with lots of money to spend, and now anybody can access, over a dozen services in the cloud. I think most of the startups that participated in Smart Camp have begun to use Watson to really differentiate their products. And
you give it to them for free, unlimited.
It's free. Yeah, for startups, you can get access to that technology for a year. And if you're interested in learning more, I'll give a little plug to our lounge out there. Please go talk to our team. Try out our cognitive beer tasting, and we'll tell you how you can get that free credit.
Okay, so you drink a little beer, you learn, the cognition goes up after the beer? Or you get the beer and then we see how good your cognition is?
And then we sign you up.
Okay, great, I like that. Very well done. Let's hear it for Lainey and IBM. Thanks for the support.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Okay, let me bring out my next set of judges. Come on out, folks. In this next judging panel, and we're going to see 5 companies in this panel, then 6 companies. Plus the surprise, and then we'll have the winners. So Gigi, Adeo, Jed. Hey, Jed. Harvey, and Cyan is back. All of my great friends. Thanks for coming. These are 3 companies from around the world. And, of course, in terms of feedback, candid feedback, you don't have to worry too much about the pitch. Obviously, the pitch is the trailer of the company. It's not meant to have everything in it. It's meant to give you a flavor for the company. But your best insights and questions about the business are super helpful to our founders. Please welcome RoboKind. 3 minutes on the clock. Big round of applause for RoboKind. 3, 2, go.
Hi, I'm Richard Margolin. I'm the CTO, co-founder of RoboKind. We make facially expressive robots that help kids with autism learn social and emotional skills. Let me show you what traditional therapy looks like versus what we do. So this is Cole. He's 14 years old. He's been in therapy for a decade. He still can't make eye contact with his therapist. He can't engage. He can't listen to what she has to say. Here's his second session with Milo, our robot. He's leaning in. He's engaged. He's making eye contact, which you can't do with people. He's able to talk to Milo. This is all new behavior for him, and he's actually able to take instruction. So why does it work? It works because we're more engaging for kids with autism than people. Like you saw, he can't look at his therapist, so he can't engage, he can't learn. He's able to engage with Milo 87.5% of the time versus only 2.5% of the time with his therapist, so he can learn with our robots, and he just can't learn from people. So this is a teacher who had had Milo in her classroom for 6 weeks.
Hitting people totally gets a sustained, way of making sure the person looks at you, responds back to you, and then he moves on. How he greeted people before was he'd either bite them or hit them because he didn't know how to get their attention, how to interact with somebody. He's just more comfortable in his own skin.
So from the parent, that's a teacher's perspective. From the parent perspective, I'm going to show you Celia's mom. Her daughter had been kicked out of public school because she had such frequent meltdowns that they just couldn't handle her. She got moved to a therapy center that had Milo, and everything changed for them.
Celia has autism. Those early days, I would not wish it on anyone. Milo was the life changer for us.
You can tell me what to do.
Okay. With Milo, Celia would watch, listen for his question, think about it, and respond. Celia never did that in a normal conversation before. After a lifetime of hearing that your kid can't do what every other kid is doing, to be able to go in and hear improvement is life-changing.
So ultimately, we're able to help change the lives of a lot of kids very quickly. We sell to public school districts. Our business model is real simple. It's $6,500 a year. They get the robot, the curriculum, everything. Ultimately, we save schools a lot of money. In Spartanburg, South Carolina, we saved them $385,000 in their first year by moving several kids out of intensive special ed with a 2-to-1 ratio student to teacher and move them on.
Okay, well done. Big round of applause. We have a new thing. Instead of me saying you're done, the microphone just tells us.
Easy.
So much nicer.
That's a tough one to cut off.
I got a question. So since
Sure.
you got cut off, what
Sure.
else were you going to say?
All right, we'll take it out of your Q&A time. Adeo, tireless supporter of Founders.
Sure. So they saved the money basically by moving several students out of intensive special ed into regular special ed and even part-time mainstream classrooms. The special ed's really expensive. They move them into mainstream classrooms. These kids are learning. They're able to kind of become like real productive people. And then we save them like $60,000 a student.
How many have you sold so far?
We're in over 200 schools.
How many districts?
We're in about 75 school districts.
Have you tested this enough to know if, for lack of a better phrase, there's addiction that happens so that they can then only learn from Milo going forward, and it actually makes it harder over time to interact with humans?
So our experience so far, and we also have done some formal studies, are that the kids engage with the robot and then very quickly start practicing on their own, and they very much want to transfer these skills to interactions with people, which is what's actually important.
What is the sales process like with the school districts?
Admittedly, we spent a lot of time educating them initially. Now we're at a point where, because we have recommendations from schools and case studies, we're usually able to go in, and so long as we're meeting with decision makers, we're able to usually make sales within about 2 meetings. And the sales we're starting to make are no longer just kind of single robot tests, but they're starting to be 5 and even 10 unit kind of district-wide implementations.
So how big's the market? Obviously, it addresses many different issues with kids. So can you give us some sort of market
Sure.
numbers?
Yeah. So in U.S. public schools, there's about 1.5 million kids with autism. It's about 1.6% of the public school population, but they actually consume 12.5% of the dollars. So these schools are spending a lot of money on things that are right now pretty ineffective, and we're able to provide them a solution that actually works, helps these kids, and mitigates a lot of cost.
I think you're doing something wonderful. It's probably the most heartwarming pitch that I've seen in the conference. And so why are you doing it? I mean, obviously not necessarily just for money. What's your motivation?
I used to work for another robotics company, and I built very expensive robots. They were real cool, kind of creepy. But a lot of researchers used them, and I saw some possible benefits in autism. These were multi-million-dollar platforms, and no one was creating real product. And if the only thing you've got is some wildly expensive thing and a lot of theory, you're never going to be able to help anyone. And so I wanted to make this real and affordable where these kids actually are.
Okay, let's hear it for RoboKind and welcome AidTech. Well done. Next up is AidTech. 3 minutes on the clock.
Good
3,
afternoon,
2,
San Francisco.
go.
Delighted to be here representing London, United Kingdom via Dublin, Ireland. Let me tell you something shocking. In the world today, there are 2.4 billion people living without a legal identity. And what this means is that they're legally, socially, and financially excluded from services that you and I take for granted. And I'm going to show you how we're solving it right now. And my name is Niall Dennehy. I'm the COO and the co-founder of AidTech. So let me show you something truly groundbreaking. Here you see Gabrielle Pictet from the Red Cross in Geneva. Gabrielle is creating and issuing digital identities on our platform. And in a groundbreaking, world-first project, these same digital identities were issued to Syrian refugees from the Akkar refugee camp in Lebanon. And this enabled them to obtain goods and products from a shop in a completely transparent manner. Groundbreaking. The world's very first delivery of humanitarian aid using blockchain technology. Most people talk about blockchain, how it's theoretical. We put it into practice. Our digital identity is available either on a plastic card or a mobile phone. We marry money with identity, and we bring identity to the unidentified. And let me show you what it looks like from the point of view of a user. And one of those users was a Syrian refugee. Her name was Aisha. Aisha was forced to flee Syria because of the war. She lost her documentation. She didn't have a passport. She had no papers. But luckily, the Red Cross and Red Crescent were able to give her an AidTech digital identity. So, take the use case of Jason Calacanis. If Jason wants to send a donation to Aisha, that's all possible with our digital identity. And here's what the product looks like. Aisha goes to the point of sale. She scans her card. Up pops information about who she is, what she is entitled to. So if Jason made a donation of rice, she selects the rice payment option. She enters the amount of rice that she wishes to purchase. She selects the option to confirm, and a permanent, real-time, immutable record of that transaction is stored on the blockchain. This has never been done before. With our solution, you can not only tell what your donation was used for, but also where it was spent, by whom, and the amount. So Jason can get an alert to his phone to tell him exactly where his donation went to. So what this means is for Jason, for the Red Cross, and for the recipient, Aisha, there is a completely transparent flow of information from start to finish. Never been done before. Absolutely groundbreaking. It is tremendous, as Donald Trump would say. So our solution, what we do is, we are a for-profit. We make money by charging $1 per user per month per digital identity. The governments, the NGOs, are our paying customer. We give this away for free to the NGOs because we want to help them. And we take a transaction fee from additional services like remittances. I'm going to tell you about a global project we're doing shortly.
Okay, give him 1 more minute. Go ahead.
And it's not only we think it's important. The United Nations, as part of their Sustainable Development Goals, have set a target, 16.9, that by 2030, everybody in the world should have a legal identity. And we are making this a reality with the United Nations Development Programme and the International Federation of the Red Cross. And here you see our team rolling out a groundbreaking project with the United Nations in Serbia. And we're bringing remittances to 31 countries, and we're bringing down the cost by 600%. If you want to know more, come talk to me today. Thank you.
Okay, let's put 3 minutes on the clock for Q&A. Feedback from our judges, somebody other than Adeo. Go ahead.
I'm an investor in Hand Up, and so I commend you. Yeah. Sorry. I commend you on going the for-profit route, but I would love to know why.
We're going for the for-profit route because, from experience, we find that dealing with NGOs like the Red Cross, like the United Nations, they've got more respect for us because we're a very professional, very efficient operation. So we find that they want to work with a company who is for-profit because we're all about the efficiency. And the efficiency is something that they are seeking. We bring that to them. And again, for us to achieve the mission that we need to be completely sustainable. And for us to be sustainable, we need to make a profit.
Going like 3 years out, is this a digital identity company? Is it a donation platform with a feedback loop? What?
Yeah, so the donation is only one aspect of what we do. The digital identity is the key enabler to all of the additional add-on services. So one of the slides that I showed earlier on, we showed things like microinsurance, remittances. So we were in town today with a massive payment operator, and we're signing a deal with them to bring remittances to 30 countries around the world. What we're doing is, because of our amazing CTO Flavian, who's in the crowd here, he's created these incredible APIs that will enable developers to build applications, much like the Apple App Store model for us, to enable people to create the services that people really need.
One thing that would be really cool, just this isn't really a question, but if you set up this to be kind of like Patreon, HandUp does this, where I can give on a recurring basis.
Yep,
and also allow me to give you a tip. HandUp also
Yep.
does that, so I give $5 or $10, maybe even more a month to HandUp for every person I support.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get another question. Or a comment, yeah.
Super clever idea. I got lost in one part of the presentation, though, on the identity side. I'm a little unclear on how did the Red Cross, in your example, know that that girl was who she said she was?
So we let the Red Cross handle that. So the Red Cross will onboard her on our platform. They will take care of the KYC checks. They will know who that person is with the information they receive, so they can put that information on our platform.
How does the merchant know that that is who she says?
So the merchant will know because when the NGO captures information about that person, the one thing they do is they take a picture. So when that person comes to the shop, their card is scanned, and up will pop their identity, and that's a picture to eliminate fraud.
It seems like you have a kind of complicated sales cycle. You got to get the NGO's got to onboard the users, and then you make money. What's the timetable on that?
Yeah, it is a little bit of a slow sales process, and we take our time to build up the relationships with the NGO. But the one thing I can tell you about the NGOs is that they've got reach that nobody else has. We spent 2 weeks with the Red Cross in Geneva recently, and they've got 17 million volunteers around the world who can make this happen for us. But you are right, it's a slower sales process, but we give people the ability to self-provision on our platform, so we can ramp up the amount of people we get, and then we leave it to the NGO to verify that they are who they say that we are, so we can get the scale that we need.
All of this works for people who are not without identity, though, too. It could be anybody.
It could be anybody. That's the real beauty of what we have. This can, even in America today, there are 30 million people without a bank account. So using our system, we can put a bank account into their hand. And our big vision is that by the end of the millennium, there's going to be almost 10 billion people living on the planet, 4 billion people living in Africa. And if we can get our card, which we believe we can with the partners we have, into their hands, we allow them to build up a credit profile, a credit history, and we bring identity to the unidentified, but also it can be used for many other things.
Let's hear it for ATech, and welcome Legal Robot. 3 minutes on the clock. And you have, just so the presenter knows, there's a clock right there. When you hit 3, it's going to, when you hit 0, the microphone's going to taper off. 3, 2, go.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you to everyone at Launch and IBM. This has been an incredible opportunity. So I'm Dan from Legal Robot. We use AI to help people understand legal language. This can be as simple as opening up your iPad, snapping a photo of a contract, uploading it from Box, Dropbox, Google Drive, whatever. Here we're capturing an NDA. It's a pretty simple document. And with the magic of pre-recorded videos, we're going to go ahead and see a bit more of a complicated document. So here we provide a simple rating system for that contract. We break down the rights and responsibilities in that document. We identify risks, and we help you spot errors that you might not otherwise see. In this case, we have, I think, $20,000 in legal fees that you're on the hook for. You might not have seen that. We also simplify the legal language into a brief summary in plain English. And this is really useful for lay people that are working with legal language. We don't always understand all the heretofores and whereases. And so this is a much more expedient way to get in touch with legal language. So this is faster and cheaper than a lawyer. We all know that. Machines are much faster. This allows lawyers to spend their time on much more value-added tasks. Having them run around and look for capitalization errors and definitional errors, that's not a great use of their really, really expert time. This is available on any device. You can use your iPad, your iPhone, your Android, web browser, whatever. It's end-to-end encrypted and available for only $300 a month. That's way, way cheaper than you're going to pay for a lawyer. So you're going to have much more efficient interaction with your lawyer. Of course, just having your understanding there isn't enough. You also need to be able to do something with that knowledge that you've gained. Here, we actually let you create your own deep learning tools, run them in a browser, and then execute them on our platform. This allows lawyers to actually deliver useful legal advice to their customers without ever having to code something up. You can actually create this deep learning neural net in a browser and deliver it through our network. We did exactly that. A couple months ago, we created a product for DMCA compliance. You may have heard of it, but basically, this is really useful when regulations change. In December of last year, these regulations changed, and you have to now follow a whole bunch more rules. Oh, route.
Okay. Let's hear it for Legal Robot. Well done. Feedback from our judges.
Just a question. So who's your initial target market?
Large enterprises. Basically, anyone that has a big legal department and the business units are fed up with their turnaround time. This really comes from my personal experience. I was an enterprise software developer and enterprise architect at a large company, and our turnaround time on a typical sales agreement was 3 weeks. That's a lot of time that a sales deal can die, and that was unacceptable. So I sort of engineered my way out of that problem.
So is that $300 per seat?
No, that's $300 for 25 documents per month, and it's tiered and goes up from there. We also have an on-premise version for $180,000 a year.
How long does it take to learn how to use this?
Our goal is for it to just take a few seconds. It should be fully intuitive. You should be able to understand exactly where to tap, where to click. That's why we use that ARC menu, so it's very intuitive, so you can capture a document quickly.
Why not sell it to individuals for 1 or 5 use packets?
Unit economics. It's much more efficient for us to go after the big fish, the folks that are processing lots and lots of contracts. As a small company, we can go after consumers, we can tap that market, but it's you know, if you think of the number of legal issues that you're going to have in a year as a consumer, it's maybe 2 or 3. And if we go after the enterprise, they're dealing with much more complex contracts, and the sales cycle is much more efficient.
So are the legal departments of these large corporations you're selling to going to love you or hate you?
We think they're going to love us.
Well, do you have evidence of either one yet?
What's that?
Do you have evidence of either one yet?
Yeah, we've talked to a lot of folks at big companies, medium-sized companies, and we also work with law firms. So we allow law firms to deliver their real-time legal advice to law departments instead of sending a client alert that no one is going to read. This is a lot more useful for those legal departments because they just get blasted by these client alerts, and they're useless.
I found the UI really amazing, actually. I read a lot of legal contracts, like more than my fair share. And I would imagine that, just as a piece of feedback, that it could be used as a very effective communication tool between the client and the law firm or the client and the in-house lawyer, because sending markup back and forth is a pain in the butt. But if I got something good looking like that, I could definitely have a much easier time figuring out some complicated concepts.
Yeah,
okay.
That's okay.
Well done. Let's hear it for Legal Robot. Okay, so those were our 3 amazing startups from the IBM Smart Camp program. Next up, We had the Startup Summit going on. That was the pack stage in the loft next door. We got feedback, just to give people an idea of why we do what we do. We have 130 or 40 companies in that demo pit. And we used to only be able to have maybe 10 of them on this stage. What we decided to do was put them into 10 summits and have 10 specific 2-hour content blocks, or maybe a dozen of those, over the 2 days. So if an investor wanted to just see food and water, just see AI, just see hardware, just see enterprise, they could see that, because investors had asked for that. So we decided to take some of the ones that were best reviewed by the judges on that stage, the summit stage, and bring them here. So this is the best of the summit stage on the main stage. First up is Revelar. And we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, go.
I've lost track of how many times I have felt unsafe walking through cities that I love. And I know others feel it too, in their cities, on their campuses, and even in their homes. But it wasn't until my little sister was assaulted that I had to face the reality that in the United States, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men are sexually assaulted. After what happened to her, I thought a lot about what if. She didn't have time to take out her phone and unlock it. But what if she could have just pressed a button and let me know that she needed my help? My name is Jackie. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Revelar, and we have built just that. When my co-founder and I started Revelar, we had no hardware experience, no engineers, and absolutely no money. But we had purpose, passion, and persistence, and people started to listen. Kickstarter fans backed us, world-class team members joined us, and the Foundry Group funded us. Fueled by our mission and way too much coffee, we went from prototype to nationwide retail launch in 8 months. And although we started with 1 partner, as you can see, now we have more than 1. As exciting as this was, what's been incredible is to hear our community tell us that just since last spring, we've already had a positive impact on their lives. Even Whoopi Goldberg called Revelar brilliant. And as exciting as this was, today I'm excited to announce our new product, the Revelar Instinct. Instinct launched on Indiegogo as of 3 days ago, and it has a sleek and easy functionality. It works with Bluetooth and your smartphone. With just 1, 2, or 3 clicks, it lets people you trust know your location and sends custom messages. 1 click lets people know you made it home safe, so they don't have to worry about you, and sends a snapshot of where you're at. 2 clicks can let people know that something's up or something doesn't feel right, and can be set up to make your phone ring automatically, so you never feel stuck again. And then 3 clicks let loved ones know to send emergency responders to your location. It even has basic step counting, so you'll never want to leave home without it. These features are completely customizable because what we learned is that safety needs are unique. So things such as make my phone ring or find my Revelar came directly from feedback. And because making safety accessible is a part of who we are, it works with your phone, so there are no monthly fees. Simply connect, wear, and click Revelar when you need it most. As far as we've come with our mission, there's still a very long way to go, especially globally. If we are going to break the patterns of violence, we have to empower people with new educational, cultural, and yes, technological tools. We have been there as tens of thousands of people globally have used Revelar to reach their loved ones when they needed it. Today, we're inviting you all to be a part of our mission to help people everywhere stay safe and live fearlessly. I'm Jackie. Go check us out on Indiegogo. Even if it's not for you, you can donate a device to somebody in need. Thank you.
Okay. Well done.
So
Feedback.
I have a question. This works with a smartphone. You have to have a smartphone in order for it to work, or it works independently?
Yes, currently it works with a smartphone. Our goal was to democratize safety and keep the price low to start, and then we're working on an untethered version.
How much does it cost to make them?
Whew, saying that out loud to make retailer negotiations difficult.
That's fine.
Happy to whisper
How many
that in
have
your
you
ear
sold so
later.
far?
How many have we sold so far? So we've been in the market since May of 2016, and we've sold about a little over 8,000.
So I'm trying to, it's a great product. And
Thank you.
I mean, really, everyone should have one of these. But I can't quite figure out what's long-term protectable about it. Why there won't be numerous competitors coming out with different versions of it.
We welcome competitors because we think it makes us better and it makes us stronger. And it also proves that people want it. Overwhelmingly, what I think in the long run, we do have intellectual property that protects us, something that we filed way back when and have received. But what I really think about is that creating that global brand. Here in the United States, we see these issues, but my co-founder started this with me because her grandmother was kidnapped by guerrillas in Colombia. Safety is just such a broader issue the further out you go, and so really what we want to be is a global company that's providing safety to those who need it.
Great.
Go ahead, Gigi. So why wouldn't, if it's an emergency situation, why wouldn't it go right to an emergency service versus, if I understood correctly, to someone who has to call an emergency?
Absolutely. So we've done a ton of ride-alongs with 911. We're really excited to work with the police. However, again, part of that global vision, my family being from Latin America, it's not always the first instinct to call 911. A lot of people there use private systems, and so what we really want to do is look at it as country-by-country case, and based on, but even in the United States, sexual assault is one of the least reported crimes, and there's a reason. People aren't necessarily ready to report. They might want their friends and family to come get them, but we really believe that that's going to be an option that we can provide for them, and we're working on that solution right now so that that is an option, but we want that to always stay an option, as we know that not every community wants to contact 911 immediately.
So I've seen a number of these things. As you said, you can't undo your lock screen, but I've also seen them come out on smartwatches
Yes.
and things like that. What's your position in the competitive landscape?
Absolutely. So I have an Apple Watch. I'm not wearing it right now because the battery's dead, because the battery usually dies within a day. So that's not always helpful. And it does immediately call 911, which in a true emergency, you're not necessarily in the best position to answer and questions, let alone wait on hold. But furthermore, as much as I love my Apple Watch, you have to hold it, press it, and then it's right next to turn off button, which I'm just kind of like, okay, so you're fighting adrenaline, fight, flight, or freeze, and you have to hope you call 911 and not accidentally turn it off. We've really thought about the use case, and it being hidden, so I'm wearing it now and you can't see it, is a critical part to being able to reach out for help.
I was about to say that, to me, it being hidden seems like a big win.
It is.
When will you be able to have it be independent of the phone so that a parent, say, or even a person traveling abroad could put one of them in their shoe, could put one of them,
A shoe would be the best for kids.
Yeah, shoes would be the best for kids, and then put one in a backpack and put one in your jacket pocket or something. So there would be 3 ways to find me if something, God forbid, happened, or a child.
Absolutely.
And sell them as a 3-pack and have them each have a 4G connection for people who, on the high end, maybe wouldn't care about spending $50 a month on this.
So a few notes on that one. First, we have a functioning prototype, but of course, hardware, you have to pay for it to get built. Secondly, it's something that we're really excited about. And up until now, we've realized that size really matters when it comes to wearables. So it's been too large. We found a way to make it almost the exact same size as our current device, which is around the size of a quarter. So that's been critical to us. And also, a GPS right now through your phone is more accurate than a GPS would be in a cellular device. So we've been working with the companies to try to find the best way to get accurate location.
Okay, let's hear it for Revelar, and
Thank you.
Let's welcome Biddy from the food stage. 3 minutes on the clock, 3, 2, go.
We are facing a global food crisis. You've probably heard some of the statistics that there will be 9 billion people on the planet by 2050, and we're going to have to increase agricultural production 70% in order to feed everyone, which actually isn't even possible. And there are a lot of smart people trying to solve this problem, especially when it comes to protein, which is the most resource-intensive of the nutrients that we need in the human diet. And certainly stem cell beef, like the one pictured here, will be a part of our protein future, as 33% of our protein is expected to come from alternative sources very soon. But at Biddy Foods, we're doing something really different. We're harnessing a powerful natural conversion process that will take any waste cellulose and turn it into high-protein ingredients, which we then incorporate into delicious, nutritious consumer packaged goods. So what's this natural bioconversion process? Tiny protein machines called crickets. I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek, but it's because I want to draw the comparison between this and the huge amount of biotech that is being done to solve this problem, while we have a huge existing biomass of protein that already exists here on Earth that isn't being harnessed for human nutrition. And it turns out that crickets are the most eco-friendly and efficient source of protein on planet Earth. So this is one of the ingredients that we make at Biddy Foods. This is protein powder that has twice the protein of beef at 70 grams of protein per cup, 1.5 times the iron of spinach, and it's 18% healthy fats, which are omega-3 fatty acids similar to what you'd find in salmon. A lot of people might think that people in the US aren't ready to eat insects, but I would draw your attention to the case of sushi, which 30 years ago, nobody ate in the US. And now with the internet, culture is changing faster than ever before. I truly believe that people are ready to eat insects. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you the product that I think is going to take crickets into the mainstream in the United States. These are Churritos snack chips. We just launched them here at Biddy Foods. They're made with lentil flour and cricket flour, and they're truly delicious. And the spice blends were developed by Tyler Florence, the celebrity chef. Each 128 calorie serving packs a ton of nutrition, and they retail for just $1.49. We've already made a ton of traction. Since we launched, we've seen 100% sales growth over the first 4 weeks. We're distributed by the nation's largest natural food distributor, and we're in about 200 stores as well as Amazon, and we're shipping about 35,000 units to food service. So our next milestones, we'd like to expand our distribution of the Churritos, and we really want to build a sustainable, vertically integrated supply chain where we work with American farmers. We have a technology partner that produces.
Okay,
Dunzo.
well done. Let's hear from Biddy Foods.
Yeah.
Questions from our judges.
I seem to remember, didn't we have like a cricket farm?
Yeah, no. It was Biddy a
studies?
year or two ago. She was at the event, and she keeps making progress. Go ahead,
So
pop
can we
those
talk
open,
about
Jed.
sourcing?
Dale,
And-
pop that open.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about sourcing. Right now, we're buying about a ton of crickets every couple of months.
Literally a ton.
Literally. So right now, we're building our supply chain with American farmers, especially in places like the Central Valley that are susceptible to drought.
Yeah.
This is a way to create insurance for the farmers that they can have continued revenue even when there's no water, because crickets only take 1 gallon of water to grow an entire pound of crickets. And we will give them a growing box, and then the farmers have a contract with us where we buy back the crickets. And we also are sort of backfilling our supply chain with crickets from an organic farmer in Thailand.
And then when you make something like this, what percentage of the flour is cricket flour versus other?
I can't tell you the exact percentage, but I can tell you there's a cricket in every 2 or 3 chips.
Why?
I think I got the one with the cricket in it.
Is it a whole cricket that you just ground up and like turn into powder? Or is there like part of the cricket? Do you skin the cricket?
Yeah.
Like,
Great question.
It's the meaty part.
So
no offense, but I eat a lot of things. A lot. One of them is not crickets. So
Not yet.
Now it is.
The very simplest way to process crickets is to dry them, clean them, dry them, and mill them into a fine powder.
What do you mean by clean them?
We steam clean them. Yeah.
Steam clean them.
Similar to how you would treat shrimp before you process them. But the incredible thing is that there's an opportunity for a lot more IP
So
to
you
be created
use the
here.
whole cricket?
We do use the whole cricket, but there's really interesting IP that can be created from the various aspects of the cricket. We can isolate the cricket protein. We can take that really good fat, those omega-3 fatty acids, and make fat-based ingredients. So we have a pipeline of nutritional ingredients that we're working on as the market is ready for other ingredients as well. Yeah.
Why do you say you buy the crickets, so you're not farming the crickets?
Right, we're creating farm partnerships.
But then you're processing them in-house, and then you're making this end product. It strikes me in 5-10 years, everybody accepts this, that it won't necessarily be true that you'll be vertically integrated, or that the winners will be vertically integrated.
Right.
Why not focus on powder and see where you can place that in the existing food industry instead of trying to add to the risk by finding out whether or not you can make a consumer product?
Well, one of the things is that before we can convince our large, potential corporate partners to partner with us or acquire us, we have to educate consumers. And I really want people to have the most delicious first experience possible. And I believe that there's an opportunity to make more delicious products than currently exist in the market. So that's why we made our own.
Have you tried weightlifters?
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a whole bunch of CrossFitters and things.
Freeze dry them.
But interestingly,
you stuff them in the bag.
we find that some of our core consumers are actually parents looking for healthier snacks for their kids.
Can I give you a marketing piece of it? Don't put a cricket in the logo on the chip.
You'd be surprised. We hear 50% of the smart marketing people say we should blow out the benefits of crickets even more, and some say we should make it even more subtle.
I know, I agree with the former, but once crickets are accepted, and they will be, what other bugs are
on the menu?
They will be.
Yeah. I like
We're going
that.
to be eating crickets.
Spider.
Well, it's a great question. There are actually 2,000 species of insects that are eaten all over the world. And our name is Biddy rather than something directly related to crickets because there is the potential to expand into other categories. But right now we're really focused on crickets.
And in all seriousness, I've eaten the cookies and the chips, and I've eaten the chocolate-covered crickets, but you don't make those. But my daughter's a big fan of those. It's no big deal. It tastes fine. I mean, if you eat shrimp or a cow, you shouldn't really have a problem with eating a cricket. It seems actually even more humane since they're less sentient.
Definitely. They're actually harvested
arguable.
very humanely.
Let's
Depends
find
on
out.
the cow.
How many people in the audience would eat a cricket? There you go. That's a big number.
That's unbelievable.
And
That's great.
To quote,
Thanks, guys.
to quote Jason yesterday,
What's that?
welcome
Everybody
to San
look
Francisco, boys.
Welcome to San Francisco, boys. I'd like everybody to look under their seats. We've given you each a bag of crickets.
There's a lot.
You get a
They're
cricket.
alive.
And the one who has the largest cricket
You get a
You
cricket.
steam them,
wins.
powderize them in your hands.
All right. Continued success, and let's hear it for Biddy. Well
Thank
done.
you.
All right, now I'm going to ask my judges the question. You're going to go on the next segment. You can wait backstage, yeah. He's very excited. These entrepreneurs get super excited.
There's a cricket in every third one.
You judges y'all got to see 5 companies. I'm going to ask you for your number 3, your number 2, and then your number 1. Your 3, 2, 1. And you saw RoboKind helping kids with autism through a robot that hasn't quite crossed the uncanny valley, but on the way. AidTech, which is blockchain for donations. Legal Robot, getting rid of the bottom 20% of repetitive legal tasks. Revelar, keeping people safe through a life alert-like device. And Biddy, crickets for everyone. Do, 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 do. Who's ready to tell me their number 3 and number 2? Cyanus.
I'll go
Okay.
ahead, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Number 3 is AidTech.
AidTech is your number 3. Why?
One, he saved the best for last was that it could be used for the bankless.
Ah,
So when I was first thinking about it, I was like, this is the total addressable market's pretty small, but it actually ends up being much bigger than he was alluding to.
okay.
could be
So
interesting.
AidTech is your number 3. Who's your number 2?
RoboKind.
Okay.
And
What'd you
I
like
invested in a company similar to this that helps kids with allergies as well as diabetes. And so I think they could get into other markets.
Sure.
So it doesn't have to just be, with autism.
Harvey, who do you got in number 3 and number 2? Save your number 1, Cyan.
Number 3, Biddy.
Okay.
And this idea has been around for about 10 years, and I think it's going to break.
It's going to break at some
I
point.
think it's going to break now. And
Yeah. What's your number 2?
Number 2, AidTech.
Okay. Jed, who's your number 3 and number 2?
3 was Legal Robot, and 2 was Biddy.
3 was Legal Robot, and 2 was Biddy. Okay. Adeo.
I think I'm having an allergic reaction to the crickets, but
Are you allergic to shrimp and crustaceans?
Maybe. Legal Robot's number 3, and Revelar would be number 2.
Okay. Sheesh. It's not easy.
I like them all.
You want me to come back to you?
No, I can go.
Third place is?
Third would be Revelar.
Okay.
Second would be AidTech.
Okay. Now, Cyan, the coveted number one. Tell us who you picked and why.
Legal Robot, number one.
Okay, and why?
I'm not really excited about the pricing model, to be honest. I think they can be fixed. Like all things that are awesome like this, I think they're not charging enough.
How would you charge for it?
By the seat, especially if you're going to these big law firms, I think that you could get a lot more money than $300 a month.
$100 a month per person,
it's
$200
for
a
25
month.
docs, but I guess I need to look at the pricing model.
Yeah, that
to
seemed
really
weird.
see.
Yeah.
It seemed weird. I also agree that consumers would want it. I have to look at how many funding documents and things like that, and contracts that I sign, and it would be really nice if they're not safes to be able
Yeah.
to see if there's any weird outliers in them. I mostly make Scott do that.
Great. Okay. Harvey, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think everybody in this room does about 400 pages of end-user license agreements.
Yeah.
And although we can't do anything about it.
Right. So tell me your number one.
My number one is Robokind.
Okay, well done. And why?
I think it's the need is enormous. The amount of money they're going to save is huge. My daughter works in a related area, and I know how much money and how much time they're going to save. And the fact that they're penetrating as fast as they are confirms that. So I think they're going to cover a lot of ground.
Jed, you're number one.
So my number one is AidTech. I found it, for me, to be the most inspiring product here that has so many good elements, from establishing credit history to identity to reinforcing, as you help people, that they're using it for good things. I just found that there's so many ways, so many directions that company can go. But I would like to give an honorable mention to Robokind. And I think they can do more than just robots with it's the facial expressions that I think make all the difference. And they can do that with software and a whole variety of things. It's a very cool concept.
Thank you. What would it take for an AidTech to get you to invest? Either a seed investment, obviously, or Series A is a huge benchmark, but to put a $500K check in, what would the hurdle be?
I think it's a sales velocity question, and are there people actually using it and comfortable with it? And you'll see signal pretty early on if it's spreading.
Got it.
Okay.
Adeo, who's your number one? Thank you, Jed.
I'm going to go with Robokind as well. Entrepreneurs tackle a lot of problems, and then I think it's important for entrepreneurs to tackle problems that aren't always obvious, like helping autistic people integrate is not the first thing that a lot of entrepreneurs wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to help this issue, and there are tons of issues like that throughout the world. So hats off to them for caring about...
How do you find those problems? You run the Founders Institute on a global basis. How do you suggest founders find problems that aren't their own personal itch to scratch?
I would say there's so many problems in the world today. I mean, a lot of these companies are solving them. Food with crickets, the refugees. This was really a great batch for that. And I think look around the world, look at things that you see people suffering, different ways to, for example, integrate disenfranchised minorities might help reduce the amount of terrorist attacks in the world. So there are a lot of problems that are pretty obvious. And if you just look around and take a stab at trying to solve them, I think you can find innovative ways. I mean, that almost made me cry. The robot helping the child, and she can't engage with... Eating the cricket, however, made me a little sick, so it was all fine.
The good news is I saw the Pepsi ad yesterday, and you don't have to worry about ISIS anymore because Kendall Jenner and Pepsi, police brutality and ISIS are taken care of, so you can take those off your lists. It's an inside joke for those people who saw the worst commercial in the history of mankind. Gigi.
How was she shocked by the reaction, by the way?
Let's go there.
She didn't see that coming when she read the script?
I don't blame her because I don't think she was cast for the commercial for her IQ points or for her ability to direct commercials or anything like that. She was obviously a model. But who at Pepsi would ever think to take protests and be like, we can solve the protest move? A lot
of people had to sign off on that.
A lot of people need to be fired.
There was an ad agency.
A lot of people
started
need to
with
be
an
fired.
ad agency.
It's just colossal. It's just like, if you're an ad agency, you would be paid to understand how the world will react to something. It's kind of the reason you're there, is to gauge reaction. I mean, it's enormous.
Is
It's
it
tremendous.
based off that picture where they put the flower in the gun?
Basically, there's a Black Lives Matter photo, very famous, where a woman who's wearing a beautiful dress just walks right up to the police, and the police are like, they don't know what to do with a human being, and they're falling on the ground in riot gear because they're like, a person is coming towards us, a black person, oh my God, this is crazy, and they're falling on the ground, and it just sort of encapsulated Black Lives Matter. And they literally took that exact moment and put a Pepsi can in it. And then everybody cheers for the guy to drink the Pepsi. It's like, you're missing the point.
Maybe Aid Tech can build a stupidity filter for the ad business.
Exactly.
And yet we're all talking about Pepsi today.
Yeah, it's not the... Listen,
Because he said, let's go there.
Yeah, let's go there. It is just colossally stupid. Okay, Gigi, who's your number one?
Yeah, I'd like to be controversial, but actually, I'm also going with Robokind. I think
Fantastic.
It is the facial expression, so I'm actually not even sure, this is the first exposure I have to this company, whether you actually need the robot.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether you can just have an iPad or a screen, and it can get not only to autistic children, but any children who have difficulty with communication, and at any age and any level. And so I think that there's a way to scale this that could be pretty fast and pretty
It would
big.
be amazing, Gigi. Imagine if Apple comes out with their AR glasses eventually. I wonder if somebody tackled autism through AR. And I don't mean this to be facetious at all, but if it was easier to interact with, a comic book character or a character that was less human-like, if a person with autism could put on glasses and see the world in anime or puppies or whatever makes them feel more comfortable to interact at that moment, if flower people did it, you could actually literally paint a world for each individual person, almost like a customized lens that let them interact. I mean, augmented reality and virtual reality for people with autism, it could be phenomenal.
Yeah, I still wonder how you go from that to getting them to interact with humans better over time. Like, do they get so hooked on that thing?
But what would be if the way I looked at the world if everybody in the world was painted as a cartoon through my glasses, and I was successful in interacting with them, why would it matter? You would never know that I'm looking at you right now.
Why don't we all live in a virtual world and not interact with
Well,
everybody?
that's the thing about augmented. I mean, it would be like as if I was looking at all of you as, Star Wars characters.
Sweet.
Well, you're C-3PO.
You're all
Adele,
Ewoks. And we would just be like...
Adele, you're C-3PO right now. So just to be clear. Well, Jason,
you don't even need glasses for that.
You don't need glasses. Exactly. All right. Listen, this has been amazing. I want to thank my friends. Let's give it up for our judges and this very candid discussion. And let me bring out my next set of judges. Thank you, everybody. You can exit stage left. And I'm going to bring out the next set of judges right now. Let's see if I have their names here. Thanks, Adeo. No, you take those chips backstage. They're too crunchy. Okay, Nico, come on out. Let's see, who do we have? Oh, Rachel, my attorney. Danielle from Mattermark. Eric Moore is here? I didn't know Eric was here. Don and Nico. Oh, my God, it's been so long. Good to see you. Yeah, you guys came out in the right order, Don. We're professional here. Rachel, how are you? Hey, I'm back. She's asking because I was very sick on Monday and Tuesday at the Founders University. Hey, that was kind of special, huh? The Founder University, the first time we did it?
I was talking to people how much they loved it backstage.
Tell everybody a little bit about what we did. It was a great collaboration.
So we brought, I think, 37 founders together, and your team was excellent in putting together terrific programming where folks got to learn about all things. He just told me I got a whole lecture about being closer to the microphone. I got to sit on a panel about raising venture capital and terms that founders should be thinking about, but I think, we spanned the gamut about growing and all the sort of growing pains that founders experience.
Yeah, it was very intimate, and it was very practical. We really went into each individual company's needs. And got to spend extra time with them. So we're definitely going to do it again, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was just fantastic. Okay, so judges, you've all been here before and you've done this with us. We're looking for candid feedback. We're looking for insights into the business. They're going to have 3 minutes on the clock. You don't have to sweat the presentation and what's missing from it all that much because they only have 3 minutes. It's the trailer of the company, obviously, not the full venture pitch that you would get. So with that, please welcome Photokite. 3 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, go.
Hi, I'm Chris from Photokite. We're a B2B robotics company, and what we've developed is a brand new way for aerial robotics to navigate themselves in the real world. Let me show you how it works. This is a Photokite. It pops out a can just like this. And what that is a tethered drone. You unfold the arms, you clip in the top, and now it's ready to fly. No setup time, no GPS booting up. It's just ready to go. You point it in the direction that you want it to fly, you give it a twist, and that tells the motors to start ramping up. And then off it goes. Front row, you guys are totally safe. It'll fly in this angle relative to me constantly. Whether I move it over here, it'll come with me. Okay? There's no complex sensors, no GPS tracking, no optical flow. It's simply using the algorithms that we've developed to fly itself 100% autonomously. That's super special. I can also do some really fun things with a tethered system, like push one of these 2 buttons and twist my hand. The vehicle will twist as well. Or I could go back the other direction. I can also change the position of it if I wanted to take some aerial sensing or aerial images from a different location. We've made some great initial sales to customers like CNN, BBC, Tribune Media. These guys are using it for broadcast news purposes to be able to get an eye in the sky and live broadcast a full HD video from up above. With our professional system, we're even able to use that tether to send power over that line. So while a traditional drone will fly for 20 to 25 minutes, we can fly for 24/7. In fact, we've even flown this system for 52 days straight when we plugged it into the wall. In terms of accountability, this is also a system that's always physically connected to the user. So you won't be sitting in a park seeing a drone buzz by and get kind of a bad feeling about not knowing who's using it and what they're using it for. So in terms of flight time, in terms of safety, in terms of accountability, we've created a system that you can use in the real world. The markets that use a system that can fly for as long as it can and is extremely safe are broadcast news, industrial inspection, and sports live streaming. This is a system that you can set up on the side of a sports field, press a single button, it'll fly up to about 60 feet and start live streaming the video from what's going on the field down to a coach's tablet or even over LTE to a worldwide audience. In terms of the traction that we've gotten so far, our first product has become the first ever drone approved by the FAA for commercial use above crowds of people. That's a huge milestone for us, and it's a really big testament to the safety and accountability of this system. We've also got some fantastic initial customers like CNN.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Well done. Big round of applause. That was very impressive. Rachel, any feedback?
So I have a question for you. With the FAA regulations, is there a certain length that the cord can be that will work, or is it?
Yeah.
What's the limitations, just from a usability perspective, for all the markets you've noted being addressed?
So right now, what they can use the system is up to about 10 meters, or 33 feet. And that's kind of a key metric based off of the weight of the system and using it directly over people.
Does that mean if it falls, it won't kill somebody?
That's correct. Yeah, it won't.
Okay. Got it. So it's based on mortality. Got it. Danielle.
So I'm just curious, when you pitch this, it's dangerously close to, I know, we'll put a string on it. There are a lot of drone companies, so I'm guessing that's not really necessarily the long-term picture. What's the deal with the software? You said you have a special algorithm that it's autonomous, but is it not just dead reckoning? Like, what is the software that you've built?
So the software is specifically using just an IMU sensor, which is extremely robust sensor off the shelf, okay? And it estimates the tension vector, the tension force, and stabilizes itself in digital time based off of that. So we don't use any complex sensors to do a very stabilized, safe flight.
Okay, but is that defensible?
Absolutely. We have full IP on any drone system that actively uses a tether to stabilize its own.
What's the cost again?
Our professional system sells to CNN and BBC for around 8K.
80?
8K.
Oh, 8K. Okay, great. Eric, any thoughts?
First of all, FAA check, CNN check, $1 million in revenue, fantastic. Just have a question about the tethering. The fact that it's limited now. So if I'm at a sports event, part of the beauty of a drone, I think, is to be able to send it across the field so that you can see some other angles that you might not be able to get. So how limited are you with it being tethered to a single individual?
Sure. In terms of tether length, we can achieve things around 160 feet with that power over tether. However, we're not at all saying that this is a complete replacement of traditional drones. Rather, it's a different kind of tool. It looks, it smells, it sounds like a drone, but really what we should be seeing it as is kind of a 150-foot camera crane that fits into this case.
I assume it can fly so long because the battery is on the ground with the tether, is that right?
That's exactly right. We also implement a backup battery on board, so if that tether ever gets cut, it actually has enough flight time to be able to safely land.
Great.
Nico.
So how is your next product going to look like?
Our next product, what we're working on is more connectivity, so things like an 802.11ac, and more intelligence on board. So our sports customers, they use it to set on the side of the field and video record 4 or 6 hours long of training. What we're going to be able to offer in addition to that is running live analytics on board based off of technology partnerships like Second Spectrum and Huddle, and be able to live stream those analytics down to a coach's tablet on the sideline. And that's really exciting.
Okay, great. Let's hear it for Photokite, and welcome to
Thank you.
Topology. Topology, you have 3 minutes. 3, 2, go.
We all know that everyone is different. And yet, off-the-shelf eyewear is designed for an average face, not your face. And that's why glasses never fit. Now, does your glasses stretch out? Do you get red spots on your nose? Do they slip down your face and you're constantly pushing them back up? That's all symptomatic of bad fit, and it doesn't have to be that way. We believe that like a bespoke suit, eyewear should be designed and built one at a time for one person at a time, sculpted to fit you. Introducing made-to-measure eyewear for everyone. And it's never been possible at this level of scale nor precision until now. Here's how it works. You download our app, and you take a simple selfie video, just like this. That's it. We process the images. We build a millimeter-accurate 3D model of your face, and then the fun begins. This is the new paradigm in eyewear shopping. We've sized every single design to fit you, so every style fits, and every color is available because we're making everything to order. And if you don't like the way that we've sized it to fit you, you can actually adjust it in real time. You want to go for an oversized look? No problem. You want it to even sit lower on your nose? Easy. And speaking of fit, we size each nose pad and sculpt it to fit you. So no matter if you're Caucasian, or you have a hooked nose, or you're Asian, or you have a wide nose, we got you covered. And the result is all-day comfort that eliminates red spots and slippage, and even lets you do this. Yeah. We build every single, thank you. We build every single product right here in San Francisco, 3 miles that way, out of stainless steel and Italian acetate. And we ship it to your door in 2 weeks, complete with your prescription lens, single vision, or progressives for the exact same price as an off-the-shelf designer frame. And if you don't like it for any reason, you can send it back, because that's how confident we are you've never experienced anything like this. And customers love our product. Now, we're in beta, so we've only done a few pop-up stores at a few locations for a few days, and yet we've sold over 50 pairs of glasses to complete strangers at a couple $100s each, and they give us a Net Promoter Score of 90. Now, styles change, but everyone in this room is wearing a product that's essentially the same as what your grandparents wore back in their day. And many of you paid the price of an iPhone for the privilege. And 200,000 of you...
Okay. Let's give a big round of applause to Topology. Very well done. Eric and Don, you're wearing glasses. What do you think? Can you guys, you guys do the test. Let me see you guys whip your heads back and forth and see if they come off. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
They're fitted okay. All right. Showmanship was good. Thank you. Feedback, Eric.
I like it. A couple of things. One, I don't have the red spot problem on my nose. So I'm fine in that case. But is this it obviously looks to be a direct-to-consumer play, but is there a licensing possibility
As of right
as
now,
well?
we are direct-to-consumer.
Right. So
vertically integrated all the way from the app through to production.
Okay. So you're kind of a design and technology play.
That's correct.
You said both. Okay. All right.
How much does it cost?
So we're targeted at the high end. This is the redefinition of what the luxury segment is. So we're targeting $500 to $600 for a completely custom frame and your prescription lens delivered in 2 weeks.
I thought you said it was high end.
That's not high end.
Precisely.
Insurance covers it?
We're out of network now. We'll work to get a network, but that's out of our hands.
You got to be in network or you're cooked. How long is it going to take you to get in network?
Again, out of our hands, but there are plenty of people, as you've indicated, that spend far more than that amount for something that's stock off the shelf.
Yeah.
So this is an easy, affordable luxury.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, these silly glasses cost $750. I think I only paid like $75 because of insurance. There's no way in hell I would pay $750 for these glasses. You know,
Feedback.
maybe for your custom ones I would, but
More feedback. Rachel, Danielle,
I
Nika?
think you answered my question, but you guys do sunglasses and the whole thing.
That's easy.
Yeah.
We do transitions, we do high index, we even do state-of-the-art progressives. Actually, nobody else on the planet can sell a progressive lens remotely but us. And we have the IP granted, in not just this country, but a number of others, to prove it.
What do you mean no one can?
To do a state-of-the-art progressive lens, you need to not only know your refraction, which you get from your doctor, but you also need to know something called position of wear, which is how that frame sits on your face and positions that lens. We have a 3D model of your face, and we have a 3D model of the frame. So only we can solve for all those parameters remotely. And we have customers today who are used to the best progressive lens money can buy wearing our product now.
How are you going to build a brand?
Interesting. So we are defining what it is to be premium, right? And we're going to start initially with customers who already know they have a major problem. So I mentioned Asians, African Americans, Indians, people with very large heads and small heads. If you're a small head, you have to shop in the children's section, and the selection there is terrible. So we're going to go after them because they're easily identifiable and targetable, and we'll grow from there.
So I've spent that much money on glasses, but they usually had like a designer label on them, just because, let's just be honest, I'm vain enough to be like, oh, I'd like to wear the Armani glasses or whatever. So I don't think you really answered the brand question.
Sure. So we're going to build a brand that stands for this. It turns out that the Vision Council is the lobbying and research arm of the vision industry. They do a survey, 10,000 people every year. They've done it for 15 years. And they ask questions like, what's most important to you when you buy glasses? Style, fit, brand. Every year, 15 years, brand is last. Right? We'd rather you have your name on the inside rather than someone else's name on the outside.
Okay, let's hear it for Topology, and welcome Traveling Spoon. 3 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, go.
Hi, my name is Ashi Vail, and I'm the co-founder of Traveling Spoon. Traveling Spoon is an online marketplace that connects travelers with local and authentic food experiences in people's homes around the world. Our goal is to disrupt the $246 billion culinary tourism industry and to make travel meaningful. We do that by connecting local hosts with travelers to share private food experiences, from homemade meals to cooking classes to market tours in local homes. Imagine visiting the rice paddy fields of Bali and learning how to pound curries from scratch with a traditional Balinese couple. Or visiting India and learning to make delicious South Indian dosas with an Indian grandmother. We make these experiences happen. We have a beautiful website that was launched a year and a half ago. You can visit travelingspoon.com today, browse our hosts around the world, and book an experience online. So what's the business model? We take a percentage of every experience that's booked online. Travelers book and pay in advance, and we pay out our hosts at the time of the experience. On a unit economic level, travelers pay about $66 on average for a private meal and cooking class. They book on average for a group of 2, bringing our average basket size to about $200. We have a variable commission, but on average, we take a 28% commission, bringing our net revenue per experience to $55. And just to frame that for you in the context of the industry, that's slightly higher than Airbnb's net revenue per experience. We have global presence in over 20 countries, know how to scale our host supply, and already have partnerships in place with Expedia, Local Expert, Viator, TripAdvisor, and others. We have a great team that's backed by a tremendous investor and advisory board, from Eric Blatchford, the former CEO of Expedia and our lead investor, to Nick Grandy, the very first engineer at Airbnb. The thing that I'm proudest of is the incredible customer testimonials we receive from travelers who say over and over again that Traveling Spoon was the highlight of their trip, that they spent 3 weeks traveling through Southeast Asia, and this was the best experience they had. Of course, we look at it both qualitatively and quantitatively. Our Net Promoter Score measuring travelers' willingness to refer Traveling Spoon is 77. That's over 3 times the travel industry average. Most importantly, we are bringing meaningful impact not only to travelers, but also to our hosts. And I wanted to share a story to illustrate this. This is one of our hosts, Dewa, one of our top hosts in Bali, who recently came up to me and personally told me that he was so grateful for Traveling Spoon because it enabled him to send his kids to school. The future of travel lies in connecting people like Dewa with travelers, and in doing so, bringing meaningful income while continuing to preserve cultural and culinary traditions. We are changing the future of travel. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear for Travel and Spoon. Seems like a crowd pleaser. I saw some heads nodding over here. Feedback from our judges. Anyone?
Are you in the US yet? Both sides of the
We
market?
will be. We started in Asia. We're expanding to Europe this summer, and our plan is to be in the US in the next couple of years.
I can't wait.
Thank you.
What makes a great host?
What makes a great host? Someone who is warm and hospitable, someone who cooks good food, who serves it hygienically and prepares it hygienically and lives in a safe neighborhood. So related to that question is just how we bring on these hosts, and that's sort of our secret of how we were able to find quality hosts and scale them as well. And we've been able to do that through an ambassador program as well as a regional manager on the ground for cities that we want to scale multiple times.
This is one of these things where scale is important. So if I use your service and I go to a city or a town and I can't find a host, and if that happens twice, I'm going to be like, okay. So how do you scale up to get enough hosts everywhere?
Yeah, good question. So we realize that there are some destinations where we need enough, certainly enough quantity and critical mass to do that. We do that by hiring somebody on the ground. So in our test market of Mumbai, we hired a local regional manager, and she was responsible for driving growth 15 times in 14 weeks for a total acquisition cost of $75 a host, which is paid back in their second experience. So for certain cities where we really need to scale, in the similar model that Yelp uses, we have boots on the ground, regional managers who are able to do that, who are locals.
Is there anyone else in the market doing something similar to what you're doing?
Yes, I mean, the food space and the food sharing, home dining space has really changed in the last couple of years. And we think about it as people on 2 spreads. So the spectrum on one spread is between people offering social dining experiences, group dining experiences to locals versus people focused on travel. So some of the competitors you may have heard of, Eat With and Feastly, based here in San Francisco, are largely focused on offering group dining experiences to a local San Francisco audience. We see the opportunity and the value in providing private cultural and culinary experiences to travelers and see ourselves squarely in the travel industry. And then the spread, on the other hand, is between a completely open marketplace where anybody can become a host versus the focus on high-quality, curated experiences. And there are, foreign competitors out there doing that in an open marketplace. And what I'll say is we are the only ones offering private meals, cooking classes, and market tours based here in the US, serving travelers.
I've seen services like this for local travel guides and for local experiences, tours, and that kind of thing. It seems like there should be one service for all of this. So if I'm going to some destination, there's one service for food and travel, tours and hosts and guides. It would be nice if you could get it all in one place.
TripAdvisor?
Well, TripAdvisor does recommendations,
Right.
but
Okay,
maybe this
let's hear it for Traveling Spoon, and
Thank
welcome
you.
Thimble. Well done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oscar, founder and CEO of Thimble. So through a monthly subscription program, we're providing a simple way for kids to have the basic skills, tools, and projects that is sparking and inspiring the next generation of inventors and innovators. So I'd like to introduce you to Steve. Steve is your quintessential millennial dad, 35 years old, has 2 kids, married, works in tech, makes over $150,000 a year. His big passion in life right now is to share his love for tech with his kids and to get his kids ahead of the curve in school, particularly in the areas of science and technology. So Steve finds Thimble.io, and he realizes he can subscribe to receive a project in the mail every month. He gets about 10 to 15 electronic components to build a useful or fun device. It could be a robot, alarm clock. He learns that he can build a quadcopter on his own kitchen table in just a few hours, no experience necessary. So he signs up for a 12-month subscription, and then along the way he buys some extra microcontrollers and some tools, because soldering and programming is involved. 2 weeks later, he receives his very first project, which happens to be an LED cube, and I'll walk you through the unboxing experience. So he opens it up. He'll see a postcard of the project that he's about to build. On the back of the postcard, he'll find instructions, or actually the inspiration for the idea on the left-hand side, and why we created it. And on the right-hand side, instructions that prompt him to the website where all of our tutorials are. All of our tutorials are kind of like a cooking show, except we're making robots. Then from there, you'll find the microcontrollers and additional components. In this case, USB cable, right-angle headers, straight headers, electrical wire. And on the left-hand side of the box, you'll find the 6 4x4 LED panels. So after he opens his kit, he logs onto our learning platform, which has all the videos and the instructions that walk him through step by step. And there's also a community forum where he can collaborate with other subscribers. And after he builds it takes him about an hour and a half to build the LED cube. So he can, after he builds it, he'll program it through the Arduino, and he can make it flash in different colors. All of our projects are open-ended, so you can add sensors, an accelerometer in this case, so you can change it based on movement. Other projects include a Wi-Fi robot, which we delivered in January, and then this month, we're delivering an electronic compass. Our traction to date, we launched on Kickstarter over a year ago. We raised $300,000 from 1,800 backers in 48 hours. The demand was so high, we launched an online store and raised $150,000 in pre-order revenue, and we delivered our first project in December. We now have 1,100 subscribers in all 50 states, 34 countries, 7 continents. We're growing 35% month over month with 60K in MRR. We're improving science education by making it more accessible. We will be the brand that tomorrow's tech leaders fondly look back on as their childhood inspiration. Thank you.
So what age are we targeting? I was with you with the kids at the beginning, and then it suddenly seemed to get more complicated than for adults.
Yes, 13 and up, because there is soldering and program involved.
Okay.
I saw the Google logo there and Boeing and other things on that slide, but you didn't say what that was. Are we
Yes.
sponsoring, or what is that?
So we're working with companies that are sponsoring schools. That seems to be the easiest way for us to get into schools. So the decision-making process is a lot faster. And so for us, it just facilitates working with the schools a lot easier. We just walk into the classrooms and work with the teachers and the students.
Great.
So you mentioned that you had 60K MRR, and then you've got these schools sponsoring, or sorry, companies sponsoring schools. So how many actual individual customers do you have?
Right now, as far as subscribers, about 1,150.
Okay.
And a
That's
lot of those
$70
came.
a month. That's
Yeah,
a lot of money.
I'm confused.
I'm sorry?
At $70 a month, 1,100 subscribers, that's pretty good.
Thank you.
How big is this market?
So the e-learning market is about $51.1 billion, but so we think the market is targeting parents who can afford to spend $70 a month. So we're going after 27 million families that make at least $100,000 a year. And a lot of that data we've been able to get just from surveying our Kickstarter backers initially. We learned that a majority make over 100,000, some above 200,000. And this is the type of parent that spends $1,000 to send their kid to coding camp for a week. So that's pretty much what we're going for. But yeah, as far as the answer to your question, yeah, that's how big we think the market is.
What's been your experience with subscription stickiness? And I'm thinking, I've got a 12-year-old daughter who would love this the first time, and maybe the second time, and then the third time it's going to sit there, and the fourth time out. So in a few months I'll have, or several months I'll have a couple of boxes that have never been opened, and then maybe she'll get interested again. And so do you just can you pop in and pop out? Is there a
Definitely. Well, right now we have 97% retention. I mean, we've only delivered 3 kits so far, so we'll know more as we progress. But I think what we're trying to do is create a curriculum around the projects. So a lot of people, when they want to get into hardware, they don't know where to start. You need the right project ideas, you need the right content, you need to know the know-how. So being able to create that progression from project to project is what we're going for, and keep them excited. Also, the projects don't end when you finish building them. You can continue adding on to them. And then when you're done with your first 12 projects, you move on to a second tier, so they get a little more advanced. That's how we try to create the stickiness there.
What's your average activation rate? I'm assuming getting someone to watch the tutorial video is a nice way to figure out if they're actually going to build the thing. So what does that look like?
Yeah, so Google Analytics is one way. We are seeing how many people are logging onto the website. We're seeing about more than half of our subscribers logging onto the website. And I'm also following up with pretty much everybody by phone calls.
Okay, let's hear it for Thimble, and welcome Megabots.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Guy Cavalcanti. I'm CEO of Megabots. We make giant fighting robots in a sports league of the future. I'm not even kidding. This is what we do. The robot you see here is a 6-ton, 15-foot tall robot called the Mark II. It fires giant paint cannonballs out of one arm and then 80 T-shirts in 3 seconds out of the other arm. This is the robot firing T-shirts at a sales conference at a group of marketers. I have to not laugh when I give my own pitch. This is us taking a wrecking ball of the robot and knocking it over, showing off what these robots look like when they fight. This is me joyriding the lower half of our new robot, a 430 horsepower tank. This is us beating up our Japanese opponent in a mock-up form. This is us destroying an oven with a giant 500-pound chef's knife and a piano. This is the Mark III upper body lifting a 2,500-pound car in a 2-arm lift and then dropping it because the car shouldn't be lifted by its hood or its roof. So that's us. We are trying to create the live thank you. Got to not crack up. All right. So we are creating the 21st century live action sport, right? You want to see giant robots. How many of you want to see giant fighting robots in an arena near you? That's right. So we are building robots that compete live. We started off by showing the world instead of telling the world by challenging a Japanese company to a giant robot fight, which probably wasn't the best idea in the world, but it got a lot of attention, 5,000 unique articles in all major languages, 30 billion impressions in the press, 22 billion about this, 30 billion about us. What that led to is we poached the entire Mythbusters video production team to be our production team in our seed round. We got 20.5 million video views on our self-produced season of content. We have an advertising value equivalency of $271 million, which is a third of the brand value of the entire Transformers franchise over the period of the Duel announcement. That led to real revenue, $750,000 from event appearances, us showing up at shows and shooting T-shirts at people, $500,000 in sponsorship for the next robot, $550,000 in merchandise sales of T-shirts and stickers. Our product, when you think about it, it's not robots, it's going to live events, right? It's putting brands on the robots. It's the TV and digital rights around creating a sport, and it's merchandise. It's apparel, toys, and comics. Case study of Maker Faire. Autodesk brought us there. We were the anchor attraction at a 120,000-person event with the Autodesk brand on it. Autodesk got 7.4 million video views, 4 unique videos made for them, 100 unique articles, not about us, but about Autodesk bringing us to Maker Faire, and how cool is that? We had co-branded swag. It started a 3-year partnership. We're now a full Autodesk house. We use their CAD software for everything. What we're doing is we're creating a sports league. So we are making live robots that fight in stadiums and arenas around the world.
Okay. Well done. You guys have been around for a while now. What year is this for the company?
Third year. Going into our third year.
But the venture capitalists haven't lined up to back it yet.
They kind of have.
Oh, really?
Yes. So we have a seed fund of $3.85 million as of early last year.
Oh, wow. Who's the lead investor?
Autodesk and DCM.
Great. Awesome. I stand corrected. Feedback from our judges.
Okay, this is the kind of company you invest in just to like get to go to the events. This looks so fun.
Thank you.
When you started out, I thought this was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen. But when you started going, I said, oh, now I get it. It's not about selling robots. It's about creating a competition like WWE, that wrestling crap. People
Exactly.
watch that.
Yeah.
That's a big business.
It's Formula One meets like WWE or UFC in
Right,
an
so
arena.
you could create, WWF and all this. You could create a huge market here.
Yes.
It's pretty amazing.
That's cool.
How do you get the team to be motivated and focused at work and not watch all the content that you guys produce?
You know, everybody comes in like 10 o'clock. They roll in. They just don't want to be there. I don't know. It's tough. You know, you got to like crack the whip a bunch of times.
That's awesome.
Seriously, I assume you're a robot nerd, but the real business here is in the entertainment part of it, building like a WWE network.
Our interim SVP is the co-founder, COO, and former president of UFC, and we just brought him on board.
Really?
Yes.
Awesome. You're going in the right
When,
direction.
when will we see it on television? Do you have a TV deal yet?
I cannot tell you.
Okay.
you
But you've
can
been
see it on
working
YouTube
on
and
it.
Facebook now. Half of our first season is on YouTube and Facebook now.
Got it.
What about, you said they were like shooting T-shirts at a marketing event. So like you said, what is it? Appearances is part of your business. Do you like put them on a trailer and drive across the country, or like how does that work?
The Mark II is on a container ship going to China for a $216,000 appearance in Beijing. So yeah, that's part of it. But then we start running our own events of like, come see the robots Sunday, 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 edge your seat, etc. That's Q3 of 2018 is our plan.
How many of these guys do you have?
We have like 1.9.
1.9.
So one's done, and then one's being assembled back in the shop, like literally right
What
this
happened in the Japanese fight? You got your
August
ass
of
kicked?
2017, we fight robots live for the first time.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yes.
So what you have to do here is you have to create a fleet of these robots, good guy robots and bad guy robots, so that they can fight each other, create personalities. This is really like WWE, only it's robots.
Someone asked me what I would do with $100 million if somebody invested in that. I said I would make robots that like rampage down Market Street and like flee into the bay, and nobody knows what happens. But like everybody with a cell phone has like thousands of videos of like a robot going by, and then we're like, now see us fight it in the Oakland Coliseum on Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Okay. Let's hear it. Well done, Megabots.
Thank you.
And apologies to whoever has to follow that. Just one. We're big on the disruption thing here in San Francisco. Don't get yourself arrested, okay, kid? Just the Market Street thing got me a little. The only reason I'm a little worried is I think he's actually going to do it. Yeah. Get insurance. Is that council? Insurance? Council says insurance? Okay. Get a waiver. Next up is Bounce Imaging. 3 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, go.
Sure. Hi, thank you for the opportunity. At Bounce Imaging, we use 360 VR video to save lives. So a couple of years ago, one of the teams we work with in New England had an officer searching a house. As he went up into the attic, a suspect stepped out of the shadows, shot him 3 times. And first responders go into these kind of dangerous environments, whether they're police or search and rescue workers or industrial safety, every day. Things that seem mundane but can have them hurt and can have civilians hurt on the other side. And you might think, well, I see CSI and there's robots and drones and all sorts of cool stuff, but the reality is they're too expensive, they're too hard to use, and they always have a limited field of view. So you only get part of the story of what's going on.
The dangers that we face are we're going into kind of the unknown.
You've got somebody in a room, you don't know who it is, you don't know numbers, you don't know if they're armed, you don't know if there are innocents in that room.
When you enter that structure, you have to read and react, figure out where the suspect could be hiding, and all that happens within seconds.
I've got 42 years in law enforcement. I've learned that the real safety component for a police officer is knowing what they're going to get into before they get there.
Police, open up!
I mean, how do you do that? Well, this thing gives you that opportunity.
All right, so what we have is a 360 camera. You can toss through a window down into a collapsed structure and get an instant view in all directions of what's going on. This is what you see once you throw it in. It's stabilized, so even while it's rolling, it points in the right direction. It points up as it goes along. We think it's a pretty big market. In the US alone, about $5 billion. And unlike you'll often see, like, well, we can be in all these markets, we actually have customers in each of those verticals and among the most elite in those groups. And we have paying customers all over the US, all over the world, across a range of different disciplines. And we're moving forward. So this is our law enforcement version. We already have deployed a search and rescue unit with FEMA. We're integrating 4G with Verizon so that this thing gets unlimited range. We're working on robots that you can steer just by looking left and right as you go down the road. So there's a lot of cool ways that you can take omnidirectional video to make a difference in people's lives. So what are we looking for? We're looking for investors to come into our current round, and we're looking for introductions to your local first responders. Thanks for your time.
OK, well done. Feedback from our esteemed judges.
Is there any limitation to selling into these sorts of departments, or no?
I'm sorry.
Is there any limitation to selling into these sorts of departments? Any guidelines, rules? And that looks pretty indestructible. I mean, I imagine they've got some sort of guidelines that they will or will not take product from.
Yeah, there's certain things that they won't, like there's certain states in which we weren't allowed to record audio because of wiretyping laws, things like that. But generally, because it's officer safety or in search and rescue, there's no restrictions. And when it's law enforcement context, sometimes they can't record audio. But in officer safety, there's basically no restrictions.
Great. Can it record, if that was the wiretapping law, could it record audio, encrypt it, lock it, and then only unlock it if a judge gives permission?
Not that, but you can basically stream it so you can hear it in an officer safety context, but not record it, or any combination of those.
Got it.
And it's weird laws. It varies by state. It's actually quite
more feedback, judges.
Atomized.
So it reminds me of Sphero a little, but I guess from the demo that it doesn't actually move. Is that something you're thinking about in the future?
We do. So we've tried to limit how much the operator, these guys are under, and they're usually guys, there are women actually, but these folks are under a lot of stress, and so we're trying to limit how much they have to do. So we want something that they can throw and then go back to their normal job. When we're looking at robots, we're looking only where they have to have no interaction. Basically look to the left and have it go to the left. The way they do move it is they put a rope on it, which is kind of low tech, and then they'll bring it back, or they'll put it on a pole and lift it up into an attic.
I'm just imagining aiming, throwing a sphere in a stressful situation could be difficult.
They're actually really good at it because they have to throw other things in, like gas grenades and things, so they can actually put it like on that X.
Nice.
Yeah.
They could also have 2 or 3 of them, I suppose.
Yep.
What's the cost?
They're $3,000, so about a third of what they'd spend on a pole cam.
More comments?
What's the sales cycle like to police departments? Is that
It depends. For smaller purchases, we're under their credit card limit usually, so they can do it in a couple of weeks. When we're doing a longer proposal, it can be a couple of months. The good thing about government is that they're required to pay within 30 days, so they're actually pretty good about paying.
And then any concerns about throwing it and it gets stuck in a corner or in a position where it's not very helpful?
So as this thing goes through the space, as it rolls down, it stabilizes. So you have a full recording of the trajectory in. So even if, in the worst case, it like ends up going behind that curtain, you can go back in time and look left and right. So you can roll this down a corridor and clear all the rooms on the way. So yeah, even in the worst case where it gets lost, you've got all the information that gives you the layout, how many people are there, if anyone's hurt, and so you can get at least that minimum information.
It does.
What's that? Has it been used in a real-world situation yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tell us your best story.
Oh, It'd be a little bit long, but basically...
Give us the abridged version.
Yeah. There was a guy up in an attic who ended up kicking a dog, and they were able to show that the dog was only defending itself when the guy was attacking it.
So that's gonna
even
be
though
my
it was in one
question.
corner looking in one direction, they were able to back up, look in the other way, and see that the guy was kicking the dog in the face, basically.
So how does it maneuver in an attic where there's insulation and studs, or how does it go upstairs, or how does it go over terrain that's difficult?
So it's super sophisticated. They go to Walmart and they buy a painter's pull and they prop it up, and that gives them the 360 view of the space, and that gets them over the coverage. It honestly ends up being really simple things that give you that extra couple of seconds of information that one that lets you de-escalate a situation to make it not a confrontation, and two, takes away the advantage from someone that might hurt you.
Nico.
Yeah, I was only being facetious, but I didn't mean to be sarcastic.
So
yeah.
how did you get into this world? It's not the sexiest or the most intuitive one.
Because of that. So we were at the Harvard Innovation Lab, and we were looking at why first responder technology was overpriced and sucked, and why it took so long to find victims in collapsed structures. And so that's what motivated us to make low-cost, high-tech stuff that saves lives.
On the roadmap, you must have countermeasures built into the device. For example, if bad guy picks it up, it should have knockout spray, pepper spray, and should spray that permanent ink like the packets in the banknotes have. What have been the requests? What's on the roadmap in terms of countermeasures?
So we try not to, particularly because of sort of legal things, we try not to have anything harmful come out of it. We do look at making sound and lights. The other thing is that in these situations, if someone's going to look at this or shoot this or go after this, they're looking here and they're not looking at a door.
Yeah.
So that's
I think
actually...
they're going to come pick it up, and that would be the perfect time to shoot 50,000 volts into their body. You got to think a little bigger. I think you're too concerned about laws and not concerned enough about, reinterpreting them as we do here in the Valley.
We're trying to minimize harm to the best of our ability.
Spray, voltage, whatever it is.
Pepper spray is not dangerous. Just shoot the pepper spray.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask Jackie to set up our 7th secret special demo. But while we set that up, I'm going to ask my judges to give me their number 3, their number 2, and their number 1 startup from the section. You saw Photokite, Topology, Traveling Spoon, Thimble, Megabots, and Bounce Imaging. You saw Photokite. It was that drone on a string, which I found fascinating. You saw Topology. You saw Traveling Spoon. You saw Thimble. Megabots. And the Bounce. So, who can give me their number 3 and their number 2?
I can.
Go ahead, Dan.
So my number 3 is Bounce Imaging. I think there's a good market there. It's a narrow market, but it's a good market.
Number 2?
Pay a lot of money. Number 2 is Thimble. That was the at-home kit thing.
Sure. At-home STEM kit, project kit. Who can give me their number 3 and 2? Rachel, you ready?
Yep.
Number 3?
We're in the same boat. Bounce Imaging, I think it's great that they're trying to serve that market. And then Thimble, same. I just think, given the STEM focus, this would be an awesome way to introduce kids.
Okay. Danielle from Mattermark.
I also put Bounce Imaging as 3 and Megabots as 2.
Great. Eric.
I put the glasses company as 3. It's just unique. It's different, and they're solving the issue about the red nose problem. So, and that's big.
It's close to home. I was a little nervous there when he was like, "You could have a hook nose." I was like, "I'm gonna stop you right there, pal." Welcome to San Francisco. Okay.
And then Megabots too.
Okay. Another vote for Megabots.
Strangely, somehow, I don't know why. It's going to tap out, but
it feels like it's going to work. Yeah. It feels like it could work.
And he's freakishly into it.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's contagious.
I feel like we live in the future, and that science fiction is now not fiction anymore. Like, we're going to go to the Staples Center or Oracle Arena to watch robots fight.
Yeah, Dana White for UFC, and
It seems normal. It's like our childhoods have become reality. Go ahead, Nico.
That's right. So number 3, thimble.
Okay.
Number 2, traveling spoon. I would use this if they manage, to scale.
Yeah.
People can make money.
Nico, what's your number 1?
Number 1 is Megabots, because I think VR is becoming huge now because everybody's trying to escape from reality, given where we are today.
Yep.
And that guy, oh my God, he is as authentic and as insanely paranoid about his craft as it possibly gets. The enthusiasm is, in fact, hard, not to see that from everywhere.
No,
I
set
do
it
think
up.
that it can be a live entertainment brand. I do believe that.
Okay, who's your number 1?
Megabots is number 1.
Set it up
I
to demo it.
believe this. He's going to be like Dana White of UFC or that Vince McMahon of WWE. At first, I thought this was a mechanical robot thing that people would buy, but no, that's not it. It's all about entertainment.
Okay, so you picked
Megabots.
Okay, Megabots running away with it. Okay. Who else hasn't given their number 1?
Photokite for me. And
why?
Well, just because he's mitigated out some of the regulatory issues. And so for drones, from my standpoint, a lot of the problems are, are they going to be legal? Will the FAA allow them to be flown where you want them to be flown? And he seems to have regulated it out. Sure, it's limited, but it seems to be quite usable. And some of the he's gotten big customers and he's got real revenues. So.
It also seems like by taking the power and the battery out of the drone now is super light, so it won't kill you if it falls on your head, and the power is coming from the ground. So if you put that on the roof of your building and you wanted security at your building, you could fly it all night. Or fly it every 15 minutes to take a photo or if a motion sensor goes off, fly it up, take a picture for an hour, and then land it. Pretty clever, I agree. Who's your number 1, Danielle?
My number 1 is Traveling Spoon. I always think about marketplaces. It's very difficult, but the thing I noticed is I would love to be a host, and I think wanting to be on the host side is really going to be crucial for them. I could totally see myself using it. I think a guaranteed experience in another country you've never been to, where you make a personal connection, is super desirable. I travel a lot and stay in Airbnbs, and just kind of feels like a piece of that same guaranteed experience in any country would be amazing.
Okay, Rachel, your number 1?
Megabots. I usually pick the thing that's my favorite, but I think this is just the one that's just destined to win. I can see myself going, even though I'm not their target audience in the slightest.
I know that you're particularly interested. I know your favorite is probably Bounce, just because of all the legal paperwork. That's gonna just rack up the legal bills. They're like, yeah, sure, come over. Okay, I'm not going to dismiss you just yet. We have a big spirit here in San Francisco, the technology industry, that we love the hustler. And we always say this conference is the most open conference in the world ever created in our business. We let 10,000 people come for free. We let the 140 companies present for free, have demo pits, all this stuff, free. Wilson helps us pay the bills. Thank you for that. We always chip in together. And I got like 7 tweets. Hey, there's this guy outside with a spray paint robot. And so I just thought he kind of hacked the demo pit. He made it the Palace of Fine Arts pit. And I don't know who you are. Can I have a handheld microphone? And let's take a look at what you built. So from outside of how many people saw it outside? Yeah, look. Now there's some hustling going on. Check. What's your name?
My name is Mihkel.
Where are you from?
We're from Estonia.
Estonia. You want to turn it around and show people how it works? Do you live here or you came in just for the event?
We just came last week.
And you're an artist or a technologist, a hacker, both, all?
My profession is that I'm inventor, but I live very much in world of street art, and that is where I got the idea to make this.
What do you call it?
It's called spray printer.
Spray printer. Two words, spray printer. Okay. Show us how it works.
This is the device. It attaches to a normal spray can, and there's an LED right on top. The smartphone has to stand on the tripod, and it tracks the LED.
On the other hand, we have this mobile application where we currently have put a beautiful picture of a portrait. Now, if I face the camera towards the canvas, we'll see how it works.
It's behind you, dude. Okay, so you place the camera, and then you have a spray paint can with an LED and some sort of device that pushes the button of the spray paint can.
I keep this trigger pushed down, and whenever it's pushed down, then it automatically shoots paint wherever needed.
So you can have no talent and create street art.
Well, the idea is that, yeah, you can print any image, but ideas, they come from you. And if you have good ideas, then you, yes, also can be a good artist with this device.
So as he is moving it, it's shooting paint when it needs to.
Yeah, exactly. The LED is burning, and the camera tracks the movement.
Got it. So the camera's watching the LED, and then it tells it, hey, now you should be putting some paint on the canvas. This is pretty clever. How long did it take you to build it?
Well, we have developed it in Estonia, where we are from, a year and a half. By that time, we have built the first technical prototypes, shipped them to 46 different countries to get the feedback, to get to know how people actually would like to use that kind of technology. And, well, when we came to San Francisco, we had two main goals. The first one, to see how we fit this community, how can we build up our company big here, and the other one was to make other Estonians jealous.
You're going to fit right in.
Awesome. 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2, correct. How will this make money in the future?
Of course, well, we are a hardware company. We build the hardware. We want to sell this with as big a margin as possible. But we see that what builds the company up is the community behind it, the people who use this every day. They share content, they buy paints, etc.
Judges, any questions or feedback?
Can you get this into the White House? I know somebody who would love to use it every day.
We know that there are at least 2 American presidents that have been printed already. One of them is Abraham Lincoln. Actually, I can show how that one turned out. I made this photo when I first came to America. You didn't have the new president yet. You had the election the other day, the next day.
Looks great.
So I printed an older president.
Good choice.
Abraham Lincoln.
Good.
And we know that there has been a printing somewhere else, but we don't know anything about that.
Oh. Are you saying that people might be able to use this to spray paint on canvases that they do not own?
There is possibility, of course.
Let's take another question. Any more feedback from our judges? High fives.
I saw you outside. This is great. I'm really proud of you for getting in.
All right, listen. I don't know if it works. I don't know who you are. However, I'm going to invite you to, at a minimum, to audit the next incubator class, which means you get to come to all 12 classes and get the entire experience for free. So you've been accepted, provided that there is nothing funky going on here. I might invest in it. There's probably no chance that Trump will let you in the country. So I'm sorry about that. But if that doesn't happen in time, you can go to Toronto and just attend remotely. I'll get you a video conference in. But in all seriousness, it is actually unique and fascinating. There is obviously a market for this, and it's not people looking to vandalize. It's for people who are interested artistically to make fun art and to do it in a very creative way. I commend you on your hustle your ability to get on this stage and to make all your friends in Estonia absolutely jealous. We're going to clip this video for you to send to them tonight. Congratulations. All right? Congratulations. Very well done. All right. Judges, we're wrapping up here. This is the final segment. We're going to, after this, take a quick break, a pause for the cause, and have judges' deliberation for 40 minutes. No, we're going to do it for half an hour, and then we'll be back here at 4:30 to give the winners. We know the best Estonian company. No shocker there. But generally, advice for companies going into 2017. What do you think it takes to be successful? Obviously, what worked in the past does not always work in the future. What should founders focus on going into 2017, 2018?
Build and ship great products and don't listen to any other advice.
Great. Build and ship great products. Anyone else have feedback? Things to focus
Do
on?
not run out of money. That's the only reason why companies fail.
Or the founders give up. We have seen some companies run out of money and keep going. Like, it doesn't happen that often. Any other feedback? All right, let's hear it for our amazing judges. We will see you in half an hour to tell you who's won.
To my mother man, 50 grand, the alcoholic man, inject a tall can in his bloodstream if you can. Biggie Smalls, the stroker, MC provoker, chocolate smoker, huh? I like to max and maximas and Acuras. Your girl cheeks I'm smacking, huh? The raw rapper, spine snapper with the little on my lapper. You know the flavor matter. A shot, but I ain't your comforter. And if I ever fall in love, I better her. Ask her if I didn't juke her. If she try to front, then I drop the Chucky Booker on her. Why you wanna play games on me? You're crazy, commitments, I'm Swayze. No time for the ill shit. Rest with the on that real blood still. My rapping tactics are drastic, stretching mother like Mr. Fantastic. So if you wanna see my pedigree, you better be filled with energy. Never getting me. Big cities and bright lights. Bright lights. Short days and long nights. Long nights. No stress and no strife. No strife. I'm high off living life. Woo. Big cities and bright lights. Bright lights. Short days and long nights. Long nights. No stress and no strife. No strife, man. I'm high. It's clear to see that I'm the mother man. I done learned from the best of them. Took the first slot, still second guessing them. Yep. I'm undressing them. Yep. Foes, I'm not stressing them. Outlasted a bunch of them, outflowed the rest of them. Yep. Cause every day I stay preaching on this pulpit. Okay. So tell these haters they can miss me with that bull. But I won't miss this load of the heat holder. I'm rich. I've done more shows than Oprah. And I'm a soldier, ready for whatever. Okay. Roll with a bunch of that don't know no better. King like Coretta, counting more cheddar. Just hire two to be my getters. When it comes to these women, dog, ain't nobody with me. They running back, you think I had TJ Duckett with me. That's cause I throw it like Vic from the yard line. It's safe to say I'm having hard times. Big cities and bright lights. Bright lights. Short days and long nights. Long nights. No stress and no strife. No strife. I'm high off living life. Woo. Big cities and bright lights. Bright lights. Short days and long nights. Long nights. No stress and no strife. No strife. I'm high off living life.
Chop it out with the whoop-de-wop on the block. Got that cause I know them suckers on the block. Hennessy and Belvedere brings a lot of jealousy. Stop snitching, nephew, why you telling me? They say the game ain't what it used to be no more. He used to be a G, but now he just a running around pointing fingers, telling names. You f***ed up the rules to this dirty game, it's a dirty shame. I ain't flipping out, that's probably why I'm dipping out. Y'all fools tripping out, that's why I'm on a different route. Making money, having clouds, that what it's all about. 27 cars in a 12-bedroom house. Now they call me Snoopy Tron. I keep my close cause I let them. I sustain on the on the kick rocks and watch how I do my thing, young. I'm living the life.
Big cities and
bright lights.
Short days and long
nights.
No stress and no strife.
Yeah.
I'm high up.
I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright lights.
Big cities with bright lights.
Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high up. Living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high up. Living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high up. Living the life.
Yeah. Thank you. Far too kind. Yeah. Ready? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise. Get him, Jay. Who you know fresher than Ho? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can none of y'all mirror me back? Yeah, hear me rap, it's like Han G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the fuck you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open a hand with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Hardcore, do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do. Look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits. Look how they wait to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, we're in the 4-5. It ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you. Probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Cocksucker, take one for your team. And I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales, sold out concerts. So motherfucker, if you want this encore, I need you to scream till your lungs are sore. Come on.
Tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. Life becomes so numb, I can't feel you there. Becomes so tight, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Become so numb.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more?
I've become so numb.
So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. One last time, I need y'all to roll.
Let me rock. Let me catch. You ready? Let me bone. Solomon ancestor. Yo, what's up, son? What's up, kid? What's going on, kid? Yo, man, I'm just doing my thing, man. Hold up, man. I'm chilling out this. Yo, 245 over here, man. Chill up, man. You know how we be working, man. Cash moves everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I grew up on the crime
side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old men. So then we moved to Shaolin Land, a young youth. You're rocking the go-to, low goose. Only way I begin to G-York was drug loot. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gats for fun. But it was just a dream for the teen who was a fiend. Started smoking wools at 16 and running up in gates and doing hits for high stakes. Making my way on fire escapes. No question I was speed for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question I would flow off and try to get the dough off. Sticking up right boys on board court. My life got no better. Same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured out I went the wrong route. So I got with a sick tight click and went all out. Catching keys from cross seas. Rolling in MPVs. Every week we made 40 G. Yo, brothers, respect mine. I ain't gonna tech now. Bow. Move from the gate now.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
It's been 22 long, hard years. I'm still struggling. Survival got me bugging, but I'm alive on arrival. I keep back the shape of the streets to stay awake to the ways of the world. Deep. A man with a dream with plans to make cream was fail. I went to jail at the age of 15. A young buck selling drugs and such who never had much. Trying to get a clutch on what I could not touch. The court played me so now I face incarceration. Pacing, no one upstate's my destination. Handcuffed in back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough. But as the world turned, I learned life was hell. Living in the world no different from a cell. Every day I escape from takes, giving chase, selling bass, smoking bones in the staircase. Though I don't know why I chose to smoke cess. I guess that's the time when I'm not depressed, but I'm still depressed. And I ask, what's your work? Ready to give up, so I seek the old earth. Who explain working hard may help you maintain. To learn to overcome the heartaches and pain. We got stick up kids, corrupt cops and crack rocks and stray shots. All of the block stays hot. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. To kick the truth to the young black youth. The shorties running wild, smoking cess, drinking beer. And ain't trying to hear what I'm kicking in his ear. Neglected for now, but yo, it got to be accepted. That what? The life is hectic.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Yeah.
Like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor, terrorize the jam like troops in Pakistan, swinging through your town like your neighborhood Spider-Man. So tick tock and keep ticking, while I get you flipping off the shit I'm kicking. The Lone Ranger, cold red, danger, deep in the dark with the art to rip the charts apart. The vandal, too hot to handle your battle. You're saying goodbye like Devin Campbell. Roughneck, Inspector Dex on the set. The rebel, I make more noise than heavy metal.
The way I make the crowd go wild. Sit back, relax, won't style. Ray got it going on, pal. Call me the rap assassinator. Rhymes rugged and built like Schwarzenegger. And I'ma get mad deep like a threat. Blow up your project, then take all your assets. Cause I came to shake the frame in half with the thoughts that bomb like math. So if you wanna try to flip, yo, flip on the next man. Cause I'll grab the clip and hit you with 16 shots and more. I got going to war with the melting pot.
It's the Method Man for short, Mr. Map. Move it on your left. and set it off. Get it off, let it off like a gat. I wanna break food, cop me back. Small change, they putting shame in the game. I take game and blow the out the frame. And like bang, my style live forever. Crossing over like they don't know no better. But I do. True, can I get a sue? Enough respect due to the 1-6 ooh. I mean, oh, yo, check out the flow like the Hudson or PCP when I'm dusting. So, because I'm hot like sauce. The smoke from the lyrical blood make me
What? Grab my nut, get screwed. Ah, here comes my Shaolin style. True, B-A-B-Y-U. To my crew with the.
Yeah. Come on, baby, come on. Baby, come on, baby, come on.
Yo, you best protect your neck.
First things first, man, you with the worst. I'll be sticking pins in your head like a nurse. I'll attack any who's slacking this mat. Come fully packed with the fat bucket stack. Shame on you when you step through. Two, the old dirty bastard, straight from the Brooklyn Zoo. And I'll be damned if I let any man come to my center. You enter the winter, straight up and down that shit. Cam, you can't slam. Don't let me get fooled on it, man. The old dirty bastard is dirty and stinking. They saw unique rolling with the night of the creeps. We rolling with a stash, ain't saying gas. Bite my style, I bite your mother.
Cry out loud, my style is wild, so book me. Not long is how long that this rhyme took me. Ejecting styles from my lethal weapon. My pen that rocks from here to Oregon. Here's more again. Catch it like a psycho flashback. I love gats. Rap was a gun. You wouldn't bust back. I come with all types of shapes and sounds. And where I lounge is my stomping grounds. I give an order to my peeps across the water to go and snatch up props all around the border and get far like a shooting star. Cause who I are is living the life of Pablo Escobar. Point blank as I kick the square biz. There it is, your fucking pros and there it goes.
Yo, chill with the feedback block, we don't need that. It's 10 o'clock, ho, where the f just see that? Feeling mad hostile, wearing out apostle. Flowing like Christ when I speaks the gospel. Stroll with the holy roll, then attack the globe with the buckets. Style, the ruckus, 10 times 10 men committing mad sin. Turn the other cheek and I'll break your chin. Slaying boom bangs like African drums. Coming around the mountain when I come. Crazy flamboyant for the rap enjoyment. My clan increased like black unemployment. Yeah, another one dare. Took a genius, take us the out of here.
The woo is too slamming for these coke killing labels. So ain't had hits since I seen Aunt Mabel. Be doing all the sinning like Cain did Abel. Now they money's getting stuck to the gum under the table. That's what you get when you misuse what I invent. Your empire falls and you lose every cent. But trying to blow up a scrub, now that thought is just as right as a 20-watt light bulb. Should've pumped it when I rocked it. So stingy, they got short arms and deep pockets. This goes on in some companies with majors that scared to death to pump these. First of all, who's your A&R? A mountain climber who plays an electric guitar, but he don't know the meaning of dope when he's looking for a suit and tie rap that's cleaner than a bar soap. And I'm the dirtiest thing in sight. Matter of fact, bring out the girls and let's have a mud fight.
The best protect your neck. 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 Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind.
Can I get an encore?
Do you want more? Cooking with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Who you know fresher than whole? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Yeah, hear me rap, it's like N G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the f*** you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Damn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in him with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations from these generations? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cooking the Brooklyn balls. So for one last time, I need y'all to brawl.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do, look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits, look how they wave to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, wearing the 4-5, it ain't to play games with you, it's to aim at you, probably maim you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Sucker, take one for your team, and I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sale, sold out concerts. You want this encore? I need you to scream till your lungs get sore.
Ow! It's start time. This man is mean. He's killing all y'all jive turkeys. Y'all want more than Jigga Man. Well, if y'all want more than Jigga Man, then I need y'all to help me bring him back to the stage. Stay over. Come on, say it. Hold up, hold up. Are y'all out there? Are y'all out there? Come on, loud. Yeah, now see, that's what I'm talking about. They love you, Jigga. They love you, Jigga.
I like the way this one feels. It's so soulful, man. I'm leaving. That's how you get me back. After a year, them 16s is 1.2. So that's 2.4, and I'm only doing 2. You want in the game, attention, new dudes. I can get you BET and TRL too. You want to be in the public, send your budget. I ain't budging. Young did it to death, you gotta love it. Record companies told me I couldn't cut it. Now look at me, all star-studded. God for a bum par like I putted. All cause I uttered was utterly ridiculous. How sick is this? You want the bang, send Kanye chains, send Justin Dust, send Hypocrite. Yeah, you got spit. Feel something like this. Woo, woo.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Now tuned into the greatest. Turn the music up in the headphones. Tim, you can go and brush your shoulder off. And I got you. Yeah. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go and brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go and brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. Yeah. Turn up your shoulders. I probably owe it to y'all. Probably be locked by the force. Trying to hustle some things that go with the Porsche. Feeling no remorse. Feeling like my hand was forced. Middle finger to the Lord. Gripping my balls. Said the ladies, they love me. From the bleachers, they screaming. All the ballers is bouncing. They like the way I be leaning. All the rappers be hating. Off the track that I'm making. But all the hustlers, they love it just to see one of us making. Came from the bottom to the top of the pops. London, Japan, and I'm straight off the block. Like a running back. Get it, man, I'm straight off the block. I can run it back, cause I'm straight with the rock. If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. This is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder. Your homie holding position in the kitchen with soda. I just whipped up a watch, trying to get me a rover. Trying to stretch up the booker like a wrestler, yes sir. Keep the heckler close, you know the smokers a test. But like 52 cards went out, I'm through dealing now. 52 bars come out, now you feel them now. 52 cards roll out, remove ceiling in case 52 bras come out. Now you chillin' with a boss, spit cards SC on the sleeve. Like the 40-40 club, ESPN on the screen. I play the grip for the jeans, plus the slippers is clean. No chrome on the wheels, I'm a grown-up for real. G, feeling like a pimp, nigga, go on, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, go on, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you, kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, turn up your shoulder, you got a kid. That, in the building. Brooklyn, we back on the map. Me and my beautiful beat in the back of the back. I'm the realest to run it. I just happen to rap. I ain't gotta clap at them. Get it that black. I dropped that black album, then I back out it as the best rapper alive. Nigga acts about me from bricks to billboards, the Grammys, the O's, the opposite. Off an Annie, you got a pardon, Jay, for selling out the garden in the day. I'm like a young Marvin in his hay. I'm a hustler, homie. You a customer crony. Got some dirt on my shoulder. Could you brush it off for me? If you feeling like a pimp, nigga, gon' brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too. Gon' brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. That dirt up your shoulder, you got a kid. That dirt up your shoulder, you got a kid. That dirt up your shoulder, you got a kid. That dirt up your shoulder, you got a kid. That dirt up your shoulder. Now tuned into the greatest. Best rapper alive. Best rapper alive.
To my mother, man, 50 grand, the alcoholic man, inject a tall can in his bloodstream if you can. Biggie Smalls, the stroker, MC provoker, chocolate smoker, huh? I like to max and maximas and Acuras. Your girl cheeks, I'm smacking, huh? The raw rapper, spine snapper, with the little on my lapper. You know the flavor, man. A shot, but I ain't your comforter. And if I ever fall in love, I bet I'm her. Ask her if I didn't choke her. If she try to front, then I drop the Chucky Booker on her.
Why you wanna play the games on me?
You're crazy, commitments, I'm Swayze. No time for the ill shit. Rest with the on that real blood still. My rapping tactics are drastic, stretching mother like Mr. Fantastic. So if you wanna see my pedigree, you better be filled with energy. Never getting me.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high.
It's clear to see that I'm a mother man. I done learned from the best of them. Took the first slot, still second guessing them. I'm undressing them. Foes, I'm not stressing them. Outlasted a bunch of them, outflowed the rest of them. Cause every day I stay preaching on this pulpit. So tell these haters they can miss me with that bull. But I won't miss this load of the heat holder. I'm rich. I've done more shows than Oprah. And I'm a soldier, ready for whatever. Roll with a bunch of that don't know no better. King like Coretta, counting more cheddar. Just hire two to be my getters. When it comes to these women, dog, ain't nobody with me. They running back, you think I had TJ Duckett with me. That's cause I throw it like Vic from the yard line. It's safe to say I'm having hard times.
Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife.
I'm high off living life. Woo! Big cities and bright lights.
Bright lights.
Short days and long nights.
Long nights.
No stress and no strife.
No strife, baby.
I'm high off living
To my
life.
chopper dot with the whoop-de-wop on the block. Got that cause I know them suckers on the block. Hennessy and Belvedere brings a lot of jealousy. Stop snitching, nephew, why you telling me? They say the game ain't what he used to be no more. He used to be the G, but now he just running around pointing fingers, telling names. You fucked up the rules to this dirty game. It's a dirty shame. I ain't flipping now, that's probably why I'm dipping now. Y'all fools tripping now, that's why I'm on a different route. Making money, having clouds, that what it's all about. 27 cars in a 12-bedroom house. Now they call me Snoopy Trump. I keep my close, cause I love them. I sustain on the, kick rocks and watch how I do my thing, young. I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife.
Yeah.
I'm high off.
I'm living the life.
Big cities and bright lights.
Big cities with bright lights.
Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living the life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living life. Big cities and bright lights. Short days and long nights. No stress and no strife. I'm high off living life.
Yeah. Thank you. Far too kind. Yeah. Ready? Let's go. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise. Get him, Jay. Who you know fresher than Ho? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lyrically at. Can none of y'all mirror me back? Yeah, hear me rap, it's like Han G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O., raps Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express. Out the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you young, what the fuck you expect? Yep. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn your manhole, crack the can open again. Who you gonna find open in him with no pen? Just draw inspiration. Who you gonna see you can't replace him with cheap imitations of these generations? Hardcore, do you want more? Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Yeah. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Look what you made me do. Look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you first come in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits. Look how they wait to you. From Marcy to Madison Square, to the only thing that matters is just a matter of years. As fate would have it, J status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan.
You guys made it to the end, and for that, I appreciate you. Let me bring out the grand jury. The grand jury gets to see every single company. And we are going to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 awards real quick. When you come up, when we give you a reward, just come up the stairs real quick. We'll take a... Do we have a photographer or no? Photographer not here? So just come up. We'll pretend we're taking a picture. And hey... we'll look at the camera, and they'll take a still of it. So,
Jason, I don't even know if we have all the winners in the room.
I don't think so.
We need to summon people
there's our
in
cameraman.
from outside.
Hey, cameraman. Photography should be in the front here. We're going to take pictures of each of the winners as they come up. Great. Yeah, let's call everybody in from the other room.
Come on in, everybody. Winners are about to be announced.
Wow, sellout crowd.
Yeah, exactly. People are like, it's Friday. We got to go home.
And I win.
Well, if you're in the room, if not, we'll give everybody a big round of applause. Yes, thank you for the judges. Okay.
It's been a great year, Jason. Let's buy
you.
some time for people to come in, because I don't think award winners are all here.
Somebody from my group, go ahead and go in the back and call everybody in. Do the xylophone thing.
Because it would be a
Ding,
little
ding,
weird
ding,
if
ding,
we're
ding.
like, and the winner goes to someone who's drinking in the other room.
You can hear me in the lobby? Okay, everybody in the lobby, come join us quickly. We're about to announce the winners. If you're in the lobby, come on in. Oh, here people are coming in. We're going to announce the winners, and we're hoping that the winners are here.
This was the fastest deliberation in launch history.
Yeah, it went pretty quick.
We came in, it was a great group, so it was also tough, but we had the systems down, and I think we were able to...
Great.
It only took us 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been doing this 10 years. We ought to get it right.
Yeah.
I would say that it's also one of the most across the board, like no technical glitches, no that at least that I saw, and I watched everyone.
Yeah.
No like people breaking down on stage.
Well, you know, we've over the year in the beginning, I had the belief that every single company had to do a live demo. This led to complete and utter chaos. No, it didn't lead to chaos, but it really increased the high degree of difficulty. Now, we will allow people to do a canned presentation, a video of their thing, because we have enough people to actually vet the startups, and we've been vetting them and allowing people to be a little bit further along in their journey. So we're having people from the incubator, we're having people from the Goldilocks zone, not too early, not too late in terms of their investment. So
I will say the most memorable experience for me was when the Go Fish Cam guys were like,
yes.
let me get my CTO on the line, and he
ran out with, Finding Nemo. That was just absolutely classic. Okay, so let's get it started. We're going to start with Best Business. The Best Business Award for the Launch Festival 2017 goes to...
Kylie.ai.
Are you in the room, Kylie.ai?
Best B2B.
Yeah, Best B2B. Are they in the room? Okay, they're not here. If they're drinking, tell them to get their asses in here, and I'll announce it a second time.
I think we need to buy some more time, buddy.
I think just let's get it done.
I guarantee
We're going to get it done.
You can see they're still coming in.
Right, that's all right. We're going to keep going through.
Get it done.
Okay, Best Alumni. This is the first year we're going to do this. The alumni presentations are designed to sort of give you that continuity so you can see, hey, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, who did really well. And I'm very excited to announce that this year the best alumni presentation went to Blockable. Is Aaron in the room? Big round of applause for Blockable. Aaron in the room. Okay, Aaron is not in the room. Blockable. Okay. Moving on. Harvey, our best health startup goes to,
Best health
do you remember?
Best healthcare. Hello, MD.
Congratulations to Hello MD. Big round of applause.
If you're here, Hello MD, come on up.
Oh, really? Just not to stand up?
Okay, they're not there. Our best EDU, Gigi, goes to?
RoboKind.
RoboKind, are you here? Yes! Awesome. Awesome. Where's our photographer? There you are. Okay. Let's take a picture right here. Okay.
You want to come on?
No.
Look at the camera right there. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You will get an incredible Oscar gold-plated with platinums and diamonds on it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Okay. Next up is Best Consumer. Best Consumer went to Gigi.
Underground Cellar.
Congratulations to Underground Cellar. I don't know if Jeff is in the room.
ShamWow.
Oh, yes, he is.
ShamWow, the twins.
Here we go. Congratulations to the Underground Cellar team. Awesome.
Twins.
Well done. Congratulations. Good job.
Awesome. Thank you,
Okay.
Jason. Thank you, judges.
All right, so stand
Sell
right
me
here.
on something, man.
And maybe some people on this side, and then look right there. He's going to take our picture. Okay, great. Well done. Big round of applause for Underground Cellar. Okay. Next up is Best Tech. Adeo, who won Best Tech?
Are you ready? Where
Ready?
are you ready?
David Betterham, are you here? Is he here?
Ready.
He is
Ready.
here. Oh, my goodness. Take your time coming down.
You're the
Congratulations,
one.
Best Tech to Ready. Well done.
Is he here?
He is. He's coming.
all the way in the
He's
back.
going to take his time. It'll take him about 5 minutes the size of this auditorium.
The idea is to run.
Do not break anything.
Ready to run.
Oh. Yes. Oh, here we go. Let's take a quick picture. Well done. Congratulations. Good job. Okay, well done. Good job. Okay. Okay, where's the camera? There he is. Everybody get in here. 3, 2, 1. Okay, well done. Good job. Congratulations.
That was the one you picked.
Okay, moving right along. Our diamond in the rough. Gigi, who won our diamond in the rough?
All the way from Estonia, bring on Spray Print!
Congratulations to our diamond in the rough. I don't know if they're here. They didn't have badges, and they may have been deported. I don't think they knew they were qualified to win, so congratulations to them. They're not here right now.
They're
okay,
drinking.
Adeo, best design. For the first time, we had a tie, and we were sort of locked in deliberations, and we decided to go with a tie for best design.
We went one consumer side, one business side. So on the consumer side, we went to Topology. Are you here? The glasses company.
Congratulations, Topology. Come on up.
There you go. On the business side, we were pretty blown away with the design of Legal Robot. Are you here?
Congratulations. Come on up.
Come on up, Topology.
Here he is.
All right. Let's take a quick photo. Look right there. Okay. Congratulations. Well done. Legal Robot? No? Here? No? Okay. Oh, okay. And we have a Lincoln Award. Lincoln, you love this company so much, we decided you would give an award.
You met them in the green room.
You met them in the green room. Go ahead.
Practical VR.
Congratulations, Practical. You won the Lincoln Award. He was particularly impressed. So every year we're going to have a child judge who gives an award. Do you want to take a picture with him, you think, Lincoln?
I thought that was you, Jason.
Lincoln said, oh, sure. All right. Okay.
There's your buddy.
All right.
Did you
Go
sub
ahead, guys.
someone in?
Go ahead, take a walk out there and take a picture together.
We needed to bring
This is the best. This is going to be a tradition. Yeah. Take a photo. Look right there. The Kid Award. Kid's favorite.
Kids' choice.
Kids love VR. All right, nicely done, Lincoln.
Kids' choice.
Good job. Kids' choice. Okay, before we go to the overall winner, we have the IBM Smart Camp winner, and I'm pleased to announce that ATEC won the IBM Smart Camp. ATEC, are you here?
Good job.
This was a pretty amazing company doing very good work in the world. Congratulations, boys. From Dublin or London via Dublin or London and Paris and everything. Okay, let's take a picture. Here we go. And there's a... Oh, and Laney's here. Yes, get Laney in here. Here, you sit in the middle. Okay, look at that person right there. Woo. Okay, well done. Congratulations. Good job. Okay, well done. Congrats. Okay. Don, you've been with me all these years from the beginning.
That's right.
Here we go. 10 years. Tell us, who won the 2017 Launch Festival?
So as judges, when we look at all of these companies, and we've seen every single one of them, we look for the company that can be most successful, have the biggest market, have the most revenue. And when this company first started presenting, I thought they might sell 2 or 3. I thought it was, not a big market. But I was confused because it wasn't until they got later into the presentation that I figured out, holy shit, this could be a gigantic market. And it had nothing to do with selling the product. It had to do with creating an audience around it. So you probably know who I'm talking about now. The winner of the Best of Show is Megabots.
Congratulations.
Sunday.
Okay.
Megabots.
Megabots. Congratulations one more time. Well done. You better build $1 billion UFC out of this. Okay, or $4 billion. Here we go. Good picture. Okay, well done. Okay, before we wrap up here, I'd like to invite Emmy Award-winning producer Jackie, my chief of staff Ashley, Jake, Troy, everybody on the team, come on out. Woo! Come on out, everybody on the team. Take a minute. All right. Where's my team? My brother Jamie helping out. Ashley, Luke. Where's Luke? Luke? Luke. Where's Ashley? There's Luke. All right, come on out, everybody. Jamie, Dan. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this is the point where you get up and you give a huge standing ovation. Thank you. Everybody to your feet. This is the team that made it happen. Come on out, everybody. Standing ovation for them. And this is the part where everybody holds hands. Everybody holds hands, just like Hamilton, and we all bow. There you go. Okay? And one more time. And we'll see you all next year in 2018. Thank you.
My destination, handcuffed in back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough. But as the world turned, I learned life is hell. Living in the world no different from a cell. Every day I escape from jakes, giving chase, selling bass, smoking bones in the staircase. Though I don't know why I chose to smoke cess. I guess that's the time when I'm not depressed, but I'm still depressed. And I ask, what's your work? Ready to give up, so I seek the old earth. Who explain working hard may help you maintain. To learn to overcome the heartaches and pain. We got stick-up kids, corrupt cops and crack rocks and stray shots. All in the block that stays hot. Leave it up to me while I be living proof. To kick the truth to the young black youth. The shorties running wild, smoking cess, drinking beer. And ain't trying to hear what I'm kicking in his ear. Neglected for now, but yo, they got to be accepted. That what? The life is hectic.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.